And so we want to welcome you to our first Energy Indaba for local communities. It is being arranged by the Afrikaner-Afrika Initiative and supported by the Konrad-Adenauer-Stiftung and AfriForum. The Afrikaner-Afrika Initiative is a civil society organization consisting of 12 Afrikaner organizations and leaders, and whose aim is to promote reconciliation and cooperation between all the communities in South Africa. So for the previous 5 years, we have been in an ongoing dialogue with other leaders in South Africa, and we want to create an atmosphere of mutual trust and respect. On 28th of February 2001, we signed a joint declaration with the Thabo Mbeki Foundation, in which we agreed upon a joint plan of action to address a sense of growing alienation in South Africa, especially amongst Afrikaners, but also to commit ourselves to join forces in building our country and also our continent. Afrikaners' history is inextricably bound to the history of Africa. We are well organized, represented by accountable leaders, and we have the organizational and technical expertise to make an important contribution. However, we do feel a sense of alienation and that the expertise that we offer are not being utilized at all. We want to support government in its efforts, if only we will be called upon to do so. In the beginning of the year, President Ramaphosa spoke about the need for a new consensus. We really want to support the President in saying that we would want to be part of a process of reaching a new consensus. As Professor Pierre de Tooy so aptly put it in the Business Day of 17 March 2022, a potentially promising start for the President in his first 100 days, one that could shatter the pattern of polarization in our country, is a paradigm-shifting move to engage with organized Afrikaners, one of the most marginalized and in some cases most despised groups in the country. But Afrikaners are coalescing around fast-growing civil society organizations, each with thousands of formal members and led by accountable leaders, who are becoming coordinated and are deeply embedded in Afrikaner culture. These organizations offer huge amounts of expertise and development, a solid network of members, legitimacy in their own community, and some financial capital. They are firmly entrenched as civil society organizations, and under a new umbrella of cooperation could strengthen the institutions of state and service delivery. They are not aligned to any political party, but can best be understood as a social movement. So Afrikaners are waiting in the pit lane for the green light to join the race and work with everyone to save our country. The Afrikaner community are ready, if called by him, for a new dialogue to reach a new consensus, and the AAI is ready to facilitate such a discussion. I would just like to give special thanks to the Konrad-Adenauer Foundation, German foundation, that is providing a lot of the logistical support and funding for our initiative, and who is also going to address this gathering today. In the Afrikaner community, our children are wondering whether they have a future in this country, and families are torn apart by the continuous flow of people abroad to find work. It is upon us to reassure them that they have a place and a future in this country. With the support of the Konrad-Adenauer Foundation and the generous support of the Spanish Embassy, we have now decided to call on an indaba to focus on what communities can do through community action to solve our energy crisis at local level. We believe that only through community action can the answers be found. So let us get practical. We have brought leaders together in civil society, mayors across South Africa, leaders of Eskom, technology players, and other influencers to focus on what can be done by us to implement plans to bring power back to our communities. The Afrikaner Africa Initiative is very privileged to have Dr. Tiens Elof as our co-chair. Dr. Elof, whose life has been dedicated to the building of peace between communities and has been instrumental in peace building in our country, is the co-chair of our initiative, and I call upon him to do the welcoming remarks.
Baie dankie, Chris. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, hearty welcome. I'll welcome specific individuals and groups just now. I'll be the facilitator for the day. If I want to sound important, I can call myself either a master of ceremonies or director, but you know what it means. A few small administrative arrangements. Cell phones. Let us see whether we can put them on silent. We have a custom when in a meeting your cell phone rings, you have to buy a strafdop that evening. But this evening we can't have strafdop because it's being hosted, so that one falls out. So please switch off your cell phones or at least put them on silent. Secondly, the bathrooms, both sides. Thirdly, you would have seen that the program is very long, very dense. I said to Chris, he must remember he's younger than I. I probably need glasses to see everything that's here, but it's all here. And the CVs of the speakers are here. So we will not, and I ask your forgiveness already that I will not make a big thing about your CV if you're a speaker, because we will just waste time. So I'll just refer to who the speaker is, and then we'll carry on. And then I will also ask the speakers to please stick to their time. It's on the program, you'll know about that. We have struggled to make time for questions, and we must have some questions and debate because this is a very important subject. It's also important because we have various role players that may not always agree, and that's important, the fact that we therefore need some time to have that discussion. Can I then, before I welcome, we have a custom in Afrikaner circles to open meetings with prayer. I've been asked to do that. Now, I do that because it's a custom, but also because I think in this specific topic, you know, energy, I think we need some divine intervention. Can I ask you to bow your heads? Lord, thank you very much for bringing us together on a topic that's close to us and important to our country and all its people. Give us today your insight and your wisdom. In Jesus' name, amen. Thank you. I'd like to welcome then specifically Prince Vile Mabandla from the Mabandla Royal House, sitting in the front here. Welcome all the way from the Eastern Cape. Mr. Isaac Martin Barbero, the Chief Economic Counsel of the Spanish Embassy. The German Consul General has joined us, Madam Tanja Verheid. And then a number of mayors from different provinces, but especially the Northern Cape and the Western Cape. And they're not just here because they're close to Cape Town. I think they're here because they have all started in some way or another to think about what local authorities and local communities can do about our energy crisis. And some of them you will hear have done quite good things and imaginative things already. Then also Koning Pieter Cardi van die Khoisan, van die Khoisan groepe, sal ook later by ons aansluit. You will see that he promised that he will wear his traditional dress, so he will be easily recognizable and you will be able to go and meet him. Ladies and gentlemen, this is, as Chris said, a very important topic. And I think the fact that we had this kind of response, we actually had to say to people, we're now full. We can't fit any more people into this room, is ample testimony of that. And therefore, I really welcome you, and I hope that we will have a good discussion, that something practical will come out of this. You know, often we have conferences and we talk and talk and talk and nothing happens. We have hope, and we've tried to put the program together in such a way that something might happen at local level after this. And the good thing is we don't need anyone's permission to do it. the people here, the companies, or the local authorities, or the local communities can do it themselves. They don't need some higher power to say, please give us your stamp of approval. I think in this regard, something can happen. So welcome, and let us have a wonderful day. As I said, it's full, but we will have enough time if we have discipline. I don't want to sound like a certain political party about cadres who should have discipline, but I think we should have discipline today. Then I would like to ask to address us the Deputy Resident Representative of the Konrad-Adenauer-Stiftung here in Cape Town, Christoph Kleiber. Welcome, Christoph. Please address us. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Goedemorgen. Good morning, everybody. Dear Chris Opperman, Dr. Elof, Mr. Boyce, Mayor Jordan Hill-Lewis, mayors of the Northern and Western Cape, Mr. Martin Barbero, sehr geehrte Frau Generalkonsulin, liebe Frau Wehrheit, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor for me to welcome you all today to this Energy Indaba in the name of the Konrad-Adenauer Foundation. It is a great privilege for us to co-host an event with our friends from the Africana Africa Initiative on such an important topic of our time with so many exciting guests, absolute experts in their field. Best regards also from our acting country director, Dr. Holger Dix, and from our incoming new director, Gregor Jecke, who is eagerly waiting for his visa and would have loved to be here for this event today already. For those who do not know about us, we, as Konrad-Adenauer Foundation, we are a German political foundation named after Germany's first chancellor after World War II, Konrad Adenauer. We are affiliated with the Christian Democratic Union, his former party, probably nowadays best known to you as the party of Angela Merkel. We still try to propagate those values Konrad Adenauer stood for and promoted in Germany after the horrors of World War II: democracy, rule of law, and social market economy. And you should know about us as well that we are a truly global foundation, with offices in more than 100 countries, among them also a regional office on climate change and energy security in Africa, located in Nairobi. If you'd like to learn more about this, or our work in general, please feel free to reach out to my colleagues, Chris Andres, Rosa Sommer, who are here today, and myself, and we are happy to tell you more about this bilaterally in the course of the day. Moreover, I would directly like to use the stage given to me to thank Chris and Marty Opperman for all the work they have invested in the preparation of this event over the last weeks. Of course, also a big thank you in the name of CAS to all other people behind the scenes who make sure that we experience such a very well-organized Indaba here today. In this respect, I would also like to mention my colleague Nancy Msibi from our office in Johannesburg, who was responsible for this event on our side. I think Chris, Marty, you were in touch with her a lot, and she is as happy as you are that we have finally all come here together. Nancy can unfortunately not be with us here today, but I'm sure she's sitting in the office at a live stream and following the proceedings very, very closely. And to be honest, I'm pretty sure that she is not the only one at the live stream right now. I learned from Marty that the demand for tickets was much higher than anticipated. There's over 150 people here today. And I mean, this is very much understandable. The topic we are discussing here today is certainly one that is affecting and therefore interesting to almost everyone in South Africa. But, and that needs to be added, not only in South Africa. Energy and energy transition are topics that many, many people around the globe are forced to think about these days. As a German citizen and as a representative of a German political foundation, I may share with you that at the moment there's almost no evening on which the energy topic is not headlining our evening news shows on German TV. This is of course due to the shortage in energy supplies we are seeing in the last months, but the energy debate is one which is going for much longer already. The discussion how energy should be produced in Germany reaches back to the 80s of the last century, when heavy discussions were going on whether energy in Germany should be produced through nuclear energy or not. You must know that this debate was so heavily fought that a new political party, the Greens, was created out of this. This entire debate around nuclear energy kept on simmering over the years and gained new traction in 2011, when the nuclear catastrophe in Fukushima happened. And you might remember that as a result of this, the German government, under the then Chancellor Angela Merkel, took the decision to shut off all remaining nuclear power plants in Germany, by this year actually, 2022. So this was a process already underway when world leaders met in Paris in 2015 and discussed the very much pressing issue of climate change. We all know that fortunately they were able to agree on a 2 degrees Celsius goal with the ambition to, if possible, even limit climate change to 1.5 degrees Celsius over pre-industrial levels. And this entire development caused an entirely new debate around the globe, of course, but in Germany in particular, to reduce one's reliance on fossil energy. And while we do not have such a heavy reliance on coal as here in South Africa, and Chancellor Merkel was among the early starters on green energy, all of a sudden Germany was the one country in the world which wanted to end nuclear and coal power generation at the same time. And you can imagine this comes, of course, with great challenges when it comes to energy security, but also with regards to making it a just transition. Tens of thousands of people who lose their jobs and who need to be protected from social hardships. You cannot imagine how heavily this debate was fought in the last election campaign in Germany, the question whether coal energy should be terminated by 2038, as originally planned, or rather by 2030, or even much earlier. Now, from a South African perspective, with the daily experience of load shedding, this entire debate on whether one should continue to use nuclear energy or not, or how quickly plants can be retired, must look a bit ridiculous. And to be honest, this is something we Europeans fail to recognize when we debate about energy transition in Africa. I can understand that Africans react a bit toxic when we in the West ask them to reduce the proportion of fossil fuels in their energy mix, while there are still almost 600 million people on the African continent without access to electricity. And of course, our arguments get even weaker when the coal exports from South Africa to Germany are rising these days with our need to replace gas from Russia. But please don't understand me wrong. While I understand these contradictions in our European energy policy approach, this should not cover up the clearly identifiable challenges we are facing in today's world. Climate change is a scientific fact. If we look at what happened in Durban in April, if we look at fires in Europe and America during the Northern Hemisphere summer period, but also if we only observe how our weather has changed over the past 20 years, we can clearly see that something is happening to our climate. And if we do not act about it, the consequences this will have for all of us, as humanity as a whole, will be very severe. So we are clear that we must act about climate change. And this is without question a consensus at the COP, which is just going on in Egypt. And we know that this also implies that at least on the long term, we must make changes to the way how we produce energy. And clearly, this does not get easier with the complexities of the world we are living in. We all saw the fuel and energy prices rise over the past 9 months. And we are all aware what a significant impact this has on people in their daily livelihoods, especially, but not only the poor. But while we are very clear in articulating this bad state of affairs, we should be as clear in articulating what caused this massive increase in prices. And I would like to say this clear and loud. This is to the largest part due to an illegal war of aggression by a single state, Russia, and its leader Vladimir Putin, against an innocent state, the sovereign Ukraine, and who does not take a clear stance against this war of aggression and remains neutral, gives, in my opinion, in the opinion of the Konrad-Adenauer Foundation, up his right to complain about high energy prices. If you do not condemn those who deliberately cause a rise in energy prices, you forsake your right to complain about high energy prices. If you wish to complain about energy prices, complain about those who do not condemn a war of aggression against an innocent state. I know that all this the challenges we face, load shedding, climate change, the war in Ukraine, and its implications on global energy supply, sketch a rather pessimistic picture of the world we are living in, and on today's topic of energy in particular. But to end on a positive note, I believe that we as society have the potential to solve all these challenges. If I just look at the history of our two countries, South Africa and Germany, and the massive obstacles we have overcome in the past century, I am confident that if we believe in democracy, the rule of law, a true social market economy, these values we as Konrad-Adenauer Foundation try to propagate wherever we are around the world every single day, then we have the chance to overcome every challenge. And I am very sure that the vast knowledge all of you bring to the table, which we will hear about in the course of this day, can make a difference in overcoming these massive challenges. So therefore, I am once again very happy that we, the Afrikaner Africa Initiative and the Konrad-Adenauer Foundation, were able to make possible this conference here today, and I'm very much looking forward to hearing all of your inputs. If you would like to connect with us, to learn more about our foundation, please feel free to reach out. Thank you for your attention, and a great conference to all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christoph. Thank you very much. I did omit to welcome all the Zoomers out there. I'm used to baby boomers, but also the Zoomers. Please feel welcome as you interact with us. Ladies and gentlemen, as South Africans, I think we often have wondered in the last 2 weeks whether we're best at anything in the world, looking at rugby and cricket and soccer and so on. But I can assure you there is something that the world looks to us for advice. We've heard, and this is serious, we've heard on good reputation that the German government is sending a delegation to South Africa to come and learn a bit about load shedding. We are considered the best in the world in load shedding, at least. Flip Buys is the chairman of the Solidarity Movement, and the movement has long propagated the role of local communities. And we asked Flip to address us on the role and greater participation of local communities in government and governance solutions. Please, Flip.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I think we all know that local government in South Africa is in a crisis. This should fill us all with unease and urgency, as this is the only and most important level of government most residents ever have to deal with. Now, the ratings agency Africa has been issuing warnings about the danger signs for the past number of years. Their latest Municipal Financial Stability Index indicates an impending collapse in this sphere of government. The only exceptions are most Western Cape municipalities and a few councils outside of that. Now, the poor liquidity, large operating deficits, and weakening infrastructure are among the main issues. Even metropolitan municipalities, some of them are faring poorly. North West Province and Free State are the provinces experiencing the most municipal challenges. Now, if you look at the big picture in South Africa, you will see the problems many of the municipalities are facing. The ones in red are those who have the most and who have the biggest problems with regard to water, sewage, electricity, and so on. And you can see the most of the map is red. If you look at the state of local government, the barometer, also the ones in red and the ones in orange are the most considered to be, from the government side, to consider to be in crisis. The green is those who are functioning well. That is a big picture. If you look at the audits, the audit outcomes, if you look at the top line, you can see the green are unfortunately also in the minority. Now, that is the big picture. Tiens was referring to our movement, especially AfriForum involvement in local communities, and there's a map of all the AfriForum branches in the country where AfriForum are actively involved in the trying to help with the delivery of services in local communities. Now, a 22 audit this year of the Free State municipalities conducted by AfriForum shows that the Free State municipalities, most of them, in fact, I think all of them perform dismally when it comes to service delivery such as water, garbage, disposal, general management, electricity, water, and so on. Services that do look positive, such as the provision of houses, are a provincial function. Now, even within government circles, serious concern in this regard are expressed. Last year, the Department of Cooperative Government report that 64 municipalities were completely dysfunctional. It may have been even higher. In September this year, the National Treasury argued in Parliament that 151 municipalities were teetering on the brink of collapse. A total of 219 municipalities experienced financial problems as well as impending service delivery crisis, according to Treasury. Treasury also mentioned that residents owe municipality 255 billion rand. Now, of course, we know that most municipalities also own, for example, Eskom and the water companies, large amounts of money. At the same time, poor governance has also brought about the collapse of the local economies in many, especially smaller municipalities, with catastrophic results for the residents and local businesses. Now, we all know about the example of Clover in Lichtenburg that closed down after unsuccessfully tried to talk to the municipality, Ditsobola local municipality, about maintenance problems for many years. Now, Clover is only one prominent and leading example, but many smaller businesses simply cannot longer see any way of doing business in the midst of that kind of service delivery crisis in many of the small towns. The available money at many municipalities, unfortunately, is also poorly utilized. Some do not even spend what they should on crucial priorities such as infrastructure because the expertise to do the work does not exist in many places. Now, many people consider cater deployment to be one of the core reasons why many municipalities' capacity has weakened to such an extent, while it also fostered corruption. Now, with regard to AfriForum's involvement and role in many of those municipalities, with around more than 710,000 members, AfriForum is currently the largest civil organization in South Africa and very much active in local government. Not only do these members contribute financially to the organization's activities, they also give a lot of their time, energy, and expertise to participate in community actions. AfriForum, like I've shown you, have got more than 165 branches, which are run mainly by volunteers, although many of them have full-time teams to try to deliver services in many of the towns. Also, the half of every branch financial contributions are used for purposes of service delivery. Now, as the crisis in local government have become particularly acute, many of these these problems take up the time and the money of the local branches. Roads, one of the issues, are in a truly dreadful state, and the problem is worsening daily. It is estimated that there are around 25 million potholes on South African roads, of which 10 million have developed over the past 5 years. Although this is by no means the only problem at local government level, it is one example that I want to focus on. That is why AfriForum have already used tons of tar and spent millions of rand to repair roads already since 2014. For example, the Heidelberg branch have already repaired more than 2,500 potholes in 2022 alone. In Potchefstroom and Bethel, roads are fixed on a weekly basis. The Lichtenburg branch only in September this year used more than 13 ton of tar to fill potholes in that area. That is only to use a few examples. Water and power outages occur more frequently, not only due to load shedding, but also because of non-payments of services and municipal mismanagement. This is true especially in provinces such as Mpumalanga, the Free State, and the Northwest. In times of water shortages, many times AfriForum deploys water tanks for all communities to serve the local people. Furthermore, road markings are painted when they have faded, road signposts are reinstated where they have collapsed or have been stolen, and the grass is cut in parks and other public areas. Like I said, many of the branches have full-time people and also equipment like tractors and other kind of equipment. Now, these actions serve functional, safety as well as aesthetic purposes, because by repainting the lines at stop street intersections and by erecting new signs and so on, accidents can be prevented. And just by looking better, we think it lifts the spirit, and also it decreases crime and help to with the value of the people's homes, and also keep small businesses going. It makes a huge difference. Naturally, AfriForum also joins hands with other local players, other communities, schools, and businesses, and everyone basically who are willing to cooperate. Now, there's a growing realization among the public in the towns that we have to help. We have to do things ourselves, and we are working, like I said, with everybody who wants to cooperate. Now, with regard to the outcomes, this do-it-yourself approach is often viewed with aloofness by many municipal administrations, but in many cases even with hostility. Fortunately, this is not the case everywhere, but too often municipal administrations, especially interestingly enough in the dysfunctional municipalities, try to interfere in the work generally performed by AfriForum and other community organizations. Our biggest challenge is to get the civilian sector and the ANC-controlled authorities to cooperate. Now, our only condition for cooperation is that services must be delivered efficiently and without any corruption. In some cases, collaboration does take place, and the municipality provides the workers, and in that case, AfriForum provides equipment to deal with a specific challenge like electricity, water, or whatever. However, the instances of this happening are still few and far between. Unfortunately, the residents, towns, and neighborhoods get the short end of the stick because of the municipality's refusal to cooperate, and even, I know it sounds strange, and even to merely give us permission to do the work that they don't do. In some cases, municipal managers would hold discussions with the interest parties, such as AfriForum, but in most cases, the implementation of agreed solutions leave much to be desired. It is also a challenge, of course, for AfriForum to finance most of this kind of work only by membership fees. You know, to deliver state services without state income is a very big challenge. That, especially in many rural municipalities, in cases where the municipalities are incompetent, dysfunctional, or corrupt, and where the tax base are also very small. Now, luckily, there's legal considerations and statutory spaces that we can use. Section 152 of the Constitution, with regard to the objectives of local government, especially makes provision for the participation of communities. Also, the Municipal Systems Act provides ample opportunity for community participation. Section 16 of the Act stipulates that municipalities must develop a culture of governance that complements formal representative government with a system of participatory governments. For example, the community must be encouraged to participate in the municipality's performance management system, integrated development plan, preparing budgets, etc. Section 17 mentions mechanism to give effect to such participation. For example, municipal councils must develop political structures for consultation with the community. Other mechanisms, processes and procedures are then mentioned, and councillors have to play their part in such participation. The Section 17 also elaborates on the matter dealing with information such as acceptance and consideration of petitions, notices about public comment, procedures, public meetings, feedback to the community, consultation sessions with recognized local community organizations, etc. The section also refers to the establishment of one or more advisory committees consisting of persons who are not councillors but who have expertise in one or another important area. These measures are needed and important, but in practice, unfortunately, are mostly ignored. The implementation of most of these mechanisms is left to the discretion of the municipality, and you know, many municipalities are very far removed from residents, and they are not really actively involved. They consider the results of local government elections every 5 years as the only approval they need to do whatever they have to do. Feedback from communities on their lack of performance and interaction in the period between then, unfortunately, comes mostly in the form of protest and also, unfortunately, sometimes damage to infrastructure. This is destructive. It is to the benefit of no one, and that is not how it's supposed to be. Nevertheless, it is necessary and possible to achieve tangible participation within the framework of these defining pieces of legislation. We are of the opinion that legislation to devolve power to communities not only could but should be enacted, for example, to approve or disapprove certain items earmarked for major expenditure such as tenders and so on at public meetings. The creation of public-private partnerships is also a necessity. In short, this means cooperation between the state and private community players to address certain problems. In this way, community role players, like also business people, can be involved in projects and can participate in numerous ways to make a success of projects that are usually the responsibility of a municipality. And I'm referring to roads, electricity, water, sewage, etc. If interaction between the municipal management and councils on the one hand and communities on the other does not take place, further deterioration and growing anger and social discord at local level is a foregone conclusion. And such involvement cannot happen merely through ritual elections every 5 years. As a member of the Solidarity Movement, AfriForum has the will and the ability to help with the services in many rural municipalities to get them going again, if only we are allowed to cooperate with the councils. Like I said, to conclude, AfriForum have the will and the ability to solve many of the service delivery problems in the most of the smaller towns and even larger towns and even cities like Bloemfontein. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Flip. I think that, ladies and gentlemen, gave us a general view of what we're about. Obviously, we'd like to focus more on energy later. We thought it good to give a chance for a few questions for both Flip and Christoph, if he's willing to answer questions, even Chris. There will be 2 roving microphones. So if you have a question or a comment, please put up your hand. And can I say it's unconditional. You can ask anything. The only condition is you must tell us who you are and where you come from, if you don't mind. So any questions for Christoph or Flip? Please, Antoinette.
Thank you. Antoinette Slavert from Rapport newspaper. I would like to ask Christoph whether there are any technologies in terms of energy that the Stichting will not support.
You can, I think, come up.
Well, I can say there are no technologies we're not supporting, but of course we are very clear that we must be on a trajectory towards the climate goals. So this means that on the long term, coal, gas, fossil fuels must be put out of order. So there's no way around that. We have a clear trajectory for that in Germany, and this is also the position of the Konrad-Adenauer Foundation of the Christian Democratic Union. When it comes to nuclear energy, this is of course a very sensitive topic in Germany right now. As I mentioned during my speech, it was planned that this shall be terminated by 2022. We just agreed in Germany that we will continue to use nuclear energy till next year because of the energy situation we're facing in Germany right now. And from our point of view, if this is necessary, it would be a good option to use nuclear energy even a bit longer, especially with the new technologies that are available in this area. That's what I can say.
Thank you, Christoph. Any other questions or comments? Nothing? That's good. Flip, you were very clear. No questions there. I've seen in the meantime, we've been joined by a number of prominent people. Jan Oberholzer is just coming in there. He'll speak later. Mayor Gordon E. Lewis is sitting in the front. Andre Pinar, all the way from America, and then Dr. Corneille Mulder. So we have national government here. We're very happy with that. Ladies and gentlemen, let's then not lose any time. What you've heard up to now was what my mother would call hors d'oeuvre. Though, you know, in Potchefstroom, French wasn't a big language. So the hors d'oeuvres we've served now, and now to open the main menu, I'd like to ask my Gordon Hill Lewis to, as the conference is in Cape Town, we thought it's important that he would open it specifically.
Thank you very much. Goeiemorgen, Molweni. Salam alaikum. Thank you very much to Mr. Opperman and Dr. Ilo for the kind invitation. It's really a pleasure to join you, and nice to see some colleagues and familiar faces, some mayors from around the province here this morning. Other than just welcoming you, that would just be another hors d'oeuvre. I want to tell you a little bit more about what we are trying to do in Cape Town with regards to energy, and how, particularly to end the scourge of blackouts in our city. Now, let's just start with why that's important. It should be fairly obvious to us all, but just to reiterate that load shedding and rolling blackouts are the #1 handbrake on the South African economy. There is no way that we will ever escape the levels of poverty and unemployment that we have right now unless we end load shedding in South Africa. It is literally impossible to run a manufacturing business in our country with any kind of success or growth under conditions of load shedding. For services businesses and businesses that are less energy intensive, it may be possible to get by, sometimes with investing in your own solar power or storage, whatever the case may be. But for heavy industry, it is extraordinarily difficult to make a go of it in this country under the conditions of load shedding. And we know that heavy industries is the industry that's going to be labor absorptive. So in Cape Town, we are really passionate. Everything that we do, the golden thread that runs through everything that we do is about getting people out of poverty over time and into work opportunities. Because we understand that nothing in our society, nothing that we want for South Africa's future is sustainable or achievable so long as these levels of poverty and unemployment persist. So we have to do something about that. And our strong conviction is that we should not wait for national government or Eskom to fix it. Although I do think that they are on a positive trajectory, I still think it will take a very long time, and they still have to overcome incredible policy disagreement and confusion at a national level before the problem of rolling blackouts can be fixed. I also get personally frustrated by South Africa's tendency to begin to accept failure. We have had load shedding for 15 years in our country, and it's getting worse. This year has already, in September, in fact, 2 months ago, surpassed the worst year of load shedding ever. There's no reason to suspect that it will get better next year. And as I said, this is the 15th year of these blackouts. And what really gets to me as a South African is when I see us celebrating when we go from stage 4 to stage 2, as if that's something to celebrate. It is not something to celebrate. We have to come to a place where the kind of presentation, the numbers that we just saw around local government and government in general are commonly understood to be unacceptable. We cannot become used to failure and lower our standards and become inured to that kind of incompetence in South Africa. We have to set our bar higher. So we understand if we want to be serious about poverty and inequality and unemployment in our country, we have to target like a laser on load shedding and blackouts. If we want to be serious about growing our economy, we have to lower that handbrake that is blackouts and load shedding. And I would really hope that all of us remember, every time you hear the president or any politician from any party speaking about economic growth and job creation, unless they have a clear plan to end load shedding, it is just nonsense, frankly. It's just nonsense, because that is the number one thing holding back our entire national economy. So very much in keeping with the, I think you called it the do-it-yourself approach, very much in keeping with that. We have set out in Cape Town to do it ourselves. We don't believe that there's any good technical reason why load shedding needs to exist 15 years later. The reason it exists, the reason it persists, is because of policy and political decisions at a national level that have essentially created the conditions for load shedding to persist so long after they started, and have more recently tied Eskom's hands behind their back. So in Cape Town, we do have something of a head start, and we're very privileged to have that because we have the Steenbras hydroelectric scheme. Now, many people, commentators and so on in South Africa, have said, yes, but you can't really claim credit for the Steenbras hydro scheme because it was built in, I think, 1980. And so, you know, it's not kind of your initiative. But the fact is, South Africa's installed energy capacity is more than enough to cope with our demand and more. The problem is that a great portion of that installed energy capacity doesn't work, or doesn't work at any one time, such that we have to have load shedding. Now, the difference here is that this is a facility that is kept in immaculate condition. It really is a source of huge pride for me. I'm by no means an electricity expert or engineer, but to see a team of people who are extremely proud of their power station, who look after it as if it was their own property, who care for it and make sure that it maintains or sustains in perfect working condition. And so, even though it is not a new facility, it is working, humming like a well-oiled machine, and it is there saving us from at least one stage of load shedding always, and on many occasions from 2 stages of load shedding. But this year we've set out as a government in Cape Town to say, how do we move from that guaranteed 1 stage of protection at all times to a guaranteed 2 stages of protection at all times, to 3 stages and 4 stages, and eventually say goodbye to load shedding and blackouts altogether. And we have set a clear 50-month timeline for how to do that. Our what we call our priority program to end load shedding is publicly available. There's no secret. We really have nothing to hide. That's our ambition. That's our timeline. It is budgeted for. We've built a team to support that ambition, and we are setting about achieving it as quickly as we can. Unfortunately, there is, as I'm sure Mr. Oberholzer will tell us, there is no end load shedding switch. It does take time. It does mean investing in a whole lot of new projects and seeing those projects constructed and connected. So we have set a 40 to 50-month timeline for doing so in Cape Town. And we've also supplemented that with a number of policy changes and policy shifts in the city that we hope will make a big difference over time as well. So firstly, those of you who live in the city and may already have some kind of solar or renewable system at home, you will know that previously you had to be a net consumer of power in Cape Town. In other words, over any rolling 12-month period, you had to use more power than you sent back to the city. We have ended that net consumer requirement for commercial customers in the city as of September, and we are about to start making our very first payments to commercial customers who send power back to the city. In other words, we will, for the first time, pay them cash for the power that they send back to us. Now, this has started with commercial customers, in other words, those with the biggest roof spaces, because that's where we get about 80% of our feed-in power at the moment. And we are hoping that the incentive, the additional incentive of paying cash for that power from now on, means much more investment in those roof spaces in the months and years ahead. Ideally, we would obviously like a situation where every person or company who has a big roof, whether it be a warehouse or a factory or a shopping center and so on, feeds power back to the city and earns income, real income, hard cash income for that power that they send us. We are getting that payment system up and running, and once it is up and running and we have proved that we can make those payments on a monthly basis and do it accurately and timeously, it is absolutely our intention to roll out this policy shift for residential customers as well, so that we can have every household who is able to invest in solar power doing so, both for their own needs and to send power back to the city. So that is a first major policy shift. And that was also where we ran into our first administrative or bureaucratic hurdle from the national state. Because, of course, South Africa's state procurement rules are set up in such a way that every time you send money, public money, to anyone, you have to go through a competitive procurement process. So if I am sending you money on a monthly basis for the power that you sell to us, the thinking was that we could not do that without getting you, each person who has a roof, to enter some kind of competitive procurement bidding process. And that really has been the main hurdle for why this policy shift hasn't been done sooner. So we have made the argument that there is no point running a competitive bidding process when the price is defined. There's no price competition. We are saying to you what we will pay you for the power you send us. And the product is not competitive either. Every electron is exactly like every other electron. So there's no competition to be had here. We just want to buy as much power as we can, as a city. So we have done away with the procurement process, or the competitive procurement process, and overcome that administrative hurdle. And as I said, are about to start making our first commercial payments. Secondly, a second significant policy development. We are the first city with a right now live electricity wheeling project. I know that some of the other cities have spoken about running wheeling projects. None of them, so far as I know, I see some other mayors here, you're welcome to heckle me if I'm getting this wrong. None of them have actually started wheeling pilots that are live and up and running. We have got 8 customers in the city of Cape Town who are currently running on our wheeling pilot. The pilot is scheduled to end by the 3rd quarter of next year, around June, July next year, and then we'll go live across the entire city. And that will allow, well, I'm sure in a room full of people interested in energy, you understand the basic principle of wheeling. It essentially allows producers to sell power to third parties using the city's grid network and just paying us a small fee for the use of our network. So that is also very exciting. For example, I didn't actually understand how important wheeling was until I spoke to people from the tech industry, even, for example, Andre Pinau here, who explained that if you are building something like a major data center in Cape Town or anywhere in the world now, that data center has to be 100% renewable energy powered because of the green energy requirements of the customers that you are serving around the world. So there's no way that you can build a data center in South Africa and have that data center powered by coal-powered electricity. It's not going to happen. But if you can wheel power, if you can wheel renewable power from, say, a solar farm in the Northern Cape or a wind farm in the Eastern Cape, or indeed within the city, then you can build an investment that is entirely renewable energy powered and make that investment case much more strong for South Africa's investment case for the world. Then, that's wheeling. We have also, as I'm sure you know, concluded our first small procurement round for independent power producers for between 200 and 300 megawatts of power. That round is concluded already. But as you know, that power is for power directly into the city grid and is not dispatchable because it doesn't include storage. So to put it simply, solar power is mainly available at about midday, but the greatest pressure on the grid when we need additional capacity to stop load shedding it's necessary in the early morning and the late evening. So we have got to find a way to store that power so that we can use it when we need it. So our first procurement round, the IPP round for between 200 and 300 megawatts, was purely to get that additional supply into the grid. But I can tell you what is very exciting is that at the end of January, so please watch this space if you are from this investment community, at the end of January we will be going to market for a very significant dispatchable power tender. So that is essentially more direct renewable energy plus a means of storing it so that it can be dispatchable when we need it. Our tender will be what we call technology agnostic. So we do not mind whether it is solar or wind or gas or whatever other interesting and newfangled technologies are out there, so long as the power is available when we need it, and so long as you can match or beat Eskom's price. Those are prerequisites for that. We had originally decided or planned to put a cap of about 500 megawatts on that request for bids. We have recently decided to remove that cap. So long as you meet those two prerequisites, we are actually interested in buying as much power as we can. The idea, our very, very clear short-term or medium-term target, as I said, over 40 to 50 months, is to make up that shortfall in supply such that we can end stage 4 load shedding. But beyond that, obviously, we would like to reduce our reliance on Eskom even further as Eskom's prices continue to rise quite steeply and the price of renewable power plus storage comes down quite steeply. So we're going to remove the cap from that RFP in January. And I'm not giving you any forewarning. I've said this publicly many times. Please be on the lookout for that in January. Then there's another interesting contract that's out in the market from the city already. I hope that those of you who are in this space have seen it. If not, please do look out for it. Something called contracted demand management, something that I also had to learn about as a novice. But essentially using some remote communications technology to put a small communications device on people's geysers in the city, and entirely voluntarily. But the idea is that if you can, while we are building these other projects, while we are delivering these other investments, if you can remotely switch off people's geysers at the evening peak, several thousand geysers around the city, it would be enough to protect the city from an entire additional stage of load shedding. So it's very, very attractive. Of course, we are not telling people that they have to do that. We are looking for volunteers, what we call power heroes. And we are also giving cash incentives. We're going to actually pay people to switch off, to allow us to remotely switch off during those peak times. They will not notice any difference in their water temperature because it will only be off for an hour or two at the most. And we could actually save the city an entire additional stage of load shedding. And then finally, we're doing some fairly detailed investigation around storage and how best to store this power. We know that the cost of battery storage is still very expensive, but coming down rapidly. We also have the potential opportunity to expand our Steenbras hydro storage scheme. And so there's a detailed cost-benefit analysis on which of those two options is cheaper and more cost-effective for the public. I will, because we have Mr. Oberholzer in the room, make a impassioned plea, as I have done many times on many platforms, that people, municipalities who pay their Eskom bill must be treated better in South Africa by Eskom. We pay 900 million rand a month to Eskom. We do not owe 1 single rand. We pay on time every month. And yet a municipality in the Northwest or the Free State, many of the municipalities that we saw on screen earlier, who do not pay a cent or are many hundreds of millions of rands in arrears, get treated exactly the same in terms of load shedding as we do. I think one of the most powerful incentives that you could have for your customers to pay better is to treat those customers who pay, to treat them better in terms of the load shedding schedule. So we've made a case publicly for a differentiated load shedding schedule for those municipalities who actually pay, and we'll carry on making that case until we get some breakthrough. I would also just say there was one other big obstacle placed in our way by the national state, and that was this prospect of so-called Section 34 determination, which is, I'm sure that many people are familiar, but for those who aren't, it's essentially boiled down to its essence, the idea that we have to get permission from the Minister of Energy in order to buy our own power. There's no theoretical or principled reason why you need that permission. It's just purely to protect the Eskom monopoly, and we don't think that it makes any sense rationally, and neither is it defensible in law. And so we are proceeding in all of the things that I've described above without Section 34 determination. We are not applying for Section 34 determination, and we've made that explicitly clear to the Department of Energy. We have had some confusing feedback. If you cast your mind back to the terrible June stage 6 crisis, where we had 3 weeks, I think it was, of stage 6, in many ways quite a useful crisis, because the president went on TV and said for the first time municipalities will be allowed to buy their own power regardless of Section 34. We took him at his word and proceeded apace, but in fact that decision has never actually been gazetted in any, or that statement rather on TV has never actually been gazetted in any official government document. And sometimes when we speak to the DMRE, it depends on who's on the line really, we hear, yes, we support what the president said, you can go ahead, or no, it's still our view that you need Section 34 determination. Anyway, we are not actually going to wait for that confusion to be worked out. We're pressing ahead without Section 34 determination and basically saying, if anyone's got a problem with it, speak now or forever hold your peace. And so that is, in a nutshell, our plan in Cape Town to end load shedding over time and to grow our economy significantly faster so that we can get people out of poverty. That is our ultimate goal. That is the golden thread that runs through everything we do in Cape Town, because we know our society is not sustainable without it. I will just build one additional point onto the presentation that we got from Mr. Bass. And that is to say, I really wish I could put up a slide from Engineering News just a few weeks ago, or from Professor Kevin Wall, who's a municipal infrastructure expert at the University of Cape Town, about the spending on municipal infrastructure around the country. If you want to understand what is actually causing the collapse that Dr. Bass described in his slides, it is that one slide. It is the absolute failure to spend money on infrastructure investment, and rather the preference for consumption spending. It's really the tale of South Africa's financial woes, the preference for consumption spending over investment spending. We are just not investing enough on building things, and we are not investing enough on looking after that which we have already built. And in Cape Town, we are trying to put that right by building a capital investment pipeline that really makes a difference on the ground, that keeps up with the enormous pressure our city faces in terms of growth. And we understand that pressure is starting to show around the city. There are parts of Cape Town's infrastructure that also are really creaking. And while they may not be anywhere near the same condition as Dr. Bass has described elsewhere, we certainly can't rest on our laurels. So we are also building an investment pipeline that keeps the city's foundations healthy and ready to support and sustain the growth that we know is coming. And again, which helps to give many poor residents more dignity and many help and sustain the economic growth that the city needs. We are also trying to spend more on caring for what we have already built. And this is where Dr. Wall's presentation is very helpful, because the Treasury expects of every municipality that they should spend about 8% on repairs and maintenance. Cape Town is by some distance the best in the country for maintenance spending, but we're still only at 7.4%, still short of the 8% rule of thumb that Treasury expects. To give you an idea, some of the other metros, a place like Johannesburg, for example, spending about 2% on repair and maintenance, and the consequences are clear. So we have to constantly make sure that we are trying to achieve that target of 8%. In Cape Town, we've also put in place a couple of new infrastructure and budgeting rules of thumb. And we're actually formalizing them as budget rules for our budgeting process, our Budget Policy Committee and Budget Steering Committee. And that is that our infrastructure investment budget must grow by at least inflation plus Cape Town population growth every year. Just think about what that means. If inflation is 5% and population growth in Cape Town is about 3%, a bit faster than the rest of the country, then infrastructure investment budgets must grow by at least, at a minimum, 8% each year. Then that is just to keep up with inflation plus population growth. If you aren't keeping up with that curve, you are actually slowly but surely falling behind. And you may not notice it now, but you will notice it in the years ahead. So we want to keep up at least, and ideally get ahead of that curve, which is why that figure is a minimum. The second rule of thumb is that our repairs and maintenance budget must firstly reach the 8% mark that Treasury expects, and we have a plan to increase our spending over the next 3 years to get to that point. And after that, once it reaches the 8% mark, it too must keep up with inflation plus population growth each and every year. That way that we can guarantee, or reasonably guarantee, there's no guarantee, but reasonably guarantee that even if Cape Town booms and population grows significantly faster, our infrastructure will keep up with the pressure, will underpin the growth of the city, and deliver greater dignity for our residents over time. That in a nutshell, I'm sorry if I've gone over, Doctor, that in a nutshell is our plan. Thank you very much. Thank you. You want me to answer questions? Yes, sure. If there's any questions?
I thought if I gave the mayor a glass of water, he will stay on the podium. Questions? I'm sure there are quite many. Can I just say one other thing? I've often, we've got words in language that are considered swear words, like the F word. I often wonder why in the developing world the M word has become a swear word. Maintenance. And that's why I like to hear what you say about Steenbras and about Cape Town. Please, sir, your name and institution.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Emery Boyson, the Executive Mayor of the Garden Route District Municipality. I just want to compliment what my colleague has said in terms of what Cape Town has done for this province. We all take our cue from Cape Town, but what I want us to take note of is that Cape Town might run the risk of becoming a victim of its own success. People will start flooding into Cape Town because our municipalities will be dark. Now, the challenge I'm putting to everybody out here is that the buzzword should be the exemptions that National Treasury need to give to local municipalities. And Jordan is correct. The president touched on all the right buttons, but the relevant departments do not amend the laws accordingly. A lot of you folks in here would come to us with solutions, and we as local governments, we like the ideas because it's solutions to us, but when we have to implement, it takes forever, and you guys do not have the time to do that. So in a nutshell, can we say to the relevant authorities at national level that we need these concessions because triple Ps takes forever. To partner with you would take more than 5 years. None of us have got 5 years. We believe in the devolution of powers, that those laws be amended and that everyone at local level can then get the deals to keep this economy running. And Jordan, just to put a jab at you, ESEQA have started the issue of switching off geysers in the evening. Thank you.
Well done. Well
Thank
done.
you.
I see the mayor of ESEQA there.
Jordan,
Ron
any comments from your side, Jordan?
No, I think it was more of a comment from Memo than a question, one that I agree with. I would just say Cape Town is not afraid at all of lots of people coming to our city. That is around the world, every single successful city in the world attracts more and more people to it. I love more businesses coming to our city. I love more entrepreneurs coming to our city. I love more retirees coming to our city. You name it. Anyone is welcome in Cape Town. What we have to do is make sure that we do what's necessary now to keep up with with what we know is coming. And our Premier, Alan Winde, and the Minister of Local Government here, Anton Bredell, have this analogy that they often use, which is slightly terrifying, is that if you just look at past performance as an indicator of what's likely to happen in the future, then a number of people equivalent to the entire city of Mangaung are coming to Cape Town over the next decade. We have to essentially be ready for the entire Bloemfontein, Mangaung to relocate to Cape Town. So we understand that there's pressure coming, and we quite like the challenge. We just got to keep up with that curve.
Thank you. Sir.
My name is Edward Cameron. I'm from Flint Rock. Just a question. Very impressive everything that you've told us. Have you ever thought about the role of gas in this puzzle being solved? It's of course also a component. It is not as friendly as renewable, but it gives you the opportunity also of dispatchability, which you've mentioned is a key issue.
As I said, the dispatchable tender that we're putting out in January is actually technology agnostic. So it foresees a potential role of gas, for gas rather. We are essentially buying dispatchable power. Everything behind the power purchase agreement is up to the investor, is up to the company, the entrepreneur. We literally, our role in this is to enter into a long-term power purchasing agreement at a particular price, which must obviously beat Eskom or match Eskom, and that's as far as we go, really. We are not getting involved in the debate about where that power needs to come from, actually. That is up to the investor. Obviously, the law does, we're not allowed to import power from overseas, unfortunately, because there are enormous power projects happening in Mozambique, for example, using gas that if we could wheel through the Eskom grid, we could have access to, but the law is quite explicit on that. The law is also explicit that we may not purchase nuclear energy. So with those two exceptions, we are quite agnostic about where the power comes from, as long as it's dispatchable for when we need it.
Madam, please.
Good morning. My name is Bells Mabandla. I'm a royal diplomat from the Mabandla royal family from the Eastern Cape. We are busy building our own Cape Town. We came up with an idea of becoming a self-sufficient community, and we started off by signing an agreement with AfriForum. Our initial vision is to build a smart agri-route and to teach our people to be self-sufficient and to be accountable and to actually get off-grid. We visited Urania earlier on, and we have signed up a partnership with the Netherlands, and we're busy discussing with Israel for water management. And I just wanted to contribute to what you are saying, that rural Eastern Cape is, I think it's a gold mine that a lot of people have forgotten, because we have land, and rural leaders are forgotten once again. And I just wanted to stand here to say we are here representing rural Eastern Cape, to say we want to teach people to stop being dependent on government, and also teaching a culture of being, what's the word, being entitled. We have a problem of entitlement that we see in the Eastern Cape, and this is where we see even where the poverty is arising. So we are also trying to build something, and I hope we can follow our case study, follow our story. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I will follow that closely, and I'm not aware of it up until now, so thank you very much for telling me about it. But I will say that I also, when I was planning to run for the office of mayor, read this, I think it's called the Ankerdorpe document. Is that right, Mr. Base? Ankerdorpe, yeah, it's an amazing document, which I really recommend to everyone. I'm sure it's on the AfriForum website. And the idea is to create these places around the country which buck the trend, which are these anchor towns that work because they have people who are prepared to roll up their sleeves and do things for themselves and not rely on the state to fix these problems, because they won't. And so, that was also an inspiration to me. I will also say, though, I don't know how you're dealing with the question of land title in the area where you are working. I'm not sure exactly where that is. But the primary reason, if I may just offer an opinion briefly, the primary reason that the rural Eastern Cape has not become the absolute gold mine that it should be for South Africa, actually more than a gold mine, because the land there is far more fertile and productive potentially than anywhere else in the country, and among the best in the continent, is because people do not have security of tenure. They do not have the ability to, they don't have legally enforceable property rights. And legally enforceable property rights are the simple foundational ingredient upon which all economic growth and prosperity are built. So you can have all of the power and water and energy and so on, but unless you have a way of addressing legally enforceable property rights, I think that you're still going to underperform potential. So I don't know. I need to read more about your case. Maybe that is exactly what you are doing. But if I may be so bold as to offer an unsolicited opinion, that is absolutely essential for success.
Thank you. Antoinette?
Net from Rapport. What you're saying about dispensing with the procurement process or competitive procurement process for embedded in generation obviously makes sense. I was just wondering whether you've got the buy-in of National Treasury and the Auditor General in that, or is that a fight that's still coming?
So far as we can tell, so far, we do have their buy-in, Antoinette, because I think it's a perfectly sensible argument, and it's clear that our procurement regulations and legislation were written long before embedded generation existed. So they don't cater for that kind of procurement environment. There's no way to do that. So I think that they are supportive. But the trouble is, and I know that there are others in the room who experience this frustration so much themselves, is that it's so tough to get an absolutely clear and explicit commitment on anything from the national state. And even when you have a clear and explicit commitment, you're not quite sure whether it's worth anything. So, for example, just to change the topic from energy for a second, we are in this extraordinary position where we have a cabinet minute from the national cabinet, doesn't get more senior than that, saying that the management of passenger rail must be devolved to Cape Town. We have a government policy white paper which says that passenger rail must be devolved to Cape Town. Both of those documents are now more than 7 months old, and yet we have got absolutely no positive forward movement on making those two things happen, despite our constant pleas to start working on it. We should not wait until the rail system collapses even further before we start working on this. We need to start working immediately. And so one wonders, what is the point of having a cabinet minute that you release publicly that says this must happen? So I think we have buy-in from the National Treasury, but I emphasize the word think.
We've got two last questions, one there and then Christina.
Good morning, Maya, and to all the Mayas also that's present here. My question to you is, sorry, Kobus Vermeulen, Senec. We work on a green hydrogen project in the Northern Cape, specifically at Siatemba and Sianuma municipalities. My question to you, Maya, is in terms of the REAP, what we found is there's billions of investment in typically these rural municipalities. However, property rates are collected at the rate of agricultural rates. What are your thoughts on that?
Sorry, so for a solar farm, you're paying agricultural rates?
Yeah, solar and wind, correct.
And you saying that you'd like to pay commercial rates? So you want to pay higher rates? Okay, well, I'm on board higher rates. I mean, we've just witnessed something no one will ever see again. This gentleman wants to pay higher taxes. No, so we don't have that problem inside Cape Town because there's very few places except for the maybe Constantia and Durbanville Wine Valley that pay agricultural rates inside the city. You wanted to ask a follow-up?
Yeah, I think just to explain, and everybody was laughing, but that is exactly what's happening in South Africa under the REAP and the just transition of energy, that huge investments are being made in the rural areas, but no property rates are actually paid in that local communities. And that is hence my question and my view that I'm asking from you as a mayor. And then also, I think, a question to the mayors of the different rural areas to collect fair taxes on these investments. I think this is part of the discussion that we need in terms of that.
Okay, so
Thank you.
I presume that in order to get permission to, maybe one of the colleagues from the rural areas must comment here because I don't know how it works on farming land. But I'm presuming that in order to build a solar farm on a farm, you need to rezone. You have to get planning permission from the local council. Is that right, guys? Okay, I'm just looking at the mayors here. And therefore, if that property is rezoned, then it will be reclassified on the rate system. If that is not happening, then I presume it's because they're going ahead and constructing without the rezoning permission. But is there anyone from one of the rural municipalities that wants to comment on that? Okay, they're nodding. So I think I got that right. All right.
Very happy. Thank you. Christina.
My name is Christina Teichmann, FW de Klerk Foundation. And first of all, I want to thank you very much for your very informative presentation. One observation that I have is we always speak about power generation and getting more power, but we hardly ever speak about saving power and saving energy. And I just was wondering how the city intends to incentivize power saving and energy saving amongst private households, but also manufacturing companies and industry. And I think, you know, power saving, energy saving is often also associated with building. And I know the municipality, the city owns a lot of buildings, and what about cooling and heating of this building and green roofs and becoming a smart city? So my question out there is really, how do you incentivize that people and companies save energy? Because often this is not really a sexy topic, you know, to save energy. We rather talk about, you know, producing more energy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Teichmann. I think that the greatest incentive to properly ration a resource is the price incentive. And the price incentive in South Africa is very much in favor of greater efficiency because power has become so expensive. So people are naturally incentivized and businesses are incentivized in South Africa to be very efficient with power because you cannot afford not to be. It's very, very expensive to power your home and to power your business. So I'm sure that if we did a basic hands-up poll of people here, most people in their business places have got things like motion sensor lights, the most efficient power consumption machinery, and air conditioning, and so on. So the price incentive is the strongest incentive. Of course, we also help. We have a small team inside the city that will go to businesses and help them to save power. So they will go and advise some of the biggest users in the city how they can, with small adjustments here and there without major investments, save a lot of power. But generally we find that by the time our team gets there, most of the low-hanging fruit has already been taken up by those businesses because of the price of power. So I suppose it's something that we have to think of in the future as the price of power comes down, as it can, by the way. The price of power can come down the more we reduce our reliance on Eskom, because the price of renewable power is much, much less. Even if you build in the price of storage, it is still competitive with Eskom, and the price of storage is coming down significantly all the time. So I think in future you may actually have a situation when Eskom gets out of the power generation business and focuses on the power transmission business, as I think it clearly understands its future is in. Then you could have a situation where the price of power starts to come down in South Africa, and then you will have to be more concerned with efficiency as you should suggest. But at the moment, I think the price is the best incentive.
Thank you. The last question on my right-hand side. Yeah.
Yeah, my name is Kali Kriel from AfriForum. Mr. Meyer, thank you for the speech. I think it's inspirational, but it also underlines the fact that communities, cities, and towns know better what is good for them. And that is why we also support the drive you have for the devolution of power. And then I'm not going to speak about energy, but it's because you went off the topic with regard to Princess Belakazi. What we've seen, the princess is actually one of the best ambassadors I've seen. She has written to embassies and people to get help, and they decided to get involved in that community. But you're right when you say, when people want to invest, they want to know whose land is it that they are investing on. And in terms of tradition, in terms of the cultural communities and what happened over history, it's only the Ngonyama Trust that is owned by the Zulu community and the king. The land, for instance, from the Amabele community, as well as the Barlong Buseleka in Tabanshu, actually all the traditional communities' lands they're owned by government. And you had, for instance, in Tabanshu, where Ismagashule gave land away that is part of that traditional community. So we're going into court cases to get the land owned by the community. But then also, if you want people to invest, you should also give some security of tenure to people. And that is why we now built a land management system, where you can take the land and demarcate it and allocate the land for certain usage. So I think that is, but also, you know, in terms of mutual recognition and respect, we're not going to go to a local traditional community and say, your communal system does not work, the West knows best. I don't think that's the way we work. We say, in terms of mutual recognition and respect, we need to find a solution that recognizes the cultural values of traditional communities, but also within that framework, find a solution to give security of tenure. And I think we're moving that way, and the princess has invited me again in December when we're going to start agricultural, they've already started, bokke, what is it? Goats, yeah. So there's going to be goats, and we're working on the land. And if there's anybody that wants to get involved with the Amabele community in terms of electricity, we can actually build a blueprint of how a traditional community can prosper and build a self-sufficient economy.
Thank you, Kali. Comments?
Yeah, Mr. Creel, I think it's mainly a comment, which I largely agree with. I agree with mostly everything you've said. I would just say that so long as whatever arrangement you come up with is legally enforceable, because the issue is not actually ownership. It's just that it's security. Can whatever arrangement we have be enforced by a court of law? If not, then that doesn't offer security. So it sounds like an exciting project.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Gordon. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope the mayor will be able to stay with us, but I would not blame him if he had to go and manage Cape Town to be even better. I'm not a resident of Cape Town. When I listened to him, I thought, we're talking about building smart cities, but this is at least a smartly governed city, if nothing else. So thank you very much for that. Now I have the pleasure to call to the podium one of the top 10 televised people in South Africa, not by his own choice. Jan Oberholzer. When I see you and Andre the Writer on television, I think, yeah, well, that's a job you will have to pay me much, much more to do. But Jan, we know you're working hard, and I think the people here, although there's often criticism of Eskom, we understand that you guys are really trying, and we really look forward to listening to you. Bye, Donkey.
Presentation on? Is it up? Okay. Then I can close this.
Let's just check is the presentation off.
Oh, then I can go. Yeah. How does it work now?
I think that thing.
Yeah, can you see me? Aha, thanks. Okay, good morning. Goeiemôre. Eintlik moet ek begin met sê môre, morning. So, I suppose one of the things before I start the presentation is everybody would like to know, how does the system look? I arrived back in the country yesterday from Europe. And when I landed and I had a good look at the system, it's an app that I have on my cell phone that updates every hour on how the system looks. I saw that we're heading for a difficult week, so when I woke up this morning, I usually get up at about 3 to do my admin. I saw that specifically, we've got 3 dams, 3 pump storage dams, Drakensberg, Ingula, and Palmitia. Palmitia and Ingula, sort of through the weekend and through the night, we managed to get it sort of full, the upper dam. But Drakensberg, the big one, is only about 2/3 full. We also, unfortunately, lost some units over the weekend. So the bad news is we're in for a rough ride this week. We're really going to have a difficult week. Over and above the fact that we have to deal with the challenges of the system. We're running out of money burning diesel. I haven't checked since I'm back, but I believe we've burned this year, for the first 6-7 months, already nearly 12 billion rand in diesel. And Eskom, we have some significant challenges, as you're aware, financially. So it makes it extremely, extremely challenging. So I thought, let me start with that, because usually when I am asked to say a few things, that's the first question I get afterwards. So I thought, let me deal with that up front. Then we know that we are really, really challenged. So again, thanks for inviting me. Thanks for really the opportunity and the privilege to share some information with yourselves. You're more than welcome to ask me any questions. I was listening to the mayor earlier about the budget for maintenance and for investment, asset investment. And I was very pleased to hear that, because if you don't show respect even to a piece of machine, it is amazing what respect you're getting back. And that's where we find ourselves. If you don't look after what is entrusted to you, it tends to come back and give you absolutely the same respect. So, I've decided to show you on the left-hand side just the decline in energy availability. So since about 2010, you can see the availability has gone down. Now there's a little blip. That was the cocoa era and the Molefe era. So you can place whatever value you want in that. But you can clearly see that our energy availability over the last decade, 12, 13 years, thanks, has been declining. And there are various reasons for this. I'll very briefly talk about it. Now, in 1998, Eskom submitted a white paper saying we need additional capacity in the country because we're heading for load shedding. And at the time we said if we don't invest in additional capacity, load shedding will start in 2008. So the rest is history. That's when it started. Then, because we were late in building new capacity, eventually there was a realization that we're going to run out of power in 2004, 5, and then they said, let's start building Medupi, Kusile, and Ngula. Now, how do you build a 5,000 megawatt power plant, the fourth biggest in the world, without properly and timely designing it? So we started building. So while we were building, we were designing it. And the rest is history. And I'll talk about Kusile just now and Medupi. So we had lots of latent defects which we had to deal with. And we're still dealing with it. So you shy on short of capacity. You're not building. So what do you do with the existing plant? So there's no money to maintain it because the money needs to go to new plant. So what do you do with these old cars? Oh yeah, and then the cars are relatively old. You start putting your foot on the accelerator flat out all the time. So we created virtual capacity that we actually did not have. And the rest, again, is history. As I'm standing here today, the units that is running, and let me just stand back, I'll come back to this. We've got 14 coal-fired power plant. The one we retired 2 weeks ago, Kumati, so it's not 15 anymore, it's 14. But of the 14, if you take Medupi and Kusile and you just put it on the side, the 12 that is left, the average age of them is in excess of 43 years old, which you plan a power station typically for 50 years. If it makes sense economically and other reasons, you may extend it. So we have an old system, neglected, not maintained, run in the red all the time. So as we speak, for those units that's running, is running at a utilization of 92%. If you compare it to the international benchmark, it's about 70%, similar age. Now one would ask the question, but geez, Eskom, are you so irresponsible? I don't think so. It is a question of, this is a demand of the country, and the mayor spoke about if you don't have the necessary capacity, you need to implement load shedding. So this is what you have, the demand of the country, and this is what you have available. And this available fleet to deal with this demand is unreliable and unpredictable. So I'm not saying at all that old cars cannot run, that our older generating units cannot still run reliably and predictably. I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is you need time to get them reliable and predictable. And how do you do that? You take a unit off, and if it means you need to maintain it for 3 months, 4 months, 6 months, whatever the case may be, that's what you need to do. Now the question is, then Eskom, why didn't you do that? Very simple, because the demand is saying we need that unit back as soon as possible. So take the Band-Aid, put the Band-Aid on, put some plaster, and get it back because it's needed to run. So this is where we find ourselves as Eskom, and this is why you get that picture that is showing a decline in availability of capacity. Then also, colleagues, and I'm the first one, and I always make a point of this, to say I have nothing against transformation. As a matter of fact, I am in full support of transformation. If you go and look at my appointments that I've made the last 4.5 years, and I'm back, my second life in Eskom, I haven't made one white appointment. And I made many appointments. So I am for transformation. But colleagues, if you transform without understanding what the outcome of transformation should be, you have difficulty. So unfortunately in Eskom, to transform, which is nothing wrong with it. I just believe perhaps one could have looked at it differently. To transform, we let very experienced skills leave the organization. Maybe voluntary separation packages or whatever the case may be. And again, there's nothing wrong with that. But if you let somebody with all that experience go and you're prepared to pay the individual, why are you not prepared to pay a little bit more and say, we will give this to you, but you will identify 5 new people, young people, lots of potential, lots of talent, train, develop, coach, mentor, whatever the case may be. And we will evaluate then. And then if we're comfortable, you can go. So we also, over and above the fact that we didn't pay the necessary respect to our equipment, we also have challenges currently with inexperienced colleagues. And again, I'm saying, lots of potential, lots of talent, but unfortunately, you know as well as I do, how do you get experience? You've got to work. Simple. You've got to climb the ladder through your career. So it's a challenge that we have. Are we dealing with that? Yes, we are, but I'm not going to spend time. Then in the middle slide, or little diagram, when we built these power stations, the environmental compliance, it wasn't what it is today. So throughout time, these regulations have been stepped up. And if you actually have to go strictly according to legislation, we have to now shut down in the next year another 15 gigawatt of capacity. So we are in engagement with the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment to understand how we can deal with this. But it is a significant challenge. So I've tried today just to give you, with this first slide, just to give you an idea on where we are and also why are we where we are. Now I'm the first one to say, can we do a lot more within Eskom? Absolutely. There is no doubt about it. Are we proud as Eskomites with the coal-fire fleet performance? No, we're not. But I would like to say that up front as well. We have some stunning people working for Eskom, absolutely incredible colleagues. And they deserve a little bit more than what they're getting currently. So I'd like to just thank them. They're not here, but I would like to thank them for the hard work and the commitment that they're showing, being dealt with a deck of cards that we currently have. So thank you for that. Now, Eskom, basically, we have 3 major challenges. The one is operational, which I've spoken about. And although I'm referring and zooming into generation, because this is what blackouts or load shedding is bringing to the front, generation. However, colleagues, to get the electron from where it's generated to where this is shining here means there's a piece of wire that need to bring it here. So transmission as well as distribution. So if you look at the value chain, it is generation, transmission, and distribution getting the electrons to shine here today. So we must never forget that Eskom is not, or energy, electricity is not only about generating electrons. It is also about transporting those electrons to where it's needed. Now, do we have some challenges in that environment? Yes, we do. But it's more forgiving in this environment than in the generation fleet. Just to give you an idea, again, because of what has happened in the past, availability of funds, and we will not talk about corruption today. So it is so sad, you know, that corruption is so embedded in Eskom that it's actually shocking. But if you then take on the wire side of the business, some of our assets, specifically in the transmission environment, is more than 45 years old. Now, maintained, but the time has come, and I can see a little bit of cracks in the wire side of the business that we need to deal with that. Do we? Have we got plans? Yes, we do. And colleagues, what we need to understand is load shedding is a pain in the backside. I'm the first one. Because when I take my Eskom hat off, I'm just one like you. I also have my wife bitching like hell. My sons, so I'm just a normal individual. So, but when I put my Eskom hat on, you know, that's different. So we really need to make sure that, that we deal with the whole value chain successfully. Then financial, I'm not going to spend a lot of time today, but we have some significant challenges. 400 billion debt. We make a healthy operating profit, EBITDA profit, but as soon as you need to deal with your financial obligations, you turn it into a huge loss. So, and then some of the municipalities somehow decide, you know, an entitlement you said earlier there, they're entitled not to pay us. You know, the outstanding debt as the end of September, I haven't seen the figure for end of October, is 52 billion rand. That is owed to Eskom, 52 billion rand. So on the one side, we say we cannot burn diesel because we don't have money. On the other side, people owe you 52 billion rand. And then there's another 4.5 billion that SARS owes us. So it is really a challenging situation in the financial environment. And then earlier the mayor spoke about wheeling. Now, I'll come to some, let me rather come to that. So we have some challenges in terms of grid access. And I'll explain a little bit more a little later what is grid access and why do we have some challenges. So these are the three buckets that I've decided to say what Eskom's three main challenges are. All I want to demonstrate with this slide, and you're more than welcome to have the deck of slides, is that although we have 47,000 megawatts installed, what is available is about 28. And I'm giving reasons on the slide why. While I was sitting there getting ready to just have a few words, I had a look at the system as it is now. Currently, we have 20,000 megawatts that is not available. 20 of the 47. 5 out because of maintenance, and 15 because of breakdowns and partial load losses. Partial load losses, if you've got a car, and when you put your foot on the accelerator, you can get 120 kilometers out of it. So if you put your foot down, you can only get 90 out of it. So because of other reasons, partial. So the breakdowns and partials is 15,000 and 5,000 we're doing maintenance. We've put our foot down under a lot of pressure, but we maintain that we will do the necessary maintenance on our, however we can, on our generation plant. So to have 5,000 megawatts out is a lot, given the current situation. But we have said this is what we're going to do. Then also, just for your benefit, as we speak, we have about 5,000 megawatts, 5,200 megawatts at risk. So this is over and above the 20,000 that is off now. we've got another 5,000 that is at risk. Maybe boiler tube leaks, it may be fan vibrations, or whatever the case may be, of which high risk is 1,500 megawatts, which can trip as I'm standing here. So this is what we are facing. So this slide is just showing, although we say we've got 47, there are valid reasons, and it's not excuses, for where we find ourselves. This is an important slide for all of us to understand, and it's one of the main reasons why I went to Europe, to Denmark. This is saying 40 gigawatt of the 47 is base load coal capacity. And if you look what is going to happen over the next decade, 2 decades, it is going to reduce to less than 10. Now, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to know it's got to get, you've got to get it somewhere else. And everybody is talking renewables. I don't believe renewables is the only solution. It has to be a hybrid of some sort. But I'll come back to that now. So with this slide, I just wanted to show we are going to retire our coal plant. Remember what I said earlier, 43 years on an average age. So we're going to retire these power stations. So we have to make up that, what we retire. And this is only on what we have now. But I'll talk about the growth just now. So just to cater for what I've showed you now, in the next 15 years, we have to install at least 50 gigawatts. We're going to take 22 off, but we need to replace it by 50 because it's renewable and it will be hybrid. So it's not all the time baseload. Now, I, on purpose, and although I see my colleague here, not highlighted nuclear. As Eskom, we believe that nuclear has a fundamental role in the future. It is sustainable power. If you look at Koeberg's performance, although we had some hiccups lately, Koeberg is run extremely safe. We have a National Safety Regulation Board, an external specialist that's coming here twice per annum. They're actually coming in the week, next week. They're coming again for an audit to look, and the main focus say, are you operating Koeberg safely? So I can put your minds at ease. We are operating it very safely. We do have some challenges now that we're getting ready to extend the life with 20 years. So the performance is not that positive currently. However, we believe, and because we need to implement quite a lot of projects to get ready for the next 20 years. And one of the significant projects on each of these two units at Koeberg is to replace the steam generators. On Friday, I was in Framatome, with Framatome in Paris. We had some very candid discussions. However, the commitment is there now from this main contractor of ours to make a success of the replacement for Unit 1 that's coming down now on the 8th of December, and then in September, August, September next year when we take Unit 2 off. So, but just to say, over the next 15 years, decade and a half, we need to install at least 50 gigawatts. Now, is it possible? I believe it is possible, provided we are working together as SA Inc. People are often confusing Eskom's role in the establishment of new capacity. The mayor has spoken about that as well. Eskom does not make policy. Eskom implements policy made by the Department of Minerals and Energy. So we cannot now go and say, we're going to build this, and we're going to build that, and we're going to build the other. That role and responsibility is that of the DMRE. Now, with the crisis we had, stage 6 load shedding, the President, and we fully support what he has said, made a couple of comments and statements and say this is how things are going to change. And one of them being procurement. So we trust now that there will be a fundamental change in how we're going to procure going forward. I'd like to use just a simple analogy. If you've got a car, and I've got to be careful, it doesn't matter. If you've got a Mercedes-Benz car, argument's sake. So when you want to maintain it, you obviously would like to take it to a Mercedes registered, dealer, workshop. They will have qualified Mercedes-Benz mechanics. They will implement Mercedes-Benz genuine parts, and they will do whatever is necessary to keep that car on the road. And they will also tell you, this is how frequently you need to bring it back. You agree? That makes just absolute sense. Now, what do we have with the procurement that we have? You've got the Mercedes-Benz. You're not allowed to take it to Mercedes-Benz garage for reasons that you know. And I'm sure some of it may be something that is just doesn't make sense. And when your car's there, you don't have a Mercedes mechanic. You have somebody else, because that is what the procurement rules are describing, the cheapest. And then when you implement the parts, or put in new parts, and this is why I was laughing, I made a statement, and I'm going to do it again, and then I'll say what it means. I said, you're not going to put in Tata parts. So I got a call and a letter from the CEO of Tata in India saying, what's wrong with our part? That's not the point I'm making. The point I'm making is you're actually going to install what is fit for purpose, the original equipment manufacturer. Now, this has contributed significantly to the unpredictability and unreliability of what we have. So if you have decided to take your car to a backyard mechanic, put in any part that you can, and if there's a cut in the hose, you just put some PVC tape on, you're not replacing the hose, then when you're going to drive your vehicle, you're going to stop. One day you're going to stop. You don't know why you're stopping. You don't know how long it's going to take to fix it. You don't know how long you're going to drive before it shuts down again. So these are the challenges that we do have. Now everybody say, but the president said you can change. So why do you still have load shedding? Now, you know as well as I do, you don't say things can change and then overnight, things are getting ready and getting right. So this is going to take time, but we welcome all the things that the state president has said. What needs to change in order to get Eskom on its feet. Just very briefly, we've got 8 work streams that has been created under this national joint committee, a crisis committee. We meet every Sunday at between 2 and 4, 12 and 2, giving feedback on progress. So I am extremely optimistic that we will be moving forward. So this one I'm going to skip. Let's come to this one. I want to come to this one. So as Eskom, what we said, this 50 gigawatt that needs to be installed over the next decade and a half, what does it actually mean? So the calculations we made is that we will have to spend about R1 trillion. I don't even know how many zeros you have in a trillion. But that we will have to spend R1 trillion in getting this capacity on the grid. But for me as Jan, personally, more critical is how are you going to transmit or transport those electrons that you generate to where it's needed. Now, for those of you that's got a farm, I'm sure this will resonate with you. If you have a farm and you and your wife or your husband are sitting there every night having a glass of wine or a cup of coffee, whatever the case may be, looking at the sunset, listening to the birds, looking at the mountains, the next day when an Eskom bakkie stops there and say, sir, will you please just sign? We're going to build a line here, right here. Are you going to sign? That is a big issue. Now, we have estimated that we need to roll out 8,500 kilometers of transmission line. You've heard me correctly, 8,500 kilometers. That's transmission lines. Over and above that, and that will cost us 150 billion. then you've got to ask the question, but if you have to do it, do you have the contractors to do it? Do you have the material to do it? So these are significant challenges. Remember what I said earlier? We've got to do this as SA Inc. Otherwise, if we're not, Jan, my view is we're going to run out of capacity in this country. So over and above the transmission infrastructure, there's another 7,000 kilometers of distribution line that needs to be rolled out. Another 50 billion that we're talking about. So this is a challenge that is facing this electricity industry. And I believe it is so challenging and so exciting. Just imagine, you know, if we play this right, just, you know, this 40% unemployment that we have in the country, just imagine what we can do with this. However, what needs to be on top of the agenda all the time will be, how are we going to make sure that a big percentage of that money is not disappearing into people's pockets? Corruption, because this is what we're dealing with. But for me, this is extremely exciting. What is waiting in the next decade and a half in this country, you know, to grow the electricity industry. I think it's so exciting. Can we do it? Yes, I believe so. Do we have the people? Yes, we have. We have challenges? Yes, we have. But I believe if we deal with those effectively, we can make a significant contribution. First of all, to the economy, and secondly, to the lives of 61 million people in the country. So, obviously, we as Eskom said, now, okay, over the next 3 years, break it down in 12 months, 24, 36 months. How are we going to deal with this shortage that we have? We've got between 4,000 and 6,000 megawatts short as we speak. So how can we make sure that we deal and get those megawatts on the grid as soon as possible to get rid of load shedding? Now, Eskom has taken responsibility, and I'm accountable as a Group Chief Operating Officer, to make sure that we claw back at least 2 gigawatts, 2,000 megawatts over the next 24 months, 12 to 24 months. Then we need to pursue and actively pursue additional capacity to sign it on. Now, colleagues, nearly 3 years ago, when we first had load shedding stage 6, I don't know if you can remember, I'll never forget it, the 9th of December 2019, I just started my second career, my second life in Eskom. The president was in Egypt. He had to cut short his visit. So he came back. So we had to face him. I had to face him. It was him, the Deputy President, David Mabuza, Minister of DMRE, Kwedi Mantashe, and Public Enterprises, Minister Gordhan. So we explained, we discussed a lot of things, and I had to explain what's happening. I can vividly remember that the Deputy President said, you know, but if these cars are so old, so unreliable, we need to get new cars. The President said, you know, if we are having this challenge, you know, maybe we need to have more mechanics that is qualified. But at the end, after I've explained whatever I had to explain, the President asked me, he said, Jan, so tell me, what do we do now? And I can remember my words, Mr. President, we need 4 to 6 gigawatts the day before yesterday, 3 years ago. So what have we done in 3 years? 125 megawatts. I believe if we've taken it seriously, and Eskom is not innocent, make no mistake. Jan is not innocent, make no mistake. But if we've taken this seriously 3 years ago, I believe we would have been much better position today. Much, much better. So there is no doubt in my mind. If we don't put additional capacity on the grid as soon as possible, working together, we're going to face serious, serious problems. And what I'm talking about additional capacity, it is sun, it is wind, it is gas. I've heard the issue of gas. Eskom is seeing gas as a transition It is nuclear. New coal, there's no money for new coal. You know, if you look what is happening in the world. And this is why I went to Denmark, to say, how have you done and rolled out your renewables? And we had an excellent discussion, and they said over the last 10 years they've installed 15, not 50, which we need to do, 15. And they said in the first couple of years, it takes time. So there's a learning curve that we need to go through. So I think with this, the message that I'm giving, we don't have the luxury of time. Then there was also, we spoke about the geysers. Eskom, we've realized that demand-side management is a critical component, making sure capacity is available. And we believe over the next 3 years, we can harvest 1,500 megawatts sustainably every year. That is 1.5 stages of load shedding. This is where we will request the users of electricity, whatever ways and means, to reduce electricity. You know, I don't know, I'm sure it's only my household, but I forever and day have to say, why is the lights burning? But it's only my house. So I believe there's a lot of things that we can do to really assist in dealing with the capacity constraints that we do have. Then I've spoken about the 52 billion owed by Munich. I've heard the mayor talking about good paying municipalities. Why are we treating good paying municipalities as Eskom the same as the ones not bothering to pay us? What I'm trying to demonstrate here, what I am demonstrating, what we're looking, and we will finalize it soon, and I know this is a heck of a sensitive, is when we are forced into a position of load shedding, that why do we need to give electricity to the people not paying us? And that we first not make capacity available to them. And by doing this, we can actually harvest 1 stage of load shedding currently. So we are looking at this, and I know it's very sensitive. And I'm under a lot of pressure by my union colleagues about this. All I want to demonstrate here is the challenge rolling out 8,500 kilometers of transmission line. What we've done in the past and what we need to do going forward. It is an absolute step change going forward. This is a dedicated focus. I'm heading the steering committee by Eskom on how are you going to make sure where are all these resources that needs to be available in order for you to achieve 8,500 kilometers over the next 12 to 15 years. And if it was only line, it was a little bit more easier, but it's going to be daunting. The other issue is, together with this, we need to build 12 massive substations. Again, this is exciting. You know, it's job creation. You know, manufacturing that we can create, plants that we can create in the country. But we have to work together in order to achieve this. What I've just given here is what are those projects that is on the books with Eskom specifically, and that we personally are going to roll out over the next 3 years. That is adding up to between 3.5 and 6 gigawatts. So as Eskom, remember we are retiring some of our power plant. So it doesn't help if you take a power station that's been there for 50 years. Because around that power station you have a community, you have schools, you have clinics, you have shops. That's where the people are living. So if you shut down the power station and you don't do anything, you create other opportunities, it is a significant negative impact on that community. So we are going to repurpose and repower these power stations. It may be solar, it may be wind, it may be gas, it may be SMR. So that we can actually transition on a just basis, that we can assist those communities and not create additional challenges for the country. So these are some of the projects that we do have. It also have some dates and the megawatts on what we believe is possible. The next 2 slides is just to show exactly where these projects will be rolled out. I think that's all what I wanted to share. I usually end with this slide. And tomorrow, if you want to see me on TV again, we've got the system briefing tomorrow. Where's Antoinette? So you can ask your question on TV again tomorrow. She's always asking me, why are you still there? I respect that, Antoinette, not a problem. All this slide is saying, please, whenever you don't need to utilize an electron, do not use an electron. I think we've been very spoiled, and I suppose justifiably so in the past, that there was always an abundance of electricity. But please, we're in a situation now that we are really challenged. And so we are relying on myself and all in South Africa to make sure that we really preserve this resource that is very challenging currently. Can we as Eskom make a change? There's no doubt in the situation that we have. There's no doubt. Do we have plans in place? Yes, we have. Do we have challenges? Quite a lot. Really. My dad used to work for Eskom for 25 years. So I sort of grew up in an Eskom house. It wasn't an Eskom house, but an Eskom house. I was an Eskom bursar. I worked for 26 years of my first life for Eskom. I then left for 10. I always ask the question, why did I have to leave? But that's a story for another day. But when I came back, I walked into an organization that was foreign to me. So a lot has changed. There are significant challenges. What we also need to understand, 20 years ago, when there was sufficient and adequate capacity for what was needed, we had a system that was well maintained, well looked after. 20 years ago, we were voted as Eskom the best utility in the world by our peers, not by somebody, by our peers in the world. It was a top-class utility. But you know what happened the last decade and a half. So we have significant challenges that we're dealing with. And I again want to come back to the colleagues that we have in the organization and just again thank them for really what they are doing. So we will do our utmost. That's all I can give you my word, and because that's all I have. It is not that we're not aware of the challenges. It is not that we do not know what to do. It is just making it extremely difficult to what you want to do and what you're actually able to do. So again, that is all I wanted to say. So thank you for inviting me. And I know I've perhaps spoken too long, so I do apologize for that.
Colleagues, I must say I'm a pain in the butt for my family about lights burning. So
thanks.
Helping. The other thing we have time for a few questions. The other thing I want to say, according to what Jan has said, I've often asked the question when I do a presentation on some other thing. How long does it take to acquire 10 years experience? And people say, what the hell a question is that? I say, it's not rhetoric, because some people in this country think you can get 10 years experience in 6 months or in a year. That's one of the problems. Questions? There's one there from a mayor, and there's one here from Dr. Buys, Mr. Buys. Flip, the mayor promoted Flip. Flip is a very smart guy. He actually should have a doctorate, but he doesn't yet. Please, Mr. Mayor, your name again.
Thank you, it's me again. Jan, I want to touch on the issue of debt, money. We as municipalities, we have a credit control policy. All the municipalities has got that. And if you notice at the municipalities that are high up there in terms of generating income out of electricity or paying Eskom for that matter, is that in the areas where the municipalities render the reticulation, we switch off and people come and pay. And all the other areas that are not paying are Eskom run areas. and Eskom refused us to implement the same policy. Now I'm saying if Eskom can have an agreement with municipalities in your Eskom areas that we can implement the same policy, we will generate more money and pay Eskom. So we all have our little Sowetos, and that are caused by Eskom. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Meyer. I'd like to have a discussion with you, please, because I don't, no, I'm serious, because I don't see any challenges in this, real challenges. If you can assist in terms of revenue management, surely, you know, I'll be stupid if I don't say to you, can we just sit around the table and understand it? So thank you for that. Yeah, thank you. Flip. Dr. Weiss.
Mr. Oberholzer, I've also been working for Eskom many years ago. It was a wonderful time. My question is related to organizational culture. Peter Drucker said that culture eats strategy for breakfast. Now, I see you addressing the operational challenges, financial, etc., but the organizational culture is very important to support your strategy. And I want to know, because I think organizational culture is a very big issue in Eskom.
Yeah. Pete, thanks. When the lady from the Eastern Cape was talking earlier about the word she couldn't get and she got it, entitlement, it is something that we are challenged with in Eskom. I can recall when I came back into Eskom after an absence of 10 years, Eskom at the time made a 20 billion loss per annum. And I went around with my staff engagements and I said, you can keep performance bonus, you know, goodbye. There's nothing. Because remember, I came from the real world. And in that 10 years, I opened my own business. And isn't it amazing how grateful you are if there is any money coming in? Escomites are getting paid on the 26th of the month. If you work or you don't work, you get paid. So I said, there is no more performance bonus. So you can imagine my interaction with the unions. And then I also said, please go on your knees. If any business that's making a 20 billion loss, go on your knees that you're getting a salary at the 26th of the month. I got 2 grievances against me. So the point that you make, we have a challenge in terms of morale. We have a challenge in terms of value system in the organization. Have we realized that? Do we realize it? Yes. Are we working on that? Yes, we are. We have a new board, and I believe I'm quite excited. I had 2 interactions with them already. I'm very excited about the interactions, and I believe the board understands. We had an onboarding session for a whole day, and afterwards, the chairman said, we thought, you know, a day of onboarding, getting them up to speed, will be sufficient. So he said, this is going to take us 6 months to get on board. So, but I'm very positive about the board that will assist us. And one of the things that we have spoken about is morale.
Thank you.
So it is a challenge for us.
2 more questions, if there are. Otherwise, there's one there. And
Can only be Antoinette.
Hang on a bit with Antoinette, please. Your name? Yes. Just switch it on for us, guys.
There we are.
Okay.
Thank you. My name is Percy van Staden, all the way from Pretoria. Yeah, and I had a friend that wanted to introduce me to Jan. He told me Jan is a real person and it's a real guy, amongst our all dealing with the same issues that we are dealing. And I appreciated that part of your speech, telling us that you are also dealing with the same issues that we are dealing. But my question is the electric car growth. What is the expectation of that in terms of the Eskom scenario, and has that been brought into the figures at the moment, the expected generation that we need, and where do we stand with that? That's my question. Thanks.
Thanks, Percy. Important question. I believe it's one of the areas that we haven't given as Eskom enough attention to. However, there are reasons for that. If you take, the import duties and all those sort of things, you talk 42%. So it sort of makes it financially challenging. However, Eskom, our research, testing and development section, are actively working on promoting that. Our distribution business have now committed to buy 12 EV vehicles to start getting it into the system. So we are very pro-electric vehicles. As a matter of fact, as I said, I was now in Europe. I was in a place called Malmö in Sweden at the south. And there was a nice bus coming, and it was green, but I didn't register. And I was waiting for the bus. When it passed, I was waiting for the voo, and I heard nothing. And then I realized, this bus is green, and this is why the bus is green. So have we factored it into the projections in terms of demand? Yes, we have, but moderate demand.
Thank you. Antoinette, last question. You can ask any question but that one.
Thank you. I just want to know, with regards to load shedding and the, who gets shed first and who gets skipped and so forth, surely it's not up to Eskom to decide. There's a national standard. Has any process begun to review that standard in the light of the experience with intensive load shedding that we've had now?
Antoinette, thanks. Again, it's an interesting question. We have not formally revised NSRS 049, whatever you call it. Are we following up when we implement, say, a stage 2 or stage 3, and we then look from a system operation point of view, but the load is not gone? Yes, we are. So in these isolated cases, we do follow it up. Wherever we then discover some of those distributors not playing ball, we deal with them individually. Do we have some of them? Unfortunately, yes, we do have some of them. We also do have, unfortunately, some of these distributors that believe they can implement this standard the way they see fit. But thanks for the question. I will definitely take it back. Maybe, I believe you've got a good point, Antoinette. Now that, because load shedding is here to stay for the next 2 years. Let's be clear about that. And it's not something that we want to hear. I want to talk about that, if you don't mind. Sure. Give me a few minutes. We had an explosion at Kusile, at Medupi, Unit 4. Remember the generator explosion? Now the question is also, but what have you done about it? We unfortunately had to suspend 2 colleagues. Because how can you introduce oxygen while you have hydrogen? Doesn't matter. So and that is 720 megawatts that is gone for 2 years. Nearly a stage of load shedding. Okay? Kuburg is going off now on the 8th of December for maintenance, normal maintenance, extensive maintenance to get ready for the long-term operation. Also refueling, but then also the significant project to replace 3 steam generators. Never done in South Africa. I trust now with the relationship that has improved with the contractor that it will be possible. That is 920 megawatts. Anything between 180 days and 200 days. So it's now 720 plus 920. Then you're aware of the flue duct failure we had at Kusile, unit number 1. That is going to take 6 months at least to fix. I have a meeting tomorrow afternoon, late afternoon, with the contractor that built it. The contractor doesn't want to help us. Now, why will a contractor not help you to fix it? Is it because you're going to find out something? I don't know. But Kusile Unit 1 is 800 megawatts. And because it's in the same chimney, Kusile 1 and 2, we've decided to keep it off for fear of the same failure and safety. So it's another 800 plus 800. And then we had a fire in Kusile Unit 5, although it's a construction unit. To bring it back, we wanted to first synchronize it before the end of the year. to the grid. We had a fire. That is going to set 800 megawatts. That is going to set us back 12 months. Now, you're going to add it. 800, 800, 800, 800, 720, 920. Significant challenge that we're facing. Over and above the unreliability and unpredictability of what we have. This is why I cannot emphasize enough. We need additional capacity. It's now the day before last year. And we need to work together, put our differences aside, and work together as SA Inc. to bring it back. And then when we bring back, remember Kuberg, after the 180, 200 days, in August, Unit 2 needs to be taken off. Same work, same period of time. So we have really significant challenges in terms of available capacity. Thanks. I just wanted to make this point. Thanks.
Colleagues, we are going to break for tea until 15:15. But can I say on our behalf to Jan, Mr. Oberholzer, you know, in English, they only have one word, good luck, but luck has nothing to do with it, so I will want to say sterkte. Thank you. 15:15. Privileged to introduce Andre Pinaar to you. You will see on his CV that he's a Oos-Kaapenaar originally, now living and working in both the USA and UK, but very involved in South Africa still. He also has acquired recently an interest in the Afrikaans media. So welcome Andre, ons luister graag na jou.
Baie dankie Dr. Elof, dis 'n voorreg om hier vanoggend by u te wees. En my onderwerp vanoggend is om te praat oor kernkrag as een van die sleutels vir Suid-Afrika se energiesekerheid. Einstein said that ultimately everything is energy. And that's all there is to it. He said if you match the frequency of the reality you want, you cannot help but get that reality. And this is not philosophy, it's physics. Although South Africa, as we've just heard from Mr. Oberholzer, has huge energy challenges and very serious energy challenges, I'm delighted to see that the people of South Africa, as represented here today, the energy indaba, has retained their own positive energy and the will and the determination to bring about positive change and the will and the determination to continue to work for positive solutions. And this conference is proof of that. And this is what will ultimately see us through this energy crisis. I want to say a particular word of thanks to the sponsors of this conference, the Afrikaner in Africa Initiative, the Konrad-Adenauer Foundation, Solidarity, and Liquid Technologies for enabling this positive change. In speaking about nuclear energy today, unfortunately, I can't promise easy and immediate solutions. Nuclear energy is not able to contribute quickly to the solution and the resolution of the energy crisis in South Africa. But nuclear energy is a long-term resource that can play a valuable and an important part. Nuclear energy is ultimately star power. By creating nuclear energy, we are really drawing down the powers of the stars to create carbon-free, always available, always on, affordable energy. Unlike coal power, which has been in use for more than 300 years, nuclear energy is quite a recent addition to our energy solutions. The first commercial nuclear plant was established only in 1957 in the US, and civilian nuclear power came to South Africa in the 1960s. So although coal has been in use for more than 270 years, nuclear is quite a recent addition. And in the application of nuclear power over the last 60 years, we've had to come to grips with many of its limitations as well as its potential. But we've now definitively established that the use of coal is not good for our very fragile blue blanket, our atmosphere, our climate, that enables complex life on our planet. And therefore, we have to find clean energy resources. And nuclear energy is a complementary energy resource to renewables. Nuclear energy itself is in the process of being transformed to a form of renewable energy, because at the moment we use nuclear fission, which involves the splitting of atoms. But in the future, and certainly within our lifetime, we will be able to fuse nuclear atoms through nuclear fusion, and we'll be able to draw on deuterium and tritium, two of the key components of hydrogen, which we have an abundance of in our oceans, to produce nuclear fusion. And this will create the cleanest form of energy known to human civilization with no waste. And that's on the horizon. In South Africa, nuclear energy continues to play a very important role in providing energy to the country. Although the Koeberg energy plant produces only 5% of South Africa's total energy needs, that 1,940 megawatts is one of the most reliable and cheapest forms of baseload energy for the country's economy. And therefore, the transition which has been described by Mr. Oberholzer to extend the life of this plant for another 40 years is a very important step in providing for South Africa's energy. The reactors that we have at the Koeberg plant are generation 3 reactors. And fortunately, now we also have on the horizon new forms of nuclear innovation, like small modular nuclear reactors. This technology emanates from South Africa in the form of the very well-known pebble bed reactor technology, in which South Africa was a world leader. In fact, the pebble bed project, which started at the University of Northwest, employed more nuclear engineers for the build of an advanced nuclear reactor than anywhere in the world, and already in 2006 was under contract with the US Department of Energy to establish the first advanced reactor demonstration model anywhere in the world, and the first site and location for this reactor was already identified by 2008. Unfortunately, this project was discontinued in 2010, 2011, when the government decided to make it a matter of policy to go back to generation 3 reactors. And so South Africa lost the benefit of almost 20 years of innovation. The pebble bed reactor program was really one of the fruits of South African democracy, having been started in 1994, and the South African government invested more than $1.3 billion in being at the cutting edge of this innovation. If the project wasn't discontinued, South Africa would have been the first country in the world to have an advanced small nuclear reactor. Today, this innovation is being led by the US, and a company in which we are invested in, X Energy, led by Dr. Cam Ghaffarian, has the benefit of some of South Africa's greatest nuclear energy minds, like Dr. Eben Mulder and others. The advantage of small modular nuclear reactors is that they are mobile, that they're always on, that they're safe, and that the reactor models cannot melt down, that they do not pose any proliferation risk, and that they can have niche applications, like making contributions to medical science and fighting cancer. And this creates a complete paradigm shift in technology. Whereas in the past, nuclear energy was the limited domain and resources of governments and states, the private sector can now play a meaningful role in helping to finance small modular nuclear reactors and apply them for industrial and other purposes. It's somewhat like the evolution of computers. In the 1960s, mainframe computers was an exclusive research resource for governments until the onset of desktops. And then it became the domain of private sector innovation. And today, private sector innovation in the technology space outpaces that of government. And we're going to go through a very similar process in the nuclear sector. And this creates new possibilities to apply this technology for South Africa and Africa's requirements. South Africa's been a leader in the nuclear industry, not only worldwide, but also in Africa. Today in Africa, there's a very serious interest in nuclear energy and nuclear power, and more than 30 African countries have nuclear programs and are seeking to access nuclear energy and apply it for their growing needs. As we know, more than 600 million people in South Africa still do not have access to reliable energy, and more than 80% of businesses get disrupted through frequent energy disruptions. And South Africa's energy needs will more than double by 2050. And so nuclear can play a very important role in helping to meet this demand and act, as so many of the speakers said this morning, to help alleviate energy and uplift people out of poverty. And so South Africa and the Western Cape has an opportunity here to help meet Africa's energy needs by making its nuclear know-how available to the rest of the continent. South Africa's nuclear leadership is not only in the crown jewel of Eskom in the form of the Koeberg reactors, it's also in the fact that the country has well-established regulations around nuclear energy and the safe application of nuclear energy. It has well-established regulators. It has several universities who produce nuclear engineers who are at the cutting edge of nuclear innovation. and it is a trusted member of the International Atomic Energy Authority. And so South Africa can play a role not only in meeting its own energy needs, but it has all the constituent parts of a nuclear ecosystem that can help meet the ambitions of Africa. Many African countries at this stage are looking to source their nuclear energy from antiquated nuclear reactors being provided by Russia and China, often at a huge premium, and in the wake of it follows a great deal of corruption. And South Africa can provide, in partnership with other international partners, by replicating the model of the success of the PMBR development, an alternative solution. At the recent meeting of the International Atomic Energy Agency in Washington, D.C., Japan and the US announced a new program called WeCan, which is specifically focused on helping African countries access advanced nuclear innovation. WeCan stands for the Coalition to Access Advanced Nuclear Innovation, and Ghana has been one of the first countries to sign up to this program that's being sponsored by the US and Japan. And similarly, the US have launched the Foundational Institution for Responsible Use of SMRs as a new program to enable African countries, developing countries, to access advanced nuclear innovation. The willingness of the US and other industrialized countries now to share this technology and to make it available to help use nuclear energy as a form of clean energy to uplift people out of poverty, to form new partnerships with developing countries is very promising and opens up new opportunities for the South African private sector. Currently, the mining sector takes up about 30% of Eskom's energy supply and industry 52%. If the South African private sector is able to adopt SMR technology to provide energy to mines or to industrial plants, we can release this capacity back for national usage and for residential usage. And so this SA Inc. coalition, which Mr. Uber also envisaged for South Africa, could be equally applicable to bring nuclear innovation to South Africa for our energy needs. However, as I said, nuclear doesn't provide any short-term solutions, not perhaps even medium-term, but for the long term, it holds great promise to meet South Africa and Africa's energy needs. And as President Mandela said, when you have a big challenge, the best you can do is to point your head towards the sun and to keep moving your feet forward. And this is what we will have to do to meet these challenges. Thank you.
Great. If you just stay there and we have some time for discussion. Andre was short and sweet, so we made up some time. Thank you. Questions or comments? One here and one there. Let's give this gentleman a chance first, then this.
Andre Christian from SPAR, thank you very much for the insightful information. The way you project energy potentially can become commoditized at a rapid rate if it becomes very cheap, the way you are explaining it to us. For businesses and investment to reach that point, I think the investment potentially could be 50 years out, like you said, or 30 years. But we are heading towards this storm where there's so much effort put into this energy crisis that there's going to be a fight for the commoditization of energy. How do you see some of the investments and the TCO models, return of investments, for some of your initiatives and using nuclear in the continent?
That's a really good question. I think the first challenge is to get everyone smarter about nuclear energy's potential. The nuclear energy industry, unfortunately, for many years suffered from reputational challenges. Even though the overall safety record of the nuclear industry is better than certainly the oil and gas industry, and certainly better than the mining industry, it still suffered reputational risks. Some of that was because of geopolitics. Today, Russia dominates the nuclear supply chain, and it attained that position in part by trashing the reputation of other nuclear operators through disinformation. But I think the first challenge will be to get everyone, particularly the private sector, smarter about the innovation that's happening in the nuclear sector so that people can see and understand the solutions that are applicable. I think the second challenge is how do we keep the nuclear sector, which is a crown jewel in the South African economy, thriving? And I think in part by developing products and services for export to other markets across Africa. And that's an opportunity for the private sector. It's an opportunity for the private sector to bring together the finest minds in the sector and provide products and services to other markets who are willing to move faster and to accelerate the application of nuclear energy, because in part that's about regulation, and it's a part that's about political will and determination to apply new forms of nuclear energy.
Thank you. Mr. Cameron.
Question. If we look at the...
Sorry, I know you, Mr. Cameron, but just for the rest of the...
Okay. Edward Cameron, Flint Rock. Just a question regarding the technology readiness of all of these solutions. As you've alluded to, there has been reputational aspects and the corruption aspect. So I think even in South Africa, I would believe that a lot of people just don't know about all these advantages, all the progress, all the positive things, the role that nuclear can play, and I believe it can. But just regarding technology readiness, can it play that role today, or is there a window ahead before it will get to the point where it can compete in terms of readiness with renewables, gas, anything like that?
That's a great question. So nuclear energy doesn't replace renewables. It's complementary to renewables, and it's complementary to gas as a transition resource for clean energy. But the technology that's been used in small modular nuclear reactors is the same technology that have been applied safely in submarines and aircraft carriers for many decades. And the reason why SMRs could be deployed in submarines and in aircraft carriers is because there's no meltdown risk. So even if there's a kinetic event, there's no risk that the reactor will melt down. And something which has been the domain of the military of a few countries is now being made available for civilian purposes all around the world. And it's almost like the Atoms for Peace moment in President Eisenhower's great speech in the 1950s to the UN, where the US pledged to use its nuclear weapons know-how for civilian purposes. That's now taking place with SMR. So the technology works. It's safe, it's applicable, and there are a whole range of projects underway all around the world to bring this technology to bear. And since so much of this know-how innovation originated in South Africa, it would be a great tragedy if the country doesn't benefit from it. In fact, there's a $1.3 billion investment that sits behind this technology that was made by the South African taxpayer that must come back to this country to benefit the country and its people.
Can I, while we wait for another question, just ask the one question that I've been confronted with, Andre, and that is the financial viability. Is there a possibility that the small nuclear reactor technology will become cheaper? Because at the moment, from what I know, it's fairly expensive.
Well, here's a South African project that will cost in the range of $400 million to establish an SMR. Now compare that with the $80 billion that Mr. Putin wanted to charge South Africa for his reactor. There's no comparison. I think what will happen is that the first SMRs will be applied by the private sector. They will be used by mining companies and by large industrial companies, by companies that are building digital infrastructure, and that some of that will be used to release energy capacity on Eskom back to the nation, back to residents, or that folks that live in the vicinity of an SMR will have the benefit of surplus power. And I think that's a natural way to bring that to bear, and it requires a new partnership between the private sector and the government around the development of nuclear energy. And I think this is what nuclear innovation has enabled. It's really opened it up to the private sector. Last year, about $5 billion were invested by the venture capital industry in the development of nuclear innovation, and I think that speaks of the opportunity that there is for the private sector now to play a role in the development of this technology.
Thank you. Sir?
Johan Murray, Ebosch, Stellenbosch. The whole question of public opinion has been referred to quite a number of times already, as far as nuclear power is concerned. And my gut feel is that there should be a very specific strategy to inform the general public about all the options as far as our energy crisis is concerned, but then most specifically also as far as possible nuclear solutions are concerned. And I think that is maybe necessary for two reasons. I'm making a statement now, not asking a question. And the first is, of course, to really inform the public fully inform them so that intelligent and decision can be taken in terms of what the future shall hold for us. But secondly, also to encourage and make possible people's commitment to invest in this. If we think in terms of many, many years ago when ISCOR for the first time became a possibility, the trust that was exhibited by the general public in taking up shares in this new enterprise, which was such an important also element of making that as a project successfully. So your guidance may be on how do we go about informing the public and preparing them for their role also, maybe later as shareholders, investors in nuclear power.
I think advanced nuclear is one of the attributes of advanced nuclear and small modular nuclear reactors are complete transparency around the science, around the engineering, around the cost, and around the application. Whereas legacy nuclear that emanated from the first development of nuclear weapons and there was the domain of governments was often characterized by extreme secrecy. Advanced nuclear is characterized by openness and transparency and community engagement. And I think a South African academic, leader de Kock, wrote about this in recent weeks in the Burger, about the importance of getting community buy-in and community governance and community making informed choices. And I couldn't agree more with that point of view. It's very necessary. And the wonderful thing is that nuclear science is such an exciting domain of study because it's really about the study of our universe, and it's really about the study of our sun and our solar system. And so this is a really exciting area for people to learn more about how energy works, how our sun creates energy, and the next phase of innovation, nuclear fusion, that's on the horizon. That will be the cheapest and the cleanest form of energy known to human civilization. So this is a terrific area to talk about and to educate people about and to give people access to and insights to. And it can create jobs. Even today, the nuclear energy industry in South Africa maintains some of the most valuable and highly skilled jobs in the country. And those jobs are worth preserving and expanding. Nuclear is going to play a crucial role in not only in helping us solve the problem of climate change, but in creating new jobs and solving some hard problems like curing cancer, but also helping us with for example, space exploration. Because nuclear is the only other source of energy that's available other than the sun when you're in space. And so, for example, in the successor to the International Space Station, we'll have a small nuclear reactor on board, in the same way that a submarine has a small nuclear reactor on board.
Thank you. Just say, I also heard that the Department of Energy in the US has certified nuclear as green.
Not only in the US and Canada and in Europe as well. There's a consensus that nuclear energy is a form of clean energy because it doesn't create any carbon emissions. And the problem of waste with small modular nuclear reactors becomes very manageable. And with nuclear fusion goes away entirely.
Okay. Two last questions, Werner and then Christina.
I think that actually spoke to my question that I wanted to pose. My colleague Christoph Kleiber from Konrad-Adenauer Foundation alluded to the fact that in Germany in the 1980s, the Green Party was actually a result of the anti-nuclear movement. And the fear in Germany was not only about accidents, that would be devastating like Chernobyl, but also about what happens to the waste. And I think you quite rightly say, you know, in the sense with carbon footprint, you know, it's maybe called a clean energy, but nevertheless one has to see what is a product, the side product, and what happens to the byproduct, and how dangerous is that, and where will it be stored, and what about the next generation. I think, you know, what we're looking often is, you know, the generation now and maybe the next generation. For human beings to think, you know, in hundreds of years and thousands of years, you know, that's not in our nature. But I think it's a question that we should, you know, ask ourselves, what happens with the waste?
I think that's a really important question. I recently spoke at the Linda Foundation meeting, which is the annual meeting of Nobel Science Prize winners and young scholars. And after I spoke, so many young German scholars came to speak to me, and I think what's happening in Germany is very interesting. Firstly, the reality of the situation. The German government decided to extend the life of its existing reactors because of the way in which the Kremlin is weaponizing energy. But secondly, if you look at small modular nuclear reactors and nuclear fusion, that innovation in Germany is thriving. And the reason why it's thriving, and it has strong support from the German government through a number of grants, is because it solves the problem of waste. In the case of SMRs, not entirely, but it does completely change the challenge of waste management, because the enriched uranium is encased in a graphite ball and can be stored on site. In the case of nuclear fusion, it will solve the problem of waste entirely, because nuclear fusion doesn't produce waste. I think we must bring an historical perspective on the application of nuclear energy. We've only had 60 years of applying this energy in human civilization. That's not a very long time. We applied coal-based energy for 300 years before we really came to the conclusion it damages our climate. And I think what we've seen over the last 60 years has just been the first chapter, the first human experiment of how we can unlock the power of the stars to solve our energy needs on this planet and beyond. I think in the next chapter, SMRs, and beyond that, nuclear fusion, I think we will make a great deal of progress that will really make this a sustainable long-term solution that helps protect the planet.
Last question, Bernard.
Dr. Teens, Werner Riemann van die Solidariteit Beweging. Andre, I've just got a short question that's in relation to the nuclear initiative. When we think in nuclear terms, we think large scale, we think government policies. Are there any examples in the world that is relating to community involvement in nuclear, and how communities can in a way see to themselves in relation to energy requirements?
Verder, dis 'n baie goeie vraag. In die Washington State in die VSA, waar X-Energy die eerste klein kernkragreaktor gaan bou, is dit 'n direkte resultaat as gevolg van die wetgewing wat plaaslik uitgevoer is in Washington State, the Clean Carbon Energy Act, wat vereis dat al die energie in Washington State van skoon energiebronne af moet kom. En wat hulle uitgevind het is dat hernubare energie as gevolg van ekstreme weerpatrone nie gereelde en volhoubare energie kan voorsien nie. Dit voorsien aan baie van die behoeftes van die staat, maar nie 'n algehele oplossing nie. En dis hoekom hulle besluit het om 'n klein kernkragreaktor te implementeer. En dit was 'n plaaslike besluit gewees wat geneem is deur die staat en deur die 3 stede waar die klein kernkragreaktor geleë gaan wees. So dit was 'n plaaslike versoek gewees wat toe geïmplementeer is deur die Departement van Energie op 'n federale vlak. And we see that more and more. We see more and more cities, governors, mayors, local communities saying we want to have this form of energy and innovation for purposes of economic development locally. Can we have it? How can we access it? How can we gain access to it? And also very remote rural communities, because in addition to small modular nuclear reactors, you can also have micronuclear reactors which produce about 8 megawatts of energy, which you can transport with a truck or a plane to a small rural and often a remote rural community for economic development purposes, and to your point about agricultural development.
Thank you, Andre. Andre will be with us for the rest of the day. You're welcome to ask him any questions.
One last thought. I can see a small modular nuclear reactor in Cape Town's future.
Yeah. Well, I see it with the Royal Mabala family. Thank you so much, Andre. Colleagues, we then come to the next speaker, Chris Bosch. Now, Chris, Many speakers today used to work for Eskom. He also used to work for Eskom. He's moved out of Eskom, and I'm very glad that I see that he's now working for energy solutions for the agricultural sector. Now, in my other life, I'm chairman of Astral, which is a chicken company, and I cannot tell you how devastating the impact of load shedding is on the chicken industry. It's not the egg industry. You know, hens will lay eggs even though the lights are off. It makes it a bit more difficult for them to lay eggs if the lights are off, if they're not warm. But if you're busy, you know, we slaughter 5.5 million chickens a week. And if those chickens are there and they're running and they're busy being slaughtered, or they must now be deboned, and then the power goes off for 2.5 hours, you have to throw it away. That's the one thing. The other thing is that you get behind. The market says we want chicken. We say, well, we had load shedding. We couldn't slaughter chickens. And so the chickens that are not slaughtered are growing too big to be slaughtered, because they go longer than the 32 days that we have. So all I can say, Chris, I'm very glad that you're looking at the agriculture industry.
Thank you, Dr. Yelov, and distinguished guests present here today. My brief background and what I'm going to present to you today is actually what's happening currently in probably one of the smallest local municipalities in South Africa that should provide a window of what's happening on the ground, what's happening grassroots. Now, on that slide that you can see, what is the national energy crisis? Everybody listened to Mr. Oberholzer this morning, and we all think that the national energy crisis in South Africa has to do with only Eskom. It has a lot more to do with everybody than just Eskom. And I think hopefully after today's talk, you're going to have a better idea of what I'm talking about. I'm actually talking about our entire vertical chain, our vertically integrated energy delivery chain is to a large extent broken. And you've heard confirmation of that with various speakers, the mayor here in Cape Town also saying how much money they are spending on maintenance of infrastructure and that they're not spending enough. And that is actually common cause across South Africa. So even if Eskom were to have enough generation capacity, it would still not solve South Africans' problems in totality. You've heard about the transmission grid that was constrained, the municipal infrastructure that's dilapidated in a number of instances, incompetent staff. No materials. When last have you walked into a municipality storeroom? There's no material in there, bar a few old meters that were taken out perhaps 20 or 30 years ago that's lying around. The administration of municipalities, the revenue engine that actually has to collect the money for Eskom, for purposes of growth, is in disarray. I don't know, the other day somebody called me and they got 3 municipal accounts, 3 names on one address. How's that even possible? How do we actually collect that? How do we actually collect revenue if we've lost complete trust in our administrative systems? And there's a lot of communities paying still, but we see them paying under duress. They're not happy. You're going to be happy if you know you're paying money, but what's happening with the funds? A municipality now in the northern part in Limpopo, we assisted them, and with a few small tweaks, a little bit of money spent in the right place, a little bit of money on service delivery, we increased revenue by, I think, about 40% in the space of 3-4 months. Now, any clever person would have taken that extra revenue and invested it back into their service delivery, into their municipal infrastructure. We actually had to go to court to get an allowance so that we can actually provide service delivery. So how does that work? So how long are people going to take before they also stop paying under duress? And it is an issue. How can you actually say to Eskom, you know what, we're not paying you yet because we have a dispute on interest? Well, my friend, you know, if you actually just paid your account, there would have been no dispute on any interest. That concept is kind of just ignored. Normal civil business practices is simply being ignored in the governmental space. And that is part of our entire vertically integrated energy chain that is broken. So how long is it going to take for our businesses and the rest of the people? Because, you know, I wanted to say to the mayor of Cape Town, he's quite chuffed saying that there's going to be a lot of influx into the Western Cape and in Cape Town specifically. That is so, but how long? Because remember, this is the interim holding station, Cape Town. From here, people then immigrate elsewhere. They manufacture elsewhere. So at the end of the day, we need to fix and come up with a solution, not just to actually host people from the rest of South Africa, because if they come here from the rest of South Africa, they're perhaps not coming for good. They're coming for an interim period. So we need to fix South Africa Incorporated exactly as the previous speakers have spoken about. You know, and it's all good and well. We in the commercial, we in the industrial sector, we in business, but we have staff. Do you, working for a big company that has its own power generation facilities, its own water plant, its own sewer plant, everything is working, solid waste is being treated, but when you go home this evening, you're coming home to your wife that had no water, the sewer is running in the street, the garbage is lying in the street. Who wants to live under those conditions? Nobody. So we need to look at all of it, and the report that government actually tabled themselves said there, without water, electricity, sewer, solid waste, daily life is unviable. So we actually need to look at that as the national crisis. Electricity and energy is part of that national crisis. Now, there's the reality. This slide is slightly older, but I simply expect that line to have continued deteriorating. And if we're sitting in the Western Cape, we say economic growth, no, we're happy, we're selling houses, we're okay. We're actually not okay. We're bluffing ourselves to think that we are okay in the Western Cape. We're just behind the trend, that's all. But we're following the trend. One portion of the country cannot jump the trend. Now, look at that little block I want to show you there in the right-hand corner. In August 2011, in that small little town, the municipality that we're going to talk about this morning, when we arrived in August of 2011, they used 15.8 MVA, small compared to towns. August 2022, which is now 2 months ago, 13.4 MVA. So that's a drop of 15.6% in the demand. That's a good thing. 15.6% in the demand is a good thing. But look at what happened to the energy use, 8.32% drop. And that's probably one of the lowest drops in the Free State. Now, in this municipality of Mafube, and you should actually try that, Google Frankfurt, go on to Property 24, Google anything, find properties to buy in Frankfurt. You'll be amazed because you might only come up with 1 or 2 properties that's for sale. Why? Because the electricity in Frankfurt is working. That's how conditioned we've become. The water there's no water, and the sewer is running into the Vaal River, and the rest of the people in Joburg is drinking that water. But because electricity is always kind of on when there's no load shedding and the electricity supply is there, people are actually becoming wealthier in a town like Frankfurt because the house price has just gone up. And there is nothing to buy. So We're talking about those, I think Mr. Bay said 15 million or 25 million potholes. Well, there's 5 of them. Those are the 5 potholes that we just took in one picture. If we are looking and we are saying we don't fix municipalities and small towns, Eskom is not going to get the money to actually pay for all the loans that they are engaging in to actually provide electricity in South Africa. This negative spiral of ours is going to continue. Simple answer, and you've heard it from previous speakers already this morning. There is a simple answer. Just make the problem smaller. We're all looking at South Africa Inc. as a massive, actually nearly a failed type state. But if we look at bringing it closer to home, look at our town. What can we do in our town? What can we do in perhaps once we've fixed our town? What do we do with the town next door? Can we help them? What about the town just after that? If communities actually break down this massive problem and look at what we can do as small communities, that's the way to look at it. You know, there's that saying that says, how do you eat an elephant? You know, bit by bit. That's how you eat an elephant, and that's how we're going to fix South Africa's problem, is we're going to fix it bit by bit. And what's important in community solutions, there's no right or wrong in a community solution. Communities will get together, see what their strengths are, and actually play towards their strengths to fix. Is it electricity? Is it water? Is it sanitation? Doesn't matter where they start fixing it. That's the important thing. And if somebody can do nothing else, then, and he has a bucky and a spade, well, then he can fix a pothole. And I think that's how we're going to slowly start fixing South Africa, bit by bit. Just by reducing our problem and seeing a smaller problem and fixing the smaller problem. Not by looking at saying, you know what, I'm not even going to work today, because it's probably going to be load shedding, and Eskom has to fix the problem first, then I will actually get off my behind and do something in my town. And that's totally the wrong way of looking at it. Now, if we see community activism, communities realizing that now we have to get involved. It's no longer whether government permits us to become involved, whether the municipality likes us attending municipal meetings. It's now an issue of we are going to become involved. And just some of this is just a few. This is not an exhaustive list. There's a lot of community engagements that's currently going on. Save and Guate is one of them. If you Google Save and Guate, they're sitting with something like 3,500 members that were raised in the spate of, was it 5 weeks? So people are now actually saying enough is enough. Maluti Apefong was there, Cederberg Eerste political party. First time I hear a political party paying for another political party's candidate with the same values of just focusing on fixing the community. Because that's what we're forgetting. We need to fix our communities, the people that actually need the services. And if we don't do that, if that need for change, like the Mafube Business Forum puts it, you know, if that doesn't change, these service delivery protests, of which there were 900 now some time ago over a period of a couple of months, that is going to actually break the little bit that's still working. And we don't want that. So if we can get constructive, part of our communities. So, what have we achieved? Why is house prices actually rising in a place like Frankfurt? Let's have a look at what we, as a private sector business, with certain capabilities, joining a community support. With community support, what have we accomplished? Firstly, you can actually have a look. We paid the municipality for doing we actually paid the municipality to just not not be visible or be involved in anything. That's the royalty we paid them. Just take the money. There's 22 million rand that we paid you for doing absolutely nothing. Just try and stay out of our life, please. Secondly, we fixed the infrastructure. Remember, there's about 14,000 customers there, 13,000 customers that's getting electricity. We spent close on to 120 million rand just on the electricity infrastructure. The infrastructure now is working. People are actually getting a better service than in any of the metros. Luckily, the Cape Town mayor isn't here. How many queries did we resolve in that period? 94,462 queries, each one with a reference number, traceable, date, time, cell phone number. Because what happens is if you have a problem, send it by WhatsApp, SMS, or email, or telephone, and you get a reference number back. And after the technicians have actually addressed your problem, you get a call back to say, sir, ma'am, are you happy? Is your problem resolved? And only then is the ticket closed. And that happened in 95,000 instances. Rural paid Eskom 710 million rand over the last 10 years, 11 years. What did rural not do the last 3 years? We're no longer paying the municipality's portion because the municipality has simply stopped paying for all their responsibilities, their FBE, the sewer works, the water works. They just don't pay. So that's government on government debt. But everybody else that uses electricity's account is up to date. Now, point number 6, and I'm going to get a few takers on that. Because remember, if you don't walk around with a baseball bat, or you don't take everybody to court, you won't get your money. Not so. Or if you don't disconnect everybody the whole time, you won't get your money. Which is untrue. In the last 11 years, we only wrote off 65 instances of bad debt that was written off, which is negligible. I think there was just one amount which was kind of high. The rest were all titbits amounts. There was one amount of probably about 200,000 rand with a few other issues involved there that we're still resolving. But 65 instances over a period of 11 years. And that's private sector that was involved. The technical and non-technical losses together, in other words, whatever anybody is stealing or what goes missing in the transformers or the power lines, we are actually metering from the main sub, all the feeders on the medium voltage networks, right up to every transformer, right up to every bundle conductor leaving every transformer to the meters in the houses. And that's around 5%. We breached the 5% mark, which is actually, if you look at what the meter accuracy is, 0.5%, 1%, 2%, that 5% now actually starts to become an immaterial number. What it actually says is that everybody in the most poor municipality in South Africa pays for all their electricity consumption because they are serviced. Simple. Now, any banker, and that's what people don't want to believe me, bankers, I hate bankers. I'm very sorry to say that, but I hate bankers. And I never wear a suit. This is the first time when I saw everybody's picture. I was the only guy with a selfie. I think there was one person on a selfie. I see you also cleaned up quite nicely, Percy. So, you know, we have to look like this, otherwise people don't take us seriously. Normally I have my safety boots on and the overall pants. And that's how we do things. But ultimately, your technical, your non-technical losses, people pay. We have not got a criminal population in South Africa. I think we have the best population in the world. Ask me, 1 o'clock on a Saturday night when the rain is raining and it's howling, and it's a place there in Marokolong 1, way north, other side of Ellis Ras on the border, and you're busy fixing cables which the weather has actually, lightning that broke the cables, corrugated sheets that cut the bundle conductors. When you fix those there at night, and you see how people that have nothing bring you their last cool drink, their last slice of bread to actually help and give something for the effort that they see. That is the picture that bankers should actually see in South Africa. Because if they see that, they're going to fund the right projects. They are going to fund community projects. Now all that they want is they want a government guarantee, and they want a, where's this and that, and where's the cash? But at the end of the day, the fiber of South Africans is something that I have never, ever seen anywhere in the world, and we have traveled. And my kids have grown up in a township when they were not even walking. So we understand the moral fiber in South Africa. So all we need, we have a concession area that's been going for about 12 years. Eskom is supplying electricity to customers. Those are the only existing customers that Eskom is supplying, some of the agricultural producers in those areas that we don't supply. And Eskom is battling to supply. There's a small portion in town that Eskom has supplying a township area where the service delivery has deteriorated to such an extent that that small area of that township is now actually overloading the 2.5 MVA transformers. We're still kind of selling the same kilowatt hours, but at a much reduced demand. But the Eskom area is not being serviced. So what do the guys do? They stop complaining and they bypass their meters. So if it's free, it's okay if service delivery is bad. Not so. But that is not South African. That is by need. That is not because we are bad. And there's that one little sign there. That happened on this Saturday morning, 1 o'clock this past Saturday morning. We got this WhatsApp from a community member. Can you believe, and if we ask, there's a lot of mayors and municipal managers here, can you guys at least also get on board and say, if somebody calls me at 12 minutes past 1 on a Saturday morning without supply, are they actually serviced? And we can say, yes, they are serviced. And there was just one. There's a whole host of them because this happens often. Our staff are dedicated. They come from the community. They service the community. They understand what's going on. Now, the next one. Look at that graph. How can you run a business, run a town, run your welding works if that is the supply that you actually have? All those green drops are all the load shedding instances. You can't operate. It's just physically impossible to operate. So the status of Mafube today, if we look at the status of Mafube, and we actually thought about this tree example and took some care to put the example together. The first fundamental is you need electricity is first world. If we go and we shop at Checkers 60 minutes, we go onto the website, click, 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 and 60 minutes later, or 65 minutes later, our package is delivered and we get our food. Simple. Now, if everybody does this, why in a municipality do I still need to go to the municipal offices to sort out my electricity issue? Why do I need to go and stand in a queue to sort out a water connection problem? Why can't I take my app on my phone and if I have my water meter, take a photo of it, it automatically goes to the municipality, it goes into their billing system. They have GPS coordinates. They can match where you took the photo is pretty much kind of where it is. The municipality doesn't even have to pay somebody 18 Rand a meter reading for somebody to sit under a tree and fill out the book, which means nothing in any case and your credibility is gone. How is it possible, it's 2022, that, and just as a, you don't have to stick up your hand, but I think there isn't one municipal representative here today that can say their billing system and their prepaid system, they can see all the facts and the figures by the hour together, plus what they are using from Eskom. Who can say that? We're in 2022, guys, not 1987. Yet we don't know, because we have a service provider doing the prepaid works. And that service provider, how do we know that all our money is actually coming into our bank account? That ghost vending is perpetrated by who? Nobody knows who collects electricity money, but it doesn't go to the municipality. It's actually happening every day. So your systems, your information capability to go first world is the bedrock. Then your knowledgeable and competent staff. Thirdly, we go up policy certainty and clear guidelines. Everybody must just know what the rules are. If they know what the rules are, they'll abide by the rules. Remember, South Africans are law-abiding. Apartheid showed that, and the period post-apartheid showed that. We're not talking about the couple of thousand out of 60 million that are just plain corrupt. We're talking about South Africans. Just show us where the rules are and we will follow. Fast and efficient service delivery. If my electricity is off and you come and fix it, why would I have to bypass my meter? Doesn't come into it. Quality network in good standing. Electricity, water, sanitation, doesn't matter. Then the continuity of supply is the tree. That's the thing that Eskom needs to fix. But while Eskom is fixing the tree, there's a lot of the layers that we can actually also get in place. And once the continuity of supply with Eskom and with what we're planning, we're going to show you now, what will happen with the tariffs. Tariffs will become more economical. Economic tariffs will lead to growth. That's exactly what we're after. So, what's our plan for assisting Eskom and doing our bit in our small, teeny-weeny little community? Because the community is so small and our maximum demand is about 21 megawatts that we have available from Eskom. What can we really do? So we said, let's rather go slightly bigger. All the commercial farmers, we now have 17 of the mega farmers in that portion of the Free State that are shareholders in this community business. 17 of them that didn't express their confidence in the venture. They didn't express that they would be interested and that it's a good idea. These are 17 farmers in their khakis, in their old Land Cruiser, and they took cash out of their pocket and they put it into this venture. How's that for commitment? Because what do they want? They want the ammonia for fertilizer. What's happened now with what Russia has been doing and that term weaponizing energy, it means that the ammonia prices in South Africa have gone from $250 to $1,700 or $1,600 a ton. Crazy. On $1,000 a ton, our project works very well. So now we go and we say, well, we need about 25 megawatts of electricity just for our ammonia. To make ammonia, we have to have hydrogen. Hydrogen drives the ammonia process. So if we put in there, you can see, we put 80 megawatts of solar, 40 megawatts of wind, that's 120 megawatts of renewable. Now we need that little anchor for the time being. So we know we're going to go storage, 1 gigawatt hours of storage with molten salt, but the abrasiveness of the tubes is still slightly an issue. We're working on that so that we don't have to replace it. So perhaps gas could work. Your pebble bed reactor is absolutely spot on. And all the farmers in that entire area, if I ask a farmer, and that's what Mr. Uber also said, if he comes to Tannie Bessie and he says, Tannie Bessie, we're going to build a line there, she takes out the gun and she aims it at the Eskom guy. Why? Because the Eskom guy, as he's driving into the farm, he throws his KFC out the window on their farm. And then they wonder, why are people upset with Eskom? Or with a municipal technician for that matter? So we go to Tannie Bessie and we say, Tannie Bessie, can we build a power line on the farm? And she says, Chris, wherever, waar wil jy hom bou? Sê vir my waar jy hom wil bou? Then I go to Martha and I say to Martha, Martha, can you please, your shack here is going to be under the line. And she says, Meneer Chris, ek skuif hom vir jou. Why? Because something happens. There's service delivery, there's commitment. But that happens on a small scale. So if we can, as a town, decide with all the town people with means are now shareholders in the venture, and those people with means to sort out a line route, here in Mugopong, for those of you that don't know, it's where Fenter Trailers started their manufacturing life. We're looking for a dam. So the farmer calls me, he says, Chris, come and have a look. Can you guys use this area as a dam? And then I said to him, listen here, this is amazing. We have a 200-meter head to the bottom. 200-meter head for a battery. He says, listen, you guys can have it. This is going to be our community project. He said, by the way, don't you want a few hectares for PV panels? He said, if you can build it here, I'd be very pleased. But if you really want me to take out that nice vegetation, I'll do that also. I'll clean it for you. That's what we're forgetting. That's what bankers don't see. That's what we need. So we have all these suppliers. We're not going to say we're greening Little Mafube because it can't afford it. We're bringing in another product that we are manufacturing for the community, which suddenly now doubles or triples our electricity requirement in that area. The influx of people, how many wives, how many shopping centers are going to actually come in place with that? It's tremendous. So where are we? That's where we are. The green is all in place. Government here on the community side, there's green shoots, I must say. It is as if people are now pushing the local government representatives into a direction. On the other side, when we say we want to build hydrogen and ammonia solutions, all the big guys from Germany, everybody gives you a nice brochure and they say, oh, they have it as standard. Start asking questions about, just tell me what that size is of that footprint, please, and then that's where it stops. They can't answer you. Which means everybody has an idea. Very few people actually, I think, have a solution. We have a need. We cannot find a solution. That's why we have it in yellow. We have an idea, but we can't find it. Finance, obviously, we're all a bunch of family businesses like ours. Is 31 years old. We still have the same name, still the same shareholders. Nobody wants to help us. Same as the agri guys, the agricultural producers, family businesses. Nobody wants to help us. So, what's the goal that we have? Villiers, 120 megawatts of PV and wind, gigawatt hour of molten salts, 25 megawatt steam turbine, which means we can operate off the grid. That steam turbine gives us the oomph to keep our grid stability, which means we can drop that Eskom connection. Mugopong would be exactly the same. The only difference is we don't need molten salts because we have a huge dam. We have 200 meters of head that we can actually add PV, pump it up in the daytime and run it down at night. And if it's rainy, the dam there is now so big we can probably go for 4 or 5 days, which is exactly what we're looking at. Then 3, 4, all of them the same until we get to our mega project in Saldanha. All the land we've also bought, Ocean access we have bought. Pipeline routes we've negotiated. But we need to start somewhere. Where we're starting in Villiers. Same thing in Saldanha. Also, the community is part and parcel of our project. What's going to be one of the major things that we're going to put in Saldanha is fresh water. There isn't water. So first of all, let's make the water for the hydrogen. And once we have the water, half of that water goes back into the community agri. We have a little water board, or shall we say a water use association in terms of the new legislation. So again, all we're doing, because it takes time to build the first one. The second one is a lot easier and cheaper. By number 5, we've brought down the costs probably by half. So what do we need to succeed? And this is the last slide. We need just a little bit of bandwidth and flexibility from government and from local authorities and from Eskom, provincial government, to say, okay, if you guys have got something that looks as if there's a bit of common sense, a bit of thought, there's a bit of means in it, just like in our Mafube project. A year ago, there was nothing. But now we have operational PV plants in excess of 100 million rand that's built and operating, supplying 20% of our entire need. So we've reduced Eskom's consumption by 80%, just by the PV that we've installed in our community structure. 100 million, the first million I always thought was very difficult. This first 100 million, I think, is very difficult. We own the land, we own the farms, we own the top structures. We've fixed all the infrastructure that's feeding into town, so we have stable grid connections. So to duplicate that, what do we now need? A little bit of government assistance, not in money. Civil organizations and foundations to keep the pressure on public institutions so that communities can actually get on with it. And then thirdly, how would we know, running around in our overall pants and our khakis and growing food for South Africa and keeping the lights on in our small little communities, where are we going to get the funding from the international organizations, because we can't get it locally? Locally, as a family business, how do you have 51% of your family business BEE? And then everything snowballs from there. That's an issue. So there's how we don't know whether it's the right way. We don't know whether this is going to be successful. But what we can tell you is we're going to continue with this until we get somewhere. And we've already gotten somewhere. People are talking, we've done. With very little resources, we're doing. And we hope that this can actually snowball. We need a lot of these community-based organizations. Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, Northern KwaZulu-Natal. This is what we need. We need to say, councillor, listen here, just you go and attend to council matters and you leave our land for us. Just go and break what you want to break there, just for the time being. And later on, come and work with us. See how we do it. Because each one of these projects that we're putting in renewables, we're creating an industrial development zone right next to the PV. Why? Because we want to supply those industrial development zones directly with cheap energy, even though there will still be a little bit of load shedding perhaps in the evenings. But in the daytime, with a few battery packs and the PV, we can do a lot. Thank you. Thank you.
Colleagues, I saw that we didn't really have question time, but I think Chris has told such an exciting story. If there are one or two questions or comments, I'll allow it. I think we have a bit of time. There's one from our mayor and one from our media representative.
No, I just want to commend you. There's a lot of goodwill in South Africa, and it's got to start in our small little places. Thank you. We're going to come there for best practice.
Chris, I admire what you do. I've been following it for quite a long time. Can you just give us an idea in Modimolle-Mokgopong what the impact of the change in political balance was on your work after the last local elections?
Without getting involved in politics, and the question, just to give some context, 30 seconds.
No problem.
Municipality, we thought our model is we do it on a concession. Give us a long-term, 10-year, 15-year, 20-year, 25-year. How much money we need to invest to fix? How much money, how much time for us to recover our investment? That determines the period of the concession. Now, obviously, what you don't want to do is invest and then make the user pay for that investment, and now suddenly they pay a lot more than what they would have had to pay previously. Doesn't work. So what did we do in Mafube? It was a long period, long concession period, and every year that NERSA has issued us with a tariff increase, we said to NERSA, sorry, we can't accept this tariff increase. The first time it happened, it was everybody was sitting around the table because look at what private sector is doing. They don't accept our tariff increase, so they want more. So we said to them, no, but we don't want more. We actually just want less. We want 12, I think, or 15% less tariff increase than what you issued, that you awarded to us already. It blew their minds. They couldn't understand it. The municipality was up in arms because the municipality wanted that 15%. That was just more money. They had nothing to do with it other than probably use it for illicit purposes, but they wanted more. And we gave it back to the community. And in that, we had huge political ramifications over many years, because what we do is we invest, we run the concession, the money stays on the network. The money doesn't go somewhere. And we thought, perhaps what we now do, let's change and we give our expertise to a municipality in need. Not on a concession basis. We invest a little bit of money. In Modimolle-Mokgopong's terms, I think, and Peter sits there behind, I think we committed to about 3 million rand, but we spent about 40 million rand in Modimolle-Mokgopong. Huge turnaround. Materials, vehicles, the works. Now, before the political change was merely for the eye blind. There was always not a political change. It's still the same politicians. The fact that there's one mayor from a different party doesn't mean that they can actually change anything. And I think we all know that in this room. That money, unfortunately, everybody started paying, everything performed. What a disaster, because the staff, that heart, the capacity, staff members continued to bypass meters for money. They refused, they took full salary, they're not even at work. No, it's an absolute nightmare because there's no consequence for your action. It's not just in Modimolle-Mokgopong. So the honest truth, the people actually got a raw deal. Everybody's paying because they saw things improving, and now it's just another total collapse. So what have we said? Are we going to ever do something like that again? I doubt it. We won't. Either we have the concession, we can implement a long-term fix, benefit the community in a sustainable manner, or not. You know, and we're rather at the or not. Because all this has been for us the last 3 years has been court battles to actually get the municipality to buy material so that we can go and fix community issues.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you.
Sterkte ook vir julle. Colleagues, we have lunch, and I think I broke this thing now. We have lunch until, say, 1:30. It's outside, you have to stand, so you can't stay too long with lunch. 1:30 inside. And also for our Zoomers, 1:30. Thank you.
load shedding is measured in two ways: the number of hours of load shedding. Actually, three ways: the number of hours of load shedding, the stage of load shedding, how many hours at different stages, and also the amount of energy lost as a result of hours of load shedding. And in terms of it's color coded, so the red is stage 4 load shedding. Can you see how stage 4 load shedding has increased year by year? At the moment, it's at pretty disastrous levels. And a similar graph on the right, shows the amount of gigawatt hours, or terawatt hours in this case. A terawatt hour is a very big number. It's 1,000 gigawatt hours, and a gigawatt hours is 1,000 megawatt hours, and a megawatt hour is 1,000 kilowatt hours. So a terawatt hour is an extremely big number. And you can see that in 2022, and this is a little bit out of date, this is about 2 months ago, we'd already more than double what we lost the whole of last year. Okay, so that's the problem. Okay, so we're going to look at solutions to that problem, but it's very important just to frame what is it we're trying to solve. To be honest, I'm not worried about what Eskom does with itself. It's debt. It's all of that. It must just restructure itself, do what it has to do with itself to right-size itself in order to meet demand. The customer is feeling, Eskom is not there for its own sake. It's there for the customer. That's the only reason it exists. So Eskom must just do what it has to do. People say to me, "Oh, what happens about Eskom? If we all put in our own systems, what about Eskom?" No, Eskom must just do what it has to do, right-size itself, etc. But at the end of the day, it's there for the customer, and if it's not serving the customer, it must adapt. So let's move on to the next slide to also understand this problem, the problem statement. So this is what is called Eskom's energy availability factor. Now, I don't care what the availability factor is. I just want to know about the hours of load shedding. But this is not the problem. This is just a metric that tries to explain where we are. And what you see is the energy availability factor declining year on year. So each of those parabolic curves represents 1 year of energy availability factor. And you can see the energy availability factor follows this parabolic pattern. It's higher in summer and it's lower in winter, but it's always follows the sort of pattern. And every year it's lower. And can you see where we are to date? That's the bottom curve. And can you see how it's heading downwards? It's not just a parabola starting and ending at the same place. It's actually getting lower. This is like almost a tipping point. Okay, so having explained that, that is Eskom's performance, its generation plant performance, its availability to do what it's supposed to do, which is to meet demand. So you can see that its availability to meet demand is declining. And you can see on the horizontal axis the weeks of the year, and the vertical axis the availability factor. And we're sitting at the moment at about 55%, about 56, 57% energy availability. That means nearly half of the fleet is not available for duty. So it's not doing what it should do. So having said that, we know there's a problem, and we know that the President has addressed his mind to the problem. And this is straight out of the President's plan. Okay? So this is what we have to do to fix the problem. And we're going to just analyze this quickly. First of all, we need to fix Eskom. Isn't it obvious? The availability is declining. We've got to fix it. We've got to improve that availability factor. It's just wonderful. Just take it up from 56% to 75%. That's what the minister said. He told the Eskom board, that's what your job is. Easier said than done. Especially when, for the last 15 years, it's been going the other direction. And Eskom has been trying, believe it or not, to change that trend, but that is the trend. So if you think that it's going to suddenly increase from 55% to 75% in the next 2 years, you're going to be very disappointed. It's not going to. It is physically impossible to change the average availability of 100 generators in 2 years, especially when you don't have any generation reserve margin. Because in order to do what you have to do to improve this availability factor, you need to have some spare generation so that when you do this extended maintenance, you've got something up your sleeve to run while you're doing the extended maintenance. At the moment, we've got nothing up our sleeve. That's why we have stage 2 load shedding today, as we speak. So there's no reserve, absolutely none. So if you want to do more maintenance to fix things and improve the availability factor, you have to switch off generators and you don't have anything in spare. The availability factor is going to worsen, not get better in the next 2 years. It's going to get worse. And I can tell you, you can look at Eskom's own plan, its transmission development plan, in which it looks at the energy availability factor for the next 2 years. In fact, it looks at it for the next 5 years. And in the next 5 years, in the Eskom plan, the availability factor remains constant at the current low level of about 60%. That's what the plan is for the next, it's Eskom's plan. Forget about what the minister says. He can say what he likes. That's what's going to happen. And so it's sad news for those who think that you can just suddenly change the average availability factor of 100 generators without having any spare generation capacity up your sleeve. It's going to get worse, and the best you can hope for, actually, the best, is to keep it constant and stop the decline that had been happening over the last 15 years. It's not a message that politicians want to hear. It's not a message that the public want to hear. But that's what Eskom's own plan is, and unfortunately, it's quite realistic. So, step number 1, to fix Eskom. Yes, it can be fixed, but before you can fix it, you need new generation capacity. You heard what Jan Oberholzer said. He said they need urgently new generation capacity. If you don't have new generation capacity, you've got no generation reserve in order to do the maintenance necessary to fix Eskom. So we need new generation capacity fast. So yeah, you see, point number 2. So point number 1, I've got a bit of problem with, because as I say, it's a chicken and egg. You need the chicken first. Okay, then point number 2, you need to accelerate public and private sector investment. Sorry, accelerate private investment in the generation sector here. What they're talking about here actually is the renewable energy IPP program and the risk mitigation IPP program. These are what we call public procurements. They're actually not private procurements. They're public procurements. And my problem with this is that it cannot be done quickly. The government just cannot move quickly enough. The public procurement, I mean, you heard also what Jan Oberholzer said. In 2019, December, President flew back from Egypt and he announced that there was going to be a public procurement process of 2,000 megawatts of risk mitigation IPP program, the RMIPPP, emergency program to deliver 2,000 megawatts today. Not 1 kilowatt hour from that emergency program has been delivered. Not one. In fact, they've only placed the orders for 150 megawatts out of 2,000 megawatts. So the balance, they haven't even placed the orders, let alone delivered the goods. That is how slow public procurement processes are, and it's no different in the renewable energy IPP program. Bid window 5 is stalled. There's a couple of projects that they have just announced that have reached, it's not financial closure, it's commercial closure. Not a single project in the bid window 5 has reached financial close yet, and they still have to be built. That takes another 2 years to build them and get them delivering. So the public procurement process is a problem. So I have a problem with point number 2. Point number 3, accelerate the process of new capacity from renewables, gas, and battery storage. Now, if they're talking about public procurements, the big stuff, I have a problem with that point, as I've just explained, because government can't procure and deliver those things fast enough. But it's, of course, I'm not saying it shouldn't happen. It should happen, and it will happen, but it can't happen in the next 3 years. Okay, so just keep that in mind. So problems with 1, 2, and 3. Number 4, now we're starting to get serious. But why is it number 4 on the list instead of number 1? Unleash business and households to invest in rooftop solar PV. I'm going to talk a lot more about that. And lastly, number 5, I don't have a problem with it, fundamentally transform the electricity sector, but that is like a 5-10 year program. Okay, so It's not something that's going to solve the problem, you know, in the next few years. We have to do it, just like we have to do public procurement, but it's not the solution to the problem that I've just outlined, load shedding. Okay, so I'm not going to dwell on this slide. By the way, these slides are all available to everybody afterwards, so you don't have to take notes or anything like that. What I've just outlined in those 5 points in the President's plans are fleshed out here in perhaps more painful detail of all the other things that are either implied by those 5 things or actually a part of those 5 things. But there's a whole long list of things that have to be done and are going to be done and will be done, I hope, but they're necessary to be done. And they, as I say, they're either implied by or they need to be done. They're either implied in the plan of the President or they need to be done. So I'm not going to dwell on that. There's a long list of things that have to be done. So the next slide here, I just want to know, when we talk about solutions, we just got to keep in mind what is happening around the world. Because if we try and think that we can change the world in South Africa, you know, in defiance of global trends, we're probably wrong. It's like when there's a wave. You either surf the wave or you're waiting for the next wave while everyone else is having cocktails on the beach. So you've got to either, when the wave comes, these global waves, you've got to either ride the wave or you're left behind and you've got to catch the next one. And everybody else has moved on. Okay, so whether we like it or not, whether we believe it or not, whether we think it's fair or not, climate change is with us. I say, what you believe is irrelevant. What I believe is irrelevant. It's what the people at COP27 believe, their scientists and their advisors and the world's leaders. You know, they are driving the climate change agenda, whether we like it or not. There is a rapid change in technology, and associated with that is business uncertainty. It is really hard to get bankers to invest in a project that lasts 60 years. It is really hard because the world is changing so fast. I mean, would you like to have bought a Nokia brick phone that lasted for 60 years and locked you out of buying the next generation smartphone? The days of wanting generation plant to last 50 years in this rapidly changing environment we're in is over. Bankers don't have that horizon. The kind of horizon for them that is long is 20 years. So to start talking about technical technology solutions that are going to last you 50, 60, 70, 80 years is actually not an advantage, it's a disadvantage. And so we need to understand this rapidly changing and uncertain environment. We need short delivery times and flexible construction that we can adapt. We can be nimble, and we need flexibility of operation. In other words, we need to be able to ramp up and ramp down these generators, and I'll explain why in due course, but we need flexible operation, flexible construction, and short delivery times. That is what makes funding available. There is a move globally away from monopoly suppliers and large central generation towards a more diversified and competitive generation sector, and the need is for an independent national transmission grid company that enables non-discriminatory access to the grid by a diversified generation sector, not a monopoly. At the moment, you know, Eskom is the monopoly generator. It also owns the transmission grid, and it presents barriers to entry for new entrants. So this transmission grid needs to become a platform to which thousands of generators can participate. And that is what is happening and what should happen in the world of a diversified, competitive generation sector, where you have a transmission grid company that is independent from the generators, allows non-discriminatory access to the grid. There needs to be, and there is globally, these are trends globally, a rapid increase in renewable energy, wind, solar PV, and energy storage. It is absolutely amazing what is happening in this area. I can spend half an hour telling you about what is happening around the world. It boggles the mind. As I say, creating this electricity market. We need to have an electricity market where a lot of people can participate and where the transmission grid is simply a platform which connects buyers and sellers. Think about Uber. It's a platform that connects buyers and sellers, and they take a trade. They earn some income on every transaction that's done. You can have a market. It's like a stock exchange. A stock exchange is a platform by which trading takes place between buyers and sellers, and they make a profit by facilitating transactions. They don't necessarily own the generation assets. They don't own the customer's assets. All they do is facilitate the flow of electrons and trading between buyers and sellers. That is the world that we're moving to. And there's this move towards self-generation, embedded generation, distributed generation. I'm talking about literally thousands and thousands of customers that are also generators. They generate into the grid and use electricity. That's the way of the world. Smart grids, smart metering, smart inverters, I'm going to talk about that. Customers, this is the important. Customers are becoming part of the solution. No longer is it generators and customers, or generators and transmitters and distributors and customers. The days of a monopoly are over, and the new world of electricity is where the customer starts calling the shots, as it should. And the generators and transmitters and distributors are there to serve the needs of the customers. So understanding and serving the customer's needs is king. So I'm going to just take you through a couple of technologies, okay, that may be available, in this new world of electricity. Thermal coal-fired power. That's a picture, I think it's of Medupi under construction. You know that it's been a problem, a very serious part of the problem in South Africa. What I want to just say is we know that there's going to be a significant amount of coal that is decommissioned. What I can tell you this for sure, there will be no new coal constructed in South Africa. It's over. You cannot finance it. The banks won't finance it. Not even the Chinese will finance it. The president of China announced to the United Nations they will not fund new coal anywhere outside of China. They'll do it in China, but not outside China. Because inside China, they're in charge. But outside China, they're not in charge. So this is not a solution for the future. And by the way, this is big, lumpy stuff. This is not flexibles. This takes 10, 15 years to build. You know how long it's taken Medupi and Kusile to build. This is not the future. Okay, nuclear. Now, I'm not going to steal Calvin Kem's thunder, nor our previous speaker's thunder, but this is nuclear. You might recognize this. This is in Russia. You see the one on the right? Oops, sorry, have I not changed it? That's this Russian nuclear power plant under construction. The picture doesn't do justice to the scale of things. It is a massive, massive thing. There are 6 of these units. This is just 2 of them, one of them being under construction. And I, with Antoinette, was inside that containment building on the right. We were there, somewhere near Ukraine. The interesting thing to note about nuclear is that it takes a long time to build, and it's not flexible, and it's very capital intensive. And most of the world's reactors are built by Russia or China. By far, the majority are built by Russia and China. And there are very significant geopolitical aspects at play here. And I'm pretty glad that South Africa is not locked into a 10,000 megawatt nuclear new build program with Rosatom of Russia right now. While the war in Ukraine is on the go, and while there are sanctions and you can't pay money from one country to another and all of these things. All I'm trying to say is that nuclear is big and lumpy and expensive, and it's not flexible, and it has long lead times, and it has geopolitical implications. And the countries that are building it are China and Russia. And these are not market economies. They build them for other reasons. Where there are market economies, these are not being built. Or they may be being built, but they're suffering very long time delays. Okay, so what is this? Oh, this is a small modular reactor, and you've heard a lot about this. Now, the only difference between this slide and the previous slides is this is an artist's impression. This is not real. This has not been built yet. It doesn't exist. It hasn't been piloted. It hasn't been licensed, and there's a long way to go. Now, I keep a very open mind about technology. I'm not writing off nuclear, believe you me. But if my little advice to anybody in this field is take a strategy of watch and wait. We don't need to be the world's leaders of technology. In fact, municipalities should be the very last to embrace unproven technologies that have not even been piloted, let alone built, proven, and licensed. This is just an artist's impression, okay? So we need to keep that in mind. This is an artist's impression of a Rolls-Royce reactor. It's expected that there might be one in the UK at the end of this decade. And maybe in South Africa it will be available in the subsequent decade. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe it'll never occur. Remember the PBMR? It was never built, okay? That was like 2 decades ago. So I just suggest be cautious in your expectations and beware of nuclear sales, snake oil salesmen. They will promise you anything to get the investment. Beware of nuclear snake oil salesmen. Okay, gas to power. This is another good solution, okay? Oops, sorry, yep, thank you. Gas to power, our minister says, is a game changer. And I want to tell you, you can build this power plant in 2 years. Wonderful. This could be a solution, could it? The trouble is not the power station. It's easy to build a gas power station. You place an order with Siemens or General Electric, and they'll deliver it and they'll build it. The problem is the gas. And in South Africa, we don't have resources of natural gas, methane, okay? There have been some discoveries off the south coast. It could take 5, 6, 7, 8 years to turn those discoveries into pipelines that deliver gas to such a power station. There have been discoveries in Mozambique, but you know, to get this stuff to South Africa, you need ports that work. You need offloading facilities. You need floating storage and regasification units. You need pipelines. You need transmission infrastructure. And I'm not talking about electricity transmission. I'm talking about gas transmission infrastructure. It doesn't exist in South Africa. If we're going to import liquefied natural gas, number one, with the current problems in Russia and Ukraine and Europe, the price is exceptionally high. And we don't have the port facilities, the pipelines, the floating storage gas, either land-based or floating. We just don't have them, and it'll take 5, 6, 7 years to develop. That is the reality. It's not a solution to the problem that we talked about in the beginning. Gas to power. Oh, by the way, going back, this is what we call either an open cycle gas turbine or a combined cycle gas turbine. These are turbines, gas turbine, like a jet engine kind of thing. There's another technology with gas, and that's called a gas engine. It's like a diesel engine. It's got pistons. And this is a picture of a gas engine power plant, but it happens to be mounted on a ship. Oops, sorry. I keep forgetting because I'm looking at my slides here. So this is a gas power plant, a gas engines mounted on a ship. And you know, this project has been stalled now for some time and may or may not happen. We shall just have to wait and see. But it suffers the same problem. The gas supply is imported liquefied natural gas. It's very expensive, very expensive. So the other thing, of course, is utility scale wind, solar PV storage, and hybrids combining mixtures of these. And I'm afraid to say, or whether you like it or not, or I'm not afraid, I'm just saying, it's the only game in town right now. Gas to power has been talked about for 15 years. We don't even have a gas master plan, which is going to coordinate all this infrastructure that is needed to get gas to that power station. That's what you need. We've been talking about it for 15 years, but we cannot get our act together to put a plan on the table and to plan the necessary infrastructure that is needed to get the gas where it belongs, at the power station. Talking about nuclear, I've been following the nuclear industry for the last 20 years. It comes and it goes. It seems to attract the wrong kind of people. I mean, the last two Eskom CEOs that were in favor of small modular reactors are now arrested, facing charges of corruption. Mr. Molefe and Mr. Coco. They were the last ones pushing these small modular reactors, and currently Eskom is not on their plan. It's not on their plan, somebody else's plan. And my advice is wait and see. Who knows what's going to happen? The world is changing very fast, and I'm not writing nuclear off, but I'm not overconfident. This is where some really serious investment has got to take place. Oops, yep. Oop, hang on, sorry. Okay, so we're talking about wind and solar and PV, these hybrids. This is where all the action is taking place. This is where the orders are happening. Tronox, Richards Bay Minerals, Anglo-American, every mining company in South Africa, the Renewable Energy IPP program, Eskom, remember you heard Jan, 50 megawatts of new power. Go and have a look, gigawatts, 50 gigawatts of new power, not megawatts, thank you, Jacob. That 50 megawatts is coming from wind and solar and battery storage, a little bit of hydro, and some gas to power if we can get our act together. Okay? It's not coming, if you look at Eskom's transmission plan, it's not coming from nuclear, it's not coming from coal. That is for sure. So the only game in town actually is this wind solar. But really, where we've got to do a lot of investment, and Jan Oberholzer indicated exactly this, is that we need to invest in transmission and distribution infrastructure. We need this new grid company. We need self-generation, embedded generation. This requires a lot of investment into the grid. And if anything I can say is that Jan Oberholzer has underestimated what is required in grid investments in order to make 50 gigawatts of new generation capacity available. I'm not going to run through all of these things, but these are things that have got to happen in the transmission and distribution grid in order to give effect to what has to be done. In all of this, there's a lot of customer side opportunities. The customer is now going to start calling the shots, and it's time for the customers to realize that they are the solution. Actually, Eskom is not going to build 50 gigawatts. Not even nearly. You are going to build it. South African customers are going to build the majority of that 50 gigawatts at their own cost, not at the fiscus's cost. And this is what we've got to listen. So there's a whole lot of things here that customers have got to do, and I'm running out of time. So I'm going to press on. Okay, so what are things that customers are doing? Now, this is happening as we speak, all over the place. This is a microgrid installation comprising a mixture of solar and diesel power and battery storage and a grid connection, all working seamlessly with one purpose in mind: to use as little grid electricity as possible. That's the objective. This is in the Free State. This is a microgrid installation on a campus, a university campus, on buildings. Same story. PV, solar hot water geysers, battery storage, diesel, and a grid supply. Same objective. This is a microgrid installation in Zimbabwe on a tea plantation. You know that Zimbabwe's electricity supply is, I mean, can it be worse than ours? It is, okay? It's worse than ours. So to survive, this is what you have to do. You have to, don't give up your grid connection, but you need to supplement your energy needs from other sources to use as little as possible from the grid as you can. Of course, this has huge benefits for Eskom. It reduces the demand, it reduces their burden. By the more people that do this, the less Eskom has to supply, and the less load shedding you'll be subjected to. This is a microgrid installation in Johannesburg on an industrial park. Okay, a factory, large factory with a lot of roof space, same story. This is what customers are doing. This is an agrivoltaics installation. If you've ever driven down to the Kruger Park through Leidenburg, you see these huge agricultural estates with netting over them, netting to give shade. And underneath the netting, they grow things, lots of things. This is where the job opportunities are, because the jobs in intensive agriculture are 10 to 100 times higher than the jobs in solar PV. And that's the kind of thing we're talking about there. So I'm coming to a conclusion now to say that load shedding should not be accepted, and it should not become the new normal for South Africa. And we must resist this feeling of helplessness, that there's nothing we can do about it. In fact, there's a lot that we can do about it. As customers, did you see in the newspaper just the other day, I think it was last week, in France, they passed a new law that says any parking lot that exists or will be built new with more than 50 cars in it, by law, has to have solar PV on it. And this will deliver in France 10,000 megawatts. Just from parking lots. Just from parking lots. Combine that with some battery storage, and you've got a nice, resilient source of supply that will reduce the demand from Eskom very significantly. In Vietnam, last year, in just the domestic and commercial sector alone, they installed 9,000 megawatts of rooftop solar PV and battery storage. In Vietnam, a country with a lower GDP per capita than South Africa, less developed than South Africa, that's what they can deliver. And we can too, if we put in the right policies, if we put in feed-in tariffs, if we have tax incentives, add that to the 10,000 megawatts from parking lots, now you've got 20,000 megawatts. It's going quite a long way towards the 50,000 that Jan was talking about. The mining industry right now have got a pipeline of 6,000 megawatts of projects, new generation capacity, that's in their pipeline right now as we speak. That excludes energy-intensive industry. It's just the mines. Anglo, Impala, Platinum, Goldfields, and every single mine in South Africa. Then you come to Sasol. Sasol have got 1,200 megawatts planned. They're about to place the order for 600 megawatts. Richards Bay Minerals have just placed the order. Tronox have just placed an order. What I'm saying to you, and then by the way, don't forget the municipality. The municipalities are also customers of electricity. They are the customer as well. Municipalities are also thinking about building and contracting with IPPs. And if you speak to Cape Town, Durban, Joburg, Tshwane, Ekurhuleni, add them all up, comes to 2,000 megawatts. All I can tell you is we can solve this problem easily if we commit ourselves and we do the right thing. It's not going to be easy to get government to do the right thing, but I think they're starting to think about it. What just worries me is they put their mind to things that are unlikely to be achieved in the short term, like fixing Eskom. Yes, we must fix Eskom, but you can't fix Eskom in 2 years. And Jan Hoobalhouse has said, he says we're going to have load shedding for 2 years. That's the wrong attitude. We should say that we're going to have no load shedding in 2 years. That's what can be done if we change our mindset. Eskom is still thinking about being the solution. Eskom is not the solution. You are the solution, the customers of electricity. That is where the new generation capacity is going to come from in the short term. Thanks, ladies and gentlemen.
Calvert?
Do you want
Yeah,
any questions?
Calvert, we don't have time for questions.
Okay, sure.
At the end, perhaps we'll see. Thanks, Calvin.
Right, folks. I've entitled this now a reliable electricity supply, the 6-month and the 6-year challenge. What is happening is that we are looking all the time at the next 6 months. What you see all over the place is, how are we going to solve the load shedding before Christmas? How are we going to solve the load shedding before there? And what one has to do right now for that is to go to a place like Eskom and say, you've got to get the EAF up. You've got to do your maintenance. You've got to take it, as you heard Jan this morning, there's enough generation capacity in Eskom to get much more out if they fix it. I understand all the problems that he mentioned. So it's maintenance. The morale is down. Much of the guys there, their morale is up as individuals, but the whole organization needs jacking up, and you need some more positive publicity for them, not rigged publicity. You need to show the magnitude of what they have to face, and you also have to point out the guys they're trying. That's the inside of a South African power station. Many people think these things are tiny. You just go in with your spanner and you fix it. It's not like that. It's a whole different ball game when you get inside, far more complicated. So now the public tends to imagine a quick fix all of the time. You go boom, boom, and there's a solution right now. It's not like that. You know, these solar and wind things and so on are all well and good for certain purposes, but they're not going to solve the macro problem. You find there, that's, for example, a solar array. That's one of them. They're not small. You can get little ones on parking lots and so on, but that's not going to drive the stuff that counts. So also, of course, you've got to take into account that it's intermittent. You only get solar power during the daytime, and for that matter, you only get it really over lunchtime. You get less than half typically before morning tea and less than half typically after afternoon tea. That has got to be taken into account. I'm coming back to that. Similarly with the wind, this also is South Africans working on cleaning the solar panels. We have a particular dust problem here. In Germany, they tend to have automatic, like windscreen wiper things with water that goes backwards and forwards. There isn't any in the Northern Cape. There's also the power ships that we've heard of. If anything, we can make them ourselves. I don't really see the need for bringing them in. What the power ship is a platform on which you have a gas turbine. The fact that it's shaped like a ship with an engine to drive it from one continent to the other, we don't need that. We can put a floating square thing somewhere if you want it, and you put the gas turbines on that. As has already been pointed out, the issue is how to get the gas continuously to the turbine, not the making of the turbine. So that I'm also a little bit skeptical about the practicalities of relying on the international gas price and keeping the supply going. So these are projected as environmentally friendly solutions. I'm very skeptical about a lot of this, because you've also got to say to yourself, where did all this come from? What started it? It all started because of this belief in climate change induced by mankind, which I'm one of the scientists does not agree that that's true. I do not believe that mankind's emissions from coal or anything else is doing anything to the climate. There are many that agree with me, but that tends to be suppressed when you look around. Now, what tends to happen as well is that the psychology plays a very big role. This is a diagram I drew, and you'll see there I've called it the factor-motion balance. And what you find there is the yellow ring, which is the E ring, that's the emotion ring. And you find, unfortunately, Greenpeace and organizations like this come out and say, if you live near a nuclear reactor, your baby is going to die. And all the mommies say, well, we can't allow that, we can't allow that. And this type of thing happens, and there's a huge emotion there where the red is thickest, and they say we can't allow it. Now, we're not prepared to listen, but no. Then you go to the scientists and the engineers. They're on the other end, the fact balance, the blue one. You say to the engineer, what's the truth? And the guy comes out with a pile of printout like this. He says, well, you see, on the 14th of last year at 16:28, there was 14 points. And he loses the audience. So they don't listen. So what you need is you've got to get decision-making and the D ring, the green ring there, and say, what is reasonable? And we've got to tell the public, what is reasonable? Do you understand? So that you understand enough of the story to make reasonable decisions. That's not been happening. And that's a sad thing. So, you know, who are the ones determining policy? The people determining policy are people like this, all right? Nuclear scientists go on television and say, listen to me. And then she goes on television and says, no, listen to me. And what happens is that people tend to listen to her. So who's determining a lot of the energy policy of the world? It's people like that chain themselves to fences and lie on the street in front of trains or whatever. Certainly at times the train should just ride over them, quite frankly. And really, when they blocked the streets in London, I saw somebody on television the other day saying how they fouled up the economy in the UK there a while ago by blocking the streets for days, and the government says, well, no, it's their human rights. We can't actually move these people. The fact that the thing's jammed up, there was a pregnant woman that didn't make it to hospital and gave birth in the car. There was some other injured person that never made it to hospital. There was another fellow on the way to his father's funeral. He missed his father's funeral because there were people exercising their rights in the street. Now, it can only go so far. I'm all in favor of freedom of speech. Freedom of speech says give your opinion, not in the middle of the road while you block everybody else. Right, so you've got to say to yourself, what is the reality behind all of this? Now, firstly, after this, what happens now too is a number of people, jeepers, we've got new ideas. Look at these new ideas. So many of these ideas have been known 100 years ago. When I was a first-year student, we knew about wave energy, we knew about tidal power, we knew about that. And those things plain and simply didn't work, often because the connection of the cable to the shore and things like this became problematic. You couldn't make them big enough. There's one now, a blowhole like a whale's blowhole that you can produce energy. You shoot the water up, and when the water falls down, it sucks air through a turbine and produces energy. Of course it is. It's dead easy to produce energy. Very easy to produce energy. What's difficult is to produce enough energy economically to make it pay. That's what counts. You can burn whiskey, pour whiskey on some cotton wool and light it, there's energy. It's not profitable. And that's where the issue comes in. Well, it depends on you know, how much benefit there is to the staff if they get a 20% cut of it or something. But you've got to say, what is realistic here? Now, let me emphasize another thing which is terribly important. There's a difference between megawatts and megawatt hours, right? Megawatts in physics is called power. That's mean what you get right now. If you look there, unfortunately the picture is a bit small, but that motor that there is a 4 megawatt electric motor. It's about the height of a person standing on somebody else's shoulders. That means you need 4 megawatts now to make that thing turn around. If you get the stove in your kitchen, an ordinary stove like that, and you run it normally for a year, it'll use 4 megawatt hours of electricity. That's the total added up energy. It is not the power. And you're forever seeing somebody in the newspaper say, oh, there's 100 megawatts of something being added. There isn't. Particularly when they tell you this will power 100,000 houses. It will power 100,000 houses if you multiply out 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, and then assume what the house is going to use and divide it all up. But it won't actually deliver that at a moment. Okay, you understand? It's terribly important. And also, whether it's a capital M or a little m and a capital W, these are all important. And usually in the media, they're just smeared out. M's, big M's, little m's, H's, no H's, it makes no difference. It does make a difference. It's a very serious difference. Now we're going to set the scene for a moment. Let's just set the scene and stand back, all right? We live in Africa. That is Africa there. Africa is bigger than China, the United States, Europe, and India, and the UK added together. It is big. The standard Mercator map projection is incorrect. It does not project the correct areas. That's reality. So you have to bear that in mind when you are making plans, your policy decisions, and so on for the country. That is South Africa. South Africa is the same size as the whole of Western Europe added together. We're in Cape Town. I come from Pretoria. All of South Africa's coal sits in the coal fields up there in Mpumalanga, northern KZN, and so on, where you see where I've marked the coal in there. In the far northeast of the country, that black line from effectively from Pretoria to Cape Town is the same distance from Rome to London. Now, when I was in London, I said, oh, incidentally, Coburg nuclear power station down here supplies about half the electricity to the Western Cape. So today, this whole hotel is running on nuclear power. So the other half effectively comes from the coal fields. So in London, I said, how would you like it if half of London's electricity is being drawn from Rome? I said, gee, we would never do that. It's crazy. It's far too risky. And it's the same with us. We're pulling all that power down there to Cape Town. If we double the size of the economy, we'd more than double the risk to the Cape if it's relying on the coal fields. We've got to put electricity at the bottom and push electricity from the bottom up. All right? Then look at a few other size things. There's the Karoo. Well, that's the train going through the Karoo. The Karoo is bigger than Germany. Germany's got a population, I believe, about 80 million. Whatever the Karoo is, I don't even know 1 million, but you know, the Karoo, it's a week's walk before you find another human being. So you can't go and take areas of, well, it works there and it works, why don't we do it? The answer is no, it doesn't work like that. We've got to be more realistic and look at ourselves, and we're not doing that. So because of those distances and so on, what happened is South African planners in like the 1970s or whenever it was started said, you know what, we better start putting electricity at the bottom or we're going to be in deep trouble in due course. So they started to plan Coburg, and Coburg was built. And there's Coburg. I took that picture on the beach myself a while back. There's Coburg sitting there, and you can do your windsurfing and lie on the beach and whatever. And that went live in 1984, one of the earliest nuclear power stations in the world, interesting, you know, in comparison to today. And there it's run reliably ever since. And that's because we're pushing electricity from the bottom up, which we have to do. Now, let's have a look and say to yourself, that's 6 months. Let's look at 6 years. What worries me a lot is everybody saying, oh, load shedding between now and Christmas, load shedding, whatever. What about 6 years down the track? There are people now deciding whether or not to build an extension to the Ford plant, whether or not to build a so-and-so, whether or not to do things. Those international boards are sitting in their boardrooms now saying, can we rely on South Africa having electricity half a dozen years down the track? And if you say no, they say we go to Korea or we go to wherever else. We've got to now show a confidence that half a dozen years down the track, we're going to be reliably supplying these people with power, and they can come here and not feel they're going to then come into load shedding and so on. So we've got to look and say, now what? And this is difficult. So let's look towards the future, have some confidence in Africans figuring out African solutions for Africa. We can't go and wait for somebody else to come and tell us how to solve our problems. It doesn't work like that. We must be realistic. I'm not opposed to renewables. I've never been opposed to renewables. If you look at everything I've ever said in public and a lot of recordings of it, everything I've ever written, I've never knocked wind and solar and so on per se. I've never attacked the individuals as individuals. I've never referred to snake oil salesmen and all sorts of things like this. I say everybody's entitled to have a legitimate opinion. All right? Now, we have been in the battery business and the hydro business a long time. Look there. That's the Katsi Dam being built in Lesotho. That's under construction. That is a great big renewables project, a hydro project that was built and conceived in South Africa with South Africans a long time ago. Not at the time of the pyramids of Egypt, but in the terms of the modern context, that was long before the current political excitement. So you look at that and you say, okay, renewables include hydro and so on. But for much of Africa, the hydro is dicey because of the shape of the ground and the climate. I've spoken to Norwegians, I've looked at Norwegian, I've never been to have a look at a Norwegian dam, but Norway relies heavily on hydro. Norway even exports hydroelectricity to the UK under the ocean. That's why the UK so far, and getting nuclear from France, they haven't had load shedding because of that. We don't have wealthy neighbors to give us electricity. But the Norwegian dams look like this. They're between fjords, and they've got water in them, which is a constant runoff from the rain's always raining there, but also there's snow and ice. The physics of it is, you know, you've got to have a height and you've got to have a volume to give you the electricity. They've always got the height of water and they've always got the amount of water they want. So they've always got electricity. African dams are big sources like this. So it doesn't take much to have one of the big droughts we have and you lose most of the water. Just the other day, Kariba was 24% full. One day, years ago now, I was giving a seminar to a number of African countries. I said, boy, if you guys lose 10% of your power because of drought, you're in trouble. And a Tanzanian guy, you know, and he said, no. He said, look, let me show you my graphs. And he pulled them out and he said, here's a power station that lost 73% of its power from the hydro dam because it didn't rain. I thought, oh my golly. And I remember feeling a bit of a fool when it struck me to what degree you could lose hydropower in Africa, which will not happen in Norway. So, then you say to yourself, right, storage, and so on comes along. The storage in the electric batteries is seriously big. But that's worrying. I don't want to knock it again either, but that's a battery, all right? It's Bishop Stortford. I've been to Bishop Stortford around that area. I haven't seen that battery. But that's what a battery looks like. I find at social occasions when you're standing with a glass of wine and a number of young ladies or something, you talk about storage. You say, what have you got in mind? No, 6 car batteries in the corner there that'll run the suburb. No, it's like that. And it won't run the whole suburb. That'll give you power for an hour or something. When the physics that you push energy into anything, the energy is still there. So if the energy's into that thing and the energy comes out the wrong way, that's what happens. That was the big Tesla batteries in Australia that burnt for 3 days. The battery's not, I wouldn't want to sleep next to a battery during the night, not one of those. I'd happily sleep in the grounds of Coburg for as long as is necessary, but those things are like bombs. Now, I'm not knocking them, I'm just saying that it's not easy, just build them wherever. You wouldn't want that next to the nursery school or whatever the case might be. So it's a lot more difficult to do these things. So I just say be careful. This is not all tested technology and so on. So put it where it's appropriate, got no problem, but don't wave your hands and say this is the solution to everybody. Right. By the way, most of these electrical batteries are not really for supplying power during the night. They're more smoothing systems to correct for the variations in the wind and so on to try and just give you the stable power. So it's very difficult to make a big battery that will really give you electricity for a while. Don't kid yourself that you can run a country, a city, or a town on renewable energy, wind and so on. Unfortunately, you can't. It's just reality. Just face it, okay? I'm not opposed to the solar and wind solutions, but find the solutions that work. There, for example, is one that South Africa's got again. That's the Sterkfontein Dam, the Drakensberg scheme that Jan also mentioned this morning. That used to be grass. I've walked across there before in the days when it was grass. Then they closed it up and put a wall, and they now fill it with water. And they pump water up from KwaZulu-Natal to the top. And then when they need electricity, they run it back down through the underground pipes. You can drive. I've driven in a bakkie up inside one of the pipes. That's a big scheme. That's effectively a big battery. That's what it is. And we've been in that business a long time. So there it is. There's me standing on top of the concrete base of a wind turbine being built down by Jeffreys Bay. They're big as well. When you go there, they're seriously large. I can tell you some stories about the construction there, but we haven't got the time, so let's just back up here. Now, have a look. There's Rinkel's nuclear power station in Sweden. There it is sitting over there, fishing village and so on. There's sort of scary ideas of, gee, there's this nuclear power station, you daren't go near. It's just not true. Right? This has been falsely propagated around the world to a huge degree, which is a bit sad. In fact, it's not a bit sad, it's very, very sad. And the extreme Greens, who unfortunately got a dedicated program to condemn nuclear and so on, have been very successful because the scientists and engineers and a lot of the authorities have just not countered the stuff. They've let it carry on. So now another green renewable energy source is nuclear power. When we get fusion right, which will happen in due course, there's endless. Even with nuclear fission, the uranium and thorium in that and the crust of the earth is enough to last you all foreseeable time, longer than between now and when the pyramids were built. So to all intents and purposes, even fission, I would say, is completely renewable. You can get uranium out of seawater by just processing the seawater. It's more expensive than digging out the ground, but it's there. For the foreseeable future, that means at least the lifetimes of everybody in this room, the world's going to run mostly on fossil fuels. That's reality. There's too much there. It's my opinion that we will gradually shift from fossil fuels into nuclear entirely in a century's time or something like that. Wind and solar and so on will find dedicated places to do things specifically for those purposes. Now look at this. That's the energy density, megajoules per kilogram. You know, the ladies particularly know all about kilojoules in your cornflakes. This is the same thing. So I put there what sugar is, what coal is, and then petrol. You can see there petrol's about twice what coal is. Then look at nuclear. 76 million, as against around about 50 for petrol and about half that, 25-ish for coal. That's how much oomph there is in uranium, and why you need so little nuclear fuel, and you hardly ever refuel these things, and the nuclear lasts, and there's very little of it. So this whole nuclear waste thing is also largely false, and there's so little nuclear waste that as long as you use your brains and you're sensible, it's not a danger. No more than carrying military ammunition around, dynamite for the mines and so on. Do something dumb, it'll kill you. Use your brains, it's quite safe. As far as I said, I believe nuclear is taking over just because it's plain and simply obvious. You look at that and you look at other pictures and it just tells you. You can look up pictures like this on the internet, which I did. There are many. As motor cars, you see there's a car over there and a tram and so on. As they took over from horse-drawn things, at the time people said, no, the horses are really reliable. Nothing will replace the horse. You know, there was projections done there that there was a serious problem facing London because in only a few years' time, it'll be 2 meters in horse poo, and what are they going to do about it? And that was there's papers you can look up, genuine stuff saying how they're going to handle all the horse manure in the middle of London over the next number of years. It became a non-problem because the cars took over. We're in the same situation now, where coal is slowly giving way to nuclear will come around, and in a year's time teachers will teach history in class. I say, you know what, back in the early 20s, you won't believe it, but those guys couldn't see the nuclear future. They were using coal, and they didn't realize there was a limited life on this thing or whatever. And the history teacher, the kids will say, really, they did that back there? Wow. You know, like now, he says, really, they rode horses through the middle of London. So it's going to happen. There's Coburg, our nuclear power station. There's only 2 nuclear reactors, 2 nuclear plants in the world that I'm aware of that have wild animals wandering around them like that. And it's benign. I would happily camp there for the rest of my life if need be and not worry in the slightest. I wouldn't camp next to a battery, and I wouldn't camp in the grounds of a coal-fired power station. But every time there's an opportunity to jump on it, unfortunately, people do. You hear nuclear was, first nuclear power station was the 1950s, as was pointed out this morning. The real building of nuclear was the 1970s, and they said, wow, this is taking over, until the politics intruded and put the brakes on it. So I imagine still most of the reactors in existence in the world today were from the 1970s. And those were, the very earliest ones were called Generation 1, and then by far the majority of those were Generation 2 reactors. Then we get an incident like Chernobyl, we get Fukushima, 3 Mile Island, and boy did the people go to town on those in the newspaper. So then the politics climbed in and the people tried to condemn them. So now you've got all sorts of false stuff like that. That is supposed to be the radiation plume from Fukushima crossing the ocean, and you'll see going, I've marked the United States in there. I said, my golly, you live on the coast of the United States, you're getting saturated in radiation from Fukushima. That was what was said. It was completely false. And that happened. Do you know how many people died from radiation at Fukushima? 0, not 1. How many people were injured from radiation in Fukushima? 0, not 1. How much private property was harmed by radiation at Fukushima? None. How much long-term genetic effects were there? None. A few years afterwards, United Nations appointed a 28-country investigation. They looked into it. They said they find no effects genetic, no babies being born with 3 legs or anything like that, nothing. So the effect from Fukushima was nothing, okay, except for the PR value and giving people to say, oh, you remember the lessons of Fukushima? And I said, yes, it showed you it was very much more safe than anybody ever imagined. So that's what it was. The real Fukushima picture for the radiation is that. And even there, if you look at 20 millisieverts, that's an allowable dose for a Coburg staff for the year. I would have been happy to live anywhere within that plume. It looks scary even to see red and so on, but nevertheless, that was negligible in terms of the actual danger of any radiation. So we've got to say to ourselves, the reactors that are around today, by far the majority of them, were conceived of in the 1960s, built in the 1970s and so on. They're generation 2. They're old. They're old technology, but they've shown themselves to be the cleanest, cheapest, greenest, and most reliable of any power source ever, and that's true, ever. So you look at that and you say, wow. Now what's happening too is that people say, oh, look at Fukushima, you can't build a reactor now. That was stuff from the 1960s, 1970s. Back then, that was before email existed. Before cell phones existed. The internet started on the 1st of January 1983, before the internet was conceived of, before there was 2-in-1 shampoo, before there was non-stick frying pans. All of that was when they built those nuclear reactors. Solar and wind is fantastic technology. I'm a physicist. I know what it takes to make those solar cells. I know what it takes to get those turbines right. It's fantastic physics. It's advanced a lot. But so is nuclear. How can you keep saying, look at solar and wind, how advanced they are? You're sure they are. They've advanced a lot since the old farmer's windmill that goes clankety, clankety, clank on the farm. But so has nuclear. You can't now look at the thinking of the 1970s and the fabrication of the 1970s. We can't do that now. You see, there's an illustration, okay? That's advertising from then. So the modern thing is a completely different ballgame. This now is Baraka Nuclear Power Station in the UAE. This is a big 4-reactor power station. The 3rd reactor of the 4 is now delivering electricity onto the grid, and the 4th one will come on soon. It was built effectively on budget and on time. And what's quite fascinating about that is it employs 150 South Africans on that plant, of which more than half are not white, by the way. The heads of all 4 nuclear reactors are, the bosses there are colored guys from Cape Town, an ex-Coburg boss and a couple of others here from Coburg. The vice president engineering is a South African. The vice president who effectively runs the company had the title personal advisor to the chief executive, an Indian South African. And the South Africans virtually run the show there. And people don't know that. So we've got all those guys sitting there. They contact me and say, when are we coming home to a job like this back home? So the whole crew is sitting there waiting to come home. One of the most senior guys came back a couple of months ago to Cape Town. And he said, once you've ridden the camel in the sand once, he said, the novelty wears off. He said, enough of watching all the sand. He wants to come back and look at Cape Town. So he came home. So it's a completely different ballgame. You can't judge 1960s, 1970s nuclear design and say, well, that's what it's like now. It's not. Then, as was indicated by our speaker this morning so well, South Africans sat down actually in 1993 and said, you know what? We need electricity inland. The coal is all at the top. We got a nuclear power station at the bottom, but the place is big. How do we get power like by the Free State goldfields and things like that? I was involved in that in those days, and they said, you know what, we have to build nuclear power stuff that can go on the goldfields. And that gave birth to the pebble bed reactor. That's the pebble bed design. South Africa was the first country in the world to start designing a commercial pebble bed reactor. We're world leaders in the field. We designed that reactor and got to the point of actually ordering the pressure vessel. The pressure vessel arrived in South Africa. To this day, it sits in Richards Bay Harbour, sadly rusting apart or whatever is happening to it. Because round about then, the project was canned. Not only from here, but the year 2008 was a bad year. That was the American mortgage bond drama that occurred. That was the year that Jacob Zuma unseated Thabo Mbeki. There were a number of things that happened that went hiccup, 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 and that led to us putting the pebble bed on hold. The pebble bed was never cancelled. It was just put on hold. It lasted so long, it's still on hold. So then after that, when we realized that wasn't going to get going again, a group of individuals broke away and said, man, South Africa knows what we're doing. Let's celebrate our achievement. And they said, let's start designing a derivative of the pebble bed, and it's called the HTMR 100. And that's the group I'm now involved with. And I've got one of my colleagues here today with me out of the team that's pushing to have this financed and to get it built. We designed one that is simpler, cheaper, and faster to build than the pebble bed reactor. And it's ready to go now. There's a couple of crucial technical differences that made the thing very easy to go. And it is now designed. There is a picture of our HTMR 100 reactor. That is an actual model of an actual plan. Each one of those buildings is real. We know what's in it. It is not an artist's conception of what might be there. The reactor is that round cylindrical thing that sits there. It's on the whole plant there is on the size of a football field. The entire area in that picture is about 2 football fields, about 200 meters across the front. This is the reactor itself, and you'll find that from the red line downwards is underground. The rest of the reactor is above. There's good science reasons why you want to put the rest of that underground. And so it's actually the reactor that was designed, because with the design that happened, what we did is said, instead of taking the helium gas, there's no water involved with this, by the way. That was a big factor. I should have mentioned that. The big reactors that sit on the coastline need the ocean for cooling. We don't have any water inland. So we said, let's design a water-independent reactor. That's how come the pebble bed started off by saying we don't want to be reliant on the sea or a big dam, or even a big dam as South Africa is a little dam in comparison to Lake Baikal in Russia and things like that. You need seriously big water to run a big reactor. So that is now what the HTMR 100 looks like, just a public picture, so to speak, of the inside. There's a lot more than that. And it's a thing called the small modular reactor, and it's generation 4. The most modern big nuclear power stations that you'll find on the coast are either generation 3 or generation 3 plus, it's called. Generation 4 looks after itself from a safety point of view. With a pebble bed, and there's a chap who used to be the chief engineer of pebble bed sitting here in front of me, but in pebble bed, they used to say, if the worst happens in the worst, what do you do? And the answer was, you all go to the pub down the road and have a beer and you chat about it. Because the reactor would rise up to about 1600 degrees where it would sit for a day or two, and then gently all by itself it would cool down. And the reactor was designed to take it 2000 degrees without any problem. So the whole thing will go whatever, and you'll have no Fukushima thing with stuff flowing out, and you'll still probably have the press there telling you you're all going to die or whatever. But in reality, the best thing to do is go sit in the pub and have a chat. There's nothing you can do. Just leave it alone, and it was designed to look after itself. So when I was in London a while ago, I went to Rolls-Royce in London, because Rolls-Royce is coming out, they got a reactor. Rolls-Royce is obviously a good company. So Rolls-Royce showed me their reactor plan. Look at that, you see. So I said, okay. Now that's very big. If you look at the size of the road there and you think of the size of the vehicle that will go on that road, look at that, thing's big. Our SMR will fit inside that building about 3 or 4 times. So then I said to the Rolls guys, what's inside there? I said, absolutely nothing. That's just an artist's conception. Some guy just stuck that out of his thumb. He took a Coke bottle and cut it in half and sprayed it silver or something. And that's what it is. So I said to the Rolls chap, geez, he said, no, you South Africans are years ahead of us. We're way ahead of us. And then a couple of months ago, some international, we've had lots of international funders phoning us, saying, can we put money into a reactor? And the guy phones me and said, have you got any chance of catching up with Rolls-Royce? I said, flip it, we're 15 years ahead of Rolls-Royce. Some other guy phones me up from another country and he says to me, oh, okay, I'm interested in putting money in and I'm getting places with this funder. By the way, have you got an airfield in South Africa big enough for an Airbus to land? You know, now here we're talking about building a nuclear reactor, so on. He wants to know if you've got an airfield that an Airbus can land. Now you say, it's not his fault. It's part of our fault. We haven't told the world what we can do. We're dealing with Australians now too, and at least with the Australians, we don't have any problem. They don't ask us if we've got airfields and if we know what the veld looks like and this type of thing. So our one, it looks like that, intentionally. If you want it to look all sexy, I've got an architect right now that I asked about a week ago, please make a sexy one, because people say, oh, but look at what the Rolls-Royce, glass and shiny things, and, you know, and yours looks like that. So it's intentional. That's supposed to be a power pack in Carltonville running the mines. You can have it sexy if you like. You can cover it in glass panels and put dolphins outside and the fountain, anything you like. Just pay for it. So... But we've had, you know, I've spoken to the head of nuclear in Indonesia. You know, every so often you learn something. You think, you know, I was guest speaker in Hanoi, and I'm standing up and saying, you know what it's like in South Africa? We have all these kilometers of sand, and we've got power station there, and power lines all the way to the other side of all the sand and all this. You see, look at the problems in South Africa. Guy from Indonesia, you guys got sand, we got water. He said, Indonesia has 1,000 islands, 1,000-something islands. I thought it was 6. They've got the 4th highest population in the world. He says, we've got all these little islands. We can't run power cables between all the islands. I actually got a point there. So then he said, but that is the right answer for us, because we can put them on the islands. So we've looked into this with all the things like transport. There's transport. That's our reactor on the back of a vehicle to take it to where you want it to go. And we've now got to look and say, which we've been doing, to say this is Africa. We've got to make it work here. We've had numbers of African countries coming to us. You would have seen in the media for a while now, more and more African leaders saying, we're not going to get pushed around by guys coming with their solutions. It's time we thought for ourselves. So, yeah, that's what we want. So there's Africa. Not only is it big, but it's got all those bumps and things in it as well you've got to take into account. So look ahead for 6 years, okay? And there's wisdom from a very wise fellow, Snoopy there, telling you to look ahead. We've got to look at what we know about Africa ourselves, African wisdom, and put it together and look at the future. And there you've got to go and say, you know, there's somebody with some wisdom telling somebody who doesn't know certain things that he knows. It's a symbolic picture, but it's the truth. There's a lot of stuff that we know here. You know, you can't do that because a lion will eat you if you do that. Oh, we didn't know that. So there's a whole lot of things like this that have got to be taken into account. So early on, our clever guys, of which the gentleman is sitting opposite me is one of them, we said, you know, we better fuel this thing. So they made fuel as well. There's a fuel ball. Something like 10 of those balls will supply all the electricity for a family of 4 for 10 years in there. That's South African design, South African made. The plant exists in South Africa where those were made. Now I've noticed the last couple of months there's lots, we're getting phone calls, we're seeing in the newspaper, oh my golly, everybody's going for small modular reactors. And somebody said, where's the fuel coming from? Ooh, guts, they say. Where's the fuel coming from? So now people are calling us, have you ever thought of the fuel? Oh, sure, we made the fuel. Really? That's called triso fuel. So we made the triso fuel. There's part of the fuel plant in Johannesburg. That's Zach Madela, a chemical engineer, proudly standing in front of it. That's also part of that fuel assembly that was made. And when you say to people who are saying, do you have an airfield where an Airbus can land? You say, we can make the fuel. They say, but nobody else can. Well, it doesn't matter, we can. And we can make the fuel. We're busy doing designs for a United States company on a new variant of the fuel. And let's blow our own trumpet and say we know what we're doing. It's time we told the world. And this is the most difficult thing at the moment. People believe Rolls-Royce. Good for them. Rolls-Royce makes jet engines and all that. Good for them. They believe. You say, we're doing it. Oh, can't be. South Africans couldn't do that. And that's a big thing that we've got to get over that hump. We did. South Africa made fuel for Coburg. That's Coburg fuel. We made it entirely, including the uranium enrichment, which we were politically forced to stop. That's Coburg fuel being low. That's completely different. That's 3.8 meter long metal assemblies. They cost currently 45 million rand each, I believe. We made fuel for the Safari reactor in Pretoria. That's different. It's also a metal thing that goes into the Safari reactor. We know what we're doing. We're proud of what we can achieve. And we must look at ourselves in an African context and say, we're within this family. Let's look at what they want and what they need. The customer is important, very important, to go out and say, what is it? Ghana, I did addressed a conference in Ghana a couple of weeks ago. They're saying, man, we need this. They're saying, look, we can't get conned into solutions that don't work for us. We've got to do our own thing. So there it is. We need power. Remember, up front, power. Okay? That's some of Elon Musk's engines running as that thing is taking off. That's power. That's energy gain now, you see. It's not multiplied by 24 by 365. That's now, otherwise the thing doesn't go. The next moon rocket, by the way, is due to launch Wednesday. If all goes well between now and Wednesday, they're going back to the moon. So luckily we've got a government attitude now that's positive. Mantashe is regularly saying over 2,500 megawatts of nuclear in the pipeline, of which 100 is dedicated to SMRs, and so on. There's our reactor, again, the HTMR, the complex layout, which has all been designed, and small reactors will populate the world. That's the end of my story. I apologize if I've gone too long, have I? Feeling guilty.
Over the time, but you were very entertaining. Thank you, Konrad. And might I add, informative. Jacob, I'm sorry to do this to you, but I hope you've got a few jokes.
Yeah, I don't think I'll match that. I must admit up front, and I hope let's contract on time. I was supposed to finish in the next 3 minutes. Yes, the topic I was given is to reimagine universal access using renewable technologies. But I'm just going to summarize a few ideas that I just want to share with you. And firstly, let me see whether I can. Now, I think the first idea, which I think has been the revolution for humanity, is the idea propagated by Michael Faraday in 1831. A very powerful idea, and up until then, electricity was non-existent or was an area of interest, but of no commercial value. But Michael Faraday, let me check how many electrical engineers in the room, just to make sure what I say can be confirmed by some colleagues here. I think this simple idea or powerful idea discovered by Faraday was that if you move a magnet in an electrical coil, you get current. And if you do the opposite, if you move electrical current that interfaces with magnetic field, it creates motion. Now that idea then created electricity generation and the electric motor, and that transformed humanity. And it also, for the first time, gave us the possibility to transmit energy at the speed of light. One of the fundamental things about electricity, unlike any other form of energy, is this ability that today, as we sit here and we switch on the light, that light may be caused by coal being boiled or being burnt 2,000 kilometers away this instant. It could also be caused by water falling in the Kawarabasa this instant, but we can use it here. And that just transformed humanity. And in fact, you know, when Chris says, you know, you need to leave your option open, I can say probably for the next 100 years, this Michael Faraday idea of electromagnetic induction will still be part of human progress. And I think that's, for me, the fundamental issue. Now, coming home to South Africa, this is the man I've studied for a long time, and I came across this man when I was in trouble at Eskom. Maybe let me just talk about my journey. Say, you know, I'm an electrical engineer by training. When I decided to do electrical engineering, I had not met any electrical engineer in my life. I come from a small village in Limpopo. I happened to be quite fortunate in around 1978 to get a bursary of Anglo to do electrical engineering. And I chose it because the bursary advert says you're going to get a stipend of 300 rand per month. And that was a lot of money for me, and I took it. But I didn't know what electrical engineering is. So my journey took me to Anglo, to the mines, to ACI, to Sasol. Then it landed me at Eskom, where I spent 15 years. I became the chief executive of Eskom, and until I left in 2009. So around 2007-8, when I was the chief executive, when I got into trouble in introducing the first load shedding in South Africa, I began to ask myself, people before me, how did they manage this? Then I began to study the people who have managed and led Eskom, and it led me to this man called Hendrik van der Bijl. And I actually became a devotee of Hendrik van der Bijl. But beyond Hendrik van der Bijl, let me just talk about somebody else who mentored Hendrik van der Bijl, who in 1895 alighted out of a ship here in Cape Town, fresh from Cambridge University. And around October of that year, he was making a speech, his first political speech in Kimberley, in support of one of the most powerful people in South Africa then, Cecil John Rhodes. This young man, aged 25, stood in Kimberley, and he was asked to come and talk about the political situation in the Cape. Then this young man says, no, the political situation in the Cape is a small topic. I want to speak about a bigger topic. I want to talk about the next 25 years of South Africa. There was no South Africa then. It was colonies of South Africa. But in particular, I want to talk about the consolidation of the white race, and I want to talk about the relationship of that white race with the native race. But in that speech, which was about an hour, he spoke about things, when you look at the history of South Africa, that took 50 years to manifest. The Union of South Africa, the development of the minerals in South Africa, the political situation, the foreign affairs of South Africa in relation to the West, particularly to Europe, but also spoke about what it means to develop South Africa from an industry perspective. That was 1895. That young man, Jan Smuts. 1910, he becomes one of the most important people in the 1910 Union of South Africa government. I think he had 3 portfolios, one of them industry, minerals. Then he asked himself the question, what should happen to integrate South Africa into an industrial power? Then he called Hendrik van der Bijl, who was then a scientist working in America and Europe, and he asked Hendrik van der Bijl, Hendrik, how do I turn South Africa into a modern industrial base? And Hendrik van der Bijl says, integrated power, integrated transport, steel, funding. Then Jan Smuts says, go and do it. So in 1922, he then started Eskom, he started ISCO, he started IDC, and then he inspired others, industrialists, who then built Sasol, Fosco, Amsco, etc., etc. Now, why is this important in the context of today? It is important in the context of today in that, in my view, what we have as South Africa's industrial base didn't fall out of the sky. It was something that came out of a clear plan, and with people deployed, and here I'm going to use the word that I think people don't like now, cadre deployment. So Jan Smuts actually deployed his cadres, and one of the brightest cadres was Hendrik van der Bijl. But the cadre deployment was different in that it was based on deep education, deep loyalty to the country, and also given space to do what needs to be done. Now, in the context of electricity, which is the subject of today, Hendrik van der Bijl motivated the 1922 Electricity Act. The Electricity Act of 1922 was very simple. It was to say, provide electricity across the country, wherever is required, cheap, but at no profit, no loss. That 1922 Electricity Act built the industrial base of South Africa. It brought in the ability to develop the minerals of South Africa, the transport network, farming in South Africa. It was so effective that from 1922 up to 1985, the entire power system was built on what I would call the Hendrik van der Bijl formula. And in 1985, we had a problem. We tried to change it, and I want to suggest that since we tried it since 1985 to today, we've not been able to find an electricity funding formula as effective as what we've seen with the 1922 Electricity Act. Now, I say this because I think it's important that, because currently with load shedding, with political situation, we can become too short-term about the solutions. Because when you look at the Hendriks van der Bijls and the Jan Smuts in building what I would call, even today, the mold, the industrial mold of South Africa is built out of the 1910, 1920 decisions. It was use the minerals to industrialize, use the state-owned enterprises as the platform, and that what builds South Africa. But also, which is important, and I think we need to admit it here, use state-owned enterprises to uplift the Afrikaner and to create an industrial class out of the Afrikaner. I mean, we know prior to that, the Afrikaner was the farm-bound community, but you go from 1910 to 1950, they transformed themselves to become world-class industrialists, to build things like Eskom, which became not only just minor entities. I mean, Eskom became a 10th largest utility in the world. We talked about nuclear. We became a nuclear power. Not only nuclear energy, we built the bomb. You go to Sasol. We took a small pilot technology to transform coal into gas. We industrialized it, and now Eskom is actually taking international. When we built power systems, we went, I mean, in terms of transmission grids, we did some of the biggest things, highest voltages, high voltage direct current. So we did big stuff. And I'm saying we, and I'm mindful of saying we, because I believe that history is a balance sheet of a country. So when 1994 came, in my view, whatever history we have before 1994, we expropriated it without compensation. Because for me, history is like a balance sheet, right? In a balance sheet, there's assets and liabilities. Some of the bad stuff are liabilities, but there's some good stuff in the history which are assets which we need to build on. And I think when I look at Hendrik van der Bijl, I'm expropriating him as an engineer, as a scientist, because he's an asset in terms of what we can do. Now, why is this important when we look at going forward? And this is the criticism for me of the current situation. We are in crisis mode. We are trying to solve the current pain. And I can say for the past 15 years, we've been trying in the energy system to solve the current pain. Now, people will come tell you, the current pain can be solved with renewables, so let's do renewables in 24 months will be, right? Then also, maybe to come to some of the people, some of the countries that we need to learn from. Those that when they started their transformation, they looked many years ahead. China. South Africa, in terms of industrial base, was far ahead of China when China started its development. South Africa's nuclear base, nuclear power, and when we had nuclear power, China didn't have nuclear power. But in 40 years, China is second in the world in terms of GDP because they looked far ahead. And for me, that's the thing that I think as we look back in this history of South Africa, but also at where we need to go in the energy space, is to begin to think about how we look 25 years into the future and come back and say, what do we do now? So, from Oom-Hendrik, I go to Comrade Madiba, 1994. I got involved in electrification. I joined Eskom in 1995. Before that, 1994, there was a clear intention that we need to electrify the country because at that time, only 30% of the people were electrified. So the idea, there was an RDP target to go to 1.7 million by 2000. That meant 3,000 connections per annum. What we needed to do is both the technology and the cost to do that. We brought in prepayment meters. South Africa, at the time, prepayment was nowhere. We brought prepayment, and we brought access from 30% to 90%. Prepayment moved out of electricity into telcos. Now, the MTN adopted it, and some of the MTN guys actually came out of Eskom. So that was a big deal. But I think we have hit a speed bump, a very big speed bump in electricity. One, cost. And in my view, the cost is because we ditched, in 1985, the Hendrik van der Bijl formula, but we never replaced it with anything that works for us. A lot of people talk about pricing of electricity. We have not found a formula that works for us. So what has happened from 2007 to now, 700% in increases of prices. I think we've had recently about 35% again. It's a spiral because we have not hit the formula in terms of electricity. Of course, load shedding. You ask me what are the causes of load shedding. I think we want to be short-termism. But in my view, is the whole formula in the electricity sector is broken. And you can bring solar here or there. But if you don't deal with the fundamental problem of fixing Eskom, we're going to be in this situation for a long time, in my view. And we need to support Eskom to deal with what they need to deal with, to be able to deal with load shedding. Now, beyond load shedding in the township, there's a concept called load reduction. And I don't know whether it happens in the Western Cape. But here is beyond load shedding is where communities actually switched off because there's lots of illegal connections and the grid cannot handle it. So they switch them off for hours. And in fact, people are beginning to complain that that is actually energy apartheid. So we have connected people. We have brought people to 90% in terms of connection. But because of, one, the cost, it becomes a problem. Two, load shedding and load reduction. Now, the other speed bump is climate change, and we happen to be, our base is 80%. So we need to be mindful of that. Lessons from Europe, in short, Germany was more aggressive in terms of this journey from moving from fossils to renewables. Past 20 years, in rand terms, they've spent about 8.5 trillion to try to move from fossil fuels.
And it looked that it's going very well until Putin unplugged the natural gas. And the entire Europe went into an energy crisis. And it's not only about renewables alone, but there are many other things. And in fact, just to mention one big issue which we need to be very, very careful about. In Europe, they've got a electricity pricing system called the marginal pricing system. Or put another way, it's called the, I'll remember the other way, but the marginal pricing system works the following. Every day or every period of pricing, all technologies bid their price into the market, from the cheapest to the most expensive. So you continue pricing, and the one that closes the market, that is the one technology that then makes sure that supply is then satisfied for that period, sets the price. Right? So what it means is that if you've got your technology at 1 rand, right, and the one that closes the market is at 10 rand, 10 rand becomes the market price. So even if you bid at 1 rand, you get the 10 rand. Right? That's the marginal pricing. Now, the reason for the crisis in Europe is the technology that closes the market is gas, and gas has become very expensive because of Putin. Prices in Europe went up to almost 1,000% increase because of that. So those are the kind of things that I think as we move forward, we need to learn and manage. But what we need to say about Germany, I think, in terms of the legacy of Germany, is that they really put renewables on the map in terms of technology. And in fact, the complementary thing that actually also happened is that China adopted renewable energy as their industrial strategy for the future. For the past 10, 20 years, China has been figuring out how to produce renewables cheaper in volumes. And they've done a stunning job. But in doing that stunning job, they've captured close to 90% of the market. Any PV or solar PV that we buy, 90% of the time it comes from China, because they do the cheapest and quality. So they've given us that gift. The consequences of that is the prices of PV has come down significantly. In 2013, we started our IPP. Currently, I mean, then I think we're buying PV at about 4 rand. I mean, currently PV is even less than a rand. That's how significant that is. Now, that opens a lot of opportunities for both commercial, industrial companies and also residential customers. And in fact, today, if you're a commercial customer, you've got roof space. If you're not putting solar PV on your roof, you're actually losing money, because the price of PV compared to Eskom is such a big disparity that you'll save money very quickly in putting PV. So it's important to understand that dynamic. Now, I'm not going to go into this, and I think my colleagues, Chris and Calvin, have talked about the options in terms of the new paradigm of universal energy. Because whereas electricity and the wire coming into your premises was the only thing, now I think many opportunities have opened. I mean, we have solar, battery. Now, in terms of residential, gas heating, gas heating becomes a possibility. Now, I'll conclude with this slide and maybe leave a few minutes for questions. So where we're playing, we as Arnide Energy, we play in the total space. We play in utility scale, we play in commercial, industrial, but we also play at the residential, normal residential, but low-income residential as well. At the low-income residential, as I've indicated, the biggest issue, load shedding and load reduction, and also affordability of electricity. Now, with these new technologies that are beginning to come, many possibilities are beginning to open. And it's also our collective responsibility in the industry to begin to say, how do we deal with this? Because electricity and infrastructure, for newly enfranchised people, the meaning of democracy and liberation can only be realized when you access this thing in an affordable way. So when a thing like electricity becomes unaffordable, then the meaning of democracy becomes very hollow. So bringing solutions into this market, to democratize energy, brings power to people. The possibility that you could start beginning to put solar on your roof and sell back. In South Australia, almost 40% at some point during the day, they run from rooftop solar. That's how powerful the incentives of incentivizing people to put solar and sell it back to the grid. And what it could mean if priced correctly for the low income when your roof becomes your energy business. Just energy financing, one of my colleagues likes saying, you know, every time he looks at the issues of solar and low-income households, is that, I don't know, some of you probably remember, but in the townships, when we grew up, there were few people who had television, you know, who can buy television and will sort of gather and watch the televisions because we didn't have. But a company called Teljoy came and brought a model where you don't have to put up the capital. And all of a sudden, television access becomes very big. Now, those are, for us, the things that we need to be looking at as just energy financing, to actually begin to bring cheaper solutions to households. The please call me of energy, we don't know where that's going to come from, where somebody comes with a killer app and begin to help low-income communities to deal with energy. The concept of township energypreneur, not tenderpreneur, but energypreneur. Now, together with this, we are looking at other solutions like standalone sewer treatment, water recycling and reuse, and also beginning to challenge to say, in this current energy situation, universities need to bring their thought leadership, not only to solve the big problem of utility scale, the big problem of ESCOM, but to say, how do we make it real to everyone and actually bring energy democracy to everyone? So with those words, I'll stop here, and maybe if there are questions, I'll wait for questions. Thank you very much.
I'm in a bit of a quandary now because the other two guys didn't have questions, but let's say we take 3 questions. First for Jacob, if there are more from him, then we'll extend. And then I just need to make a deal with you. We have too many speakers, but we wanted to give you quality and quantity. So I'm proposing the following. We've had lunch less than an hour and a half ago. That after the questions, we proceed with the other 3 speakers, and then we go for a break row by row, like the airlines, you know. So the first row goes out, do what you want to do, get coffee, come back, and then the second row, so that we can carry on. Otherwise, we'll miss our cocktail, and I wouldn't want you to do that. Is that okay? Can we agree on that? Okay. So you have a break. Just wait. We start at the back row, and row by row. I wouldn't get a stewardess to, please, there's no stewardesses to tell you to go, but just watch out. So, first question there, sir.
Hello, is it on?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, questions for both Chris Yellen and Mr. Morocco. In both cases, I agreed with them 80% of what they had to say, disagreed on 20%, just one part of the 20%. Solar and wind is very, very good for off-grid applications. Excellent. We've seen a whole lot of them. Chris Bosch gave good examples, and you gave good examples. But for grid electricity, for national grid electricity, they are absolutely useless. They've been proved a complete disaster all around the world every time they've been changed. Germany is a good, brilliant example. Britain, Australia, every single time it's been tried, it's always been the same result. The price of retail electricity goes up and up and up. So you've got energy poverty in Germany, one of the richest countries on earth. In South Australia, which you mentioned, they went from coal heavily into renewables. The result was the price of electricity soared up, and they had two total state blackouts. And the reason is this. You had a graph, Mr. Morocco, showing the price of PV coming down. That electricity there is electricity as it leaves the solar panel. For the national grid, that's useless. And to turn that into useful electricity, you need backup, you need reserves, you need spinning reserves, a whole mass of things that are very, very expensive. I would say you add at least 200 cents a kilowatt hour onto whatever price you give for solar to get the actual price, the full cost of electricity. So if they say, right, the solar electricity is 25 cents a kilowatt hour, you can know that the full cost is actually 225 cents a kilowatt hour, if not more than that. Thank you.
Jacob?
Yeah, I don't think it's a question. It's more a comment. I don't want to debate, because I think some of the technical things you're saying are quite correct. But what I won't say categorically, whether we shouldn't do utility scale renewable. And the issue is how we price it, how we integrate it, because if you put a lot of area of renewables as complementary to the grid, you can still get benefits of non-emitting technologies coming into a grid. But where I agree with you is unplugging coal now and just putting renewables, technically for me, I disagree with that. So things like battery storage, hydro storage needs to come in to be able to actually begin to complement renewables. So I'll
Chris, briefly.
Yeah, just to reply to the question, the gentleman there, Mr. Kenny, suggested that nowhere in the world does a grid-connected solar PV or renewable system work. That is just not true. We have grid-connected solar PV all over the world, including South Africa, and anybody here who's got a rooftop solar PV system, the last thing I'm suggesting is to go off-grid. That is the very worst thing you can do and the most expensive thing you can do. But to suggest that grid-connected solar PV systems with battery storage don't work is just not true. We have, from the largest systems, hundreds of megawatts to the least. Around the world, we're talking about 1 gigawatt, 2 gigawatt, 5 gigawatts of solar PV systems grid connected. To say they don't work anywhere in the world is simply not true. And the other thing to answer to Jacob, I agree with you entirely. Nobody that I know is suggesting that we switch off coal tomorrow. Nobody that I know is suggesting that we must shut down Koeberg tomorrow. The question is about new generation capacity. Do we build new coal? No, it's not financeable. But that doesn't mean to say we must switch off coal-fired power generation tomorrow. Thank you.
You remember Jan Oberholzer? I think what the gentleman meant was that overnight, unless you have good battery storage, solar and wind is not existent. I think that's what I mean, but with battery, obvious. Could I ask, Jan Oberholzer said, Jacob, he spoke about, he didn't call it base load, but he showed there that the base load that we need on the grid cannot be given by solar and power alone. You need coal and nuclear. Now, Gideon Grevenstein, who's sitting here, who was head of the PVMR project at Potch University at the time, Northwest, said to me, and I won't embarrass him, that he does think that if we have a smart grid, that you have solar from different places and different times, it could extend the base load on the grid, even with solar and wind. Would you agree with that?
Well, firstly, let's just go to the fundamentals.
Yes.
Wind and solar by themselves what is called intermittent. You cannot detect where, when they're going to, to transmit or to generate. But there is solar where you could track the sun. That gives you more yield. But with digital technologies, you could begin to aggregate. That aggregation gives you more predictability. Right? So those technologies are going to emerge. But we're not there yet. So we should accept. Okay. And for now, the biggest thing that you could do in terms of solar is battery storage to make it dispatchable, or some people do hydro storage, pump storage. So until those technologies mature, where we can actually make solar and wind more dispatchable, we can't just unplug the current dispatchable coal or whatever you have. That's why in Europe, basically in Europe, the biggest thing that happened in Europe was that they switched off their coal and replaced it with natural gas. And that natural gas happened to come mostly from Russia, right? Of course, there's some countries that has got more storage, but the biggest replacement of coal in Europe was natural gas. Right? Okay. So until we have storage, matured, that's why people talk about gas as a transitional fuel until we find
something else.
A more dispatchable. Yeah.
One more question. No one wants to take Kelvin on? Thank you. There is one.
Mine is on the emerging opportunities, the democratization of energy, that is power back to the people. Mine really is to say that, we need to define what we mean about that. We don't want to repeat the mistake of saying, back to the people and creating more problems. Because what happens is that we know, you talked about the speed bump of load reduction, which is caused by people, doing the illegal connections and stuff like that. So we need to really look at the source. What makes people, come to the cities, right? In South Africa, we have experienced, urbanization, people running away from the rural communities because they think that there's a green pasture in whatever city. And as a result, we have this load reduction, right? And what happens now when the government or whoever comes with a solution, they don't do the definition of what that solution means. So we need to really go to the source. What I would then suggest would then be to look at where people come from. Doing it yourself. I like what Chris said when he was presenting, where he said you must have a global look, but act locally. So which means then that you will need whatever solution, whatever you bring back to the people is going to the local authorities, going to the traditional authorities where people are, so that we limit them going to the cities and causing the load reduction.
I think it's a fair comment. It's not a question, it's a comment, and I agree with that comment. Okay. I think it's something that we need to look at. I agree.
Thank you very much. Can I, David, may I ask you a personal question? Are you a member of the ANC? No, don't answer. Now, I thought perhaps if you were, we could nominate you as president for the views and the long-term plan. Thank you very much. Colleagues, as then said, I would like to call the next three speakers in consequence, and we can now let the last row. If you wish to go powder your nose and have coffee. But I'd like to call to the stage Mr. Percy van Staden. Now, you would have seen that he's talking about a hybrid model, which is getting more and more exciting. So, Percy, welcome.
Thank you.
Ja, ek weet nie, is almal nog mooi wakker. Ek dink daarom dokter het almal wakker gekry. Ek hoop ek gaan hulle nou nie weer aan die slaap praat nie. Maar baie dankie vir die geleentheid. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share with you what as an entrepreneur we have done up until now, and the group of people that I'm with in Renatus, and the decisions that we made on how and what we will try to achieve in contributing to the solution of this energy crisis that we are dealing with. My background, I was a lawyer, I was still a lawyer, then more focused on management, studied at Stellenbosch, and then after that started to get more interested into the energy thing that we're dealing with. And my teachers always told me at school I need to become an engineer, and maybe they were right, so that's what I'm studying now. And I'm enjoying that to a large extent, because there's a lot of new technologies in that, like we've heard today. What is the choices that we need to make as entrepreneurs to really contribute to find a solution that we can fund, one that is financially viable, and one that can contribute to the microeconomy of the area, and in the same way contribute to the larger economy of our country, and then also to the aims of the world, as we see people in the world today with COVID that taught us quite a lot of lessons. Professor Schwab, I read his book recently, head of the Financial Forum. He said that we learned a lot from COVID. That's good. It's not all bad. And I think that is maybe one of the main reasons. I can't read there, but I'd like to read you this, what was said by a physician many years back. And yeah, that was what Max Planck said. And he was the father of, or considered the father of quantum technologies. He said, a new scientific truth does not triumph by convincing its opponents and making them see the light, but rather because its opponents eventually die and a new generation grows up that is familiar with it. So probably, Dr. Kim, that's going to happen to the energy sources that you have in mind. But and I appreciate that we cannot today decide we're going to throw anything out by the door. We need to look at everything, and as entrepreneurial approach we had to this in property development, we had to say, but what do we need? And so the resources, the technology, that is the first thing. We needed to look at suitable land, and we had a discussion about zonings, and I'll deal with it a little bit. We need knowledge and skills, development and training. Yes, we do have it in South Africa. We have a lot of knowledge and skills in various communities, not only the Afrikaner community, and it's a fantastic opportunity that's been given to us today to be together and to say what can we offer and how can we enhance the skills that we have. But there's a lot of skills overseas that we can learn from. There's a lot of mistakes we can learn from, like we've heard today as well. And then I'd quickly like to share with you a bit about the sustainable markets and the finance. And Chris, yes, I did fly in this jacket. My wife brought it for me. I forgot it at home. So that's in the environment we operate. We don't wear ties, and we take our hands out and we start working together, and we find solutions together with the people on the ground. Because you want your business to succeed and you want people to buy in. And one of the major things that's very important, and that's not on that list of mine, and that's people. People, communities, the involvement of communities, the acceptance of what you offer. I don't know whether I will go camp next door to a nuclear facility, but definitely not next to a coal-producing facility. And I've been in coal for a while in my life. I don't think I will do that. Batteries as well. I have something to share with you on batteries. I think, yes, I agree, those batteries that explode like you've shown, I wouldn't go there. But I think there's technology development in batteries that I'd like to share with you today. So, yes, that's the things then that we, resources and technology, that we looked at. And Chris, very much the same. I was surprised to hear this about the ammonia. And why would we focus on ammonia production as entrepreneurs? It made sense to us to add a product that we can sell, a product that we can export, a product that makes sense, that will bring income to the community. We also have a model in our developments where we set up a non-profit company where we have a percentage of the income of the products produced that goes to the community development, and it does not go away from that area. It stays in that microeconomy, and then when it earns income, it brings more income into that community. And it creates still the opportunity for entrepreneur to be profitable, to make money out of what you are doing, and to award your own efforts. But your own efforts get awarded not above what is needed. It's getting awarded properly for the effort that you're putting in. So we identified the different things that we needed was to say, so are we going to do solar harvesting? That was one of the things that was important to us. We needed suitable farmland where we could do the farm voltaic way of getting the solar power. And we needed to look at storage, very important, because there's just no base power if you don't have storage, and you have to have proper storage. And it's very interesting to hear about the nuclear and all of that. I don't know how affordable it will be for us in projects that we do. I don't know exactly. Maybe you need a bigger group of people that buy into that. I don't know. I cannot comment on whether it's how safe it is or not. I accept what you are saying about it. And maybe it's just a matter of living with it and get away from all the negatives up until now that we've heard, and to really look at the facts. But for solar, it's proven enough, so that we said we'd go for that. But so we needed nitrogen and we needed hydrogen to develop it. And in South Africa, I engaged a company, a South African guy, again, that has a hydrogen production plant that they have patented, and that can produce hydrogen at a price range. If your solar generation per kilowatt hour is less than R1, or even R1.30, they'll survive, but R1, then they can produce at $3.50 a kilogram of hydrogen, which is good in terms of the world demand for hydrogen and the price, the green price for hydrogen per kilogram. And they can do it with less power in the process, and that's how the price comes down. So then we needed to produce that, and I'm going to share with you some of these technologies just to show you that it is there. Because I had to put this together to get funding. If I can't show to the banks, and Chris, yes, I hate them too, because they say no, and they're naysayers, because they want to see. And it's right. They don't want to see 30 years and that, because it's going to change again. So they're not going to invest in a battery that's going to be discontinued in the next 3 years, 4 years. Maybe there's new technology. But if the battery is such that you can recover all your income and all your money that you've spent on, all the capital at least, then the bank, well, they find it very attractive. And that's why we opted for the vanadium, and that the name vanadis is what we use, because vanadium flow batteries is the batteries that we look at. So I'll share with you that. And then syngas compressing, and then we have NH3. So if we have all of that, we could take a piece of farmland, and we can develop it in a way that it is profitable, with an additional income stream with the ammonia, with an export possibility of the ammonia. So agri-PV. I don't know, I've taken a few pictures from the website of the party that we have engaged as our partner to assist us, and I've had discussions with them, so they're very happy that we do share this. I'm not going to go into the detail on the slides. The slides will be available and will be made available to you so you can have a look at it. But we're working with Bioware, and that's typical what a farm could look like. And look at that one, for instance, and I'm just going to speak to the pictures at the moment. So sheep farming is possible with agrivoltaic. You can have it properly planned, and in Europe, what I understood from our partners Bioware is that they had to test various ways of deploying the agrivoltaic. You need sunlight for cultivars that you have underneath, like apples and pears and all of that. And they've tested it to such an extent that the different models that they apply is leaving space for airflow, leaving space for sunlight, and in some cases like that. You'll see in the picture there, and that's a very interesting picture to me, that is where we have a piece of land that we're busy with in Gauteng between Johannesburg and Pretoria, close to the airport. That piece of land is on the urban edge. So now we have to, from the lawyer side of me, I got involved in all the legal stuff as well. So now we need to get that land zoned, and it's on the urban edge. And what do we need? We need much more than only deploying agrivoltaic PV. We need a space where we can deploy the battery. We need a space where we can deploy the manufacturing of ammonia. Ammonia is poisonous. That's only the one thing that you need to contain, but so is petrol, so is diesel, so it's poisonous. So you need to have a sort of an industrial site that's also part of farmland currently. And that's one of the major problems that we have, is that we need to define what is an agrivoltaic farm, a community or a community development, so that there's a space, and maybe even a space to put your production that will come out of it. And so more industrial, like make the people that live on the farm industrious, but also give the people that live on the farm tenure, land tenure in a way, that they sure they have, even if it's just an occupation right for life or a lifelong right, but then at least the person that works on the farm can have a place that he can stay. So it means you need to have to develop this in a way where you look at all these aspects, and you need to address all these legal stuff. But there the councils can play a massive role and bring in maybe the piece of land where you're going to, especially when you're on the urban edge. When you're out of the urban edge, away from that, all of it will be off-the-grid services. We have all kinds of off-the-grid services now available for sewer systems, for water systems, for all of that. And all of this whole development that I'll show you at the end a picture of, it has all off-the-grid. But still, kids need to go to school. Kids, you need to have clinics. You need to have access. You need to have transport to that. A battery-driven taxi makes a lot of sense to us. So we look at mini-grids, mini sort of microeconomic development, and a agri-farm and upliftment of communities, and to create an ownership opportunity for them. Oh, yeah, that picture that I wanted to show there was they use wood. And the structures that you use to put up the solar is also used in the farming concept. So you've got a bit of a sharing of cost. That makes it more feasible in deploying this in your farming environment. What has happened there? So that's basically the pictures of that. I'm just going to go through that. And then I did mention, and I know we are a bit limited for time, but Bayware, they have engaged with us for Southern Africa, and they will partner with us to deploy their product. And then they bring the specialists. They train the specialists in our environment, and that's one of the major things that's to us very important. We have identified quite a few pieces of land on different places where we want to develop these agrivoltaic farms, but we want to link them in to the local schools and to a school that oversee the process, that it can be used as training facilities as well for the youth to be involved in this, and it can actually uplift your schooling of people in bringing these products to fruition. So that battery is the vanadium flow battery currently under construction, and that is only a picture of that. And I'm not only going to show you a picture of a vanadium battery that is under construction, but I will also show you a real one that's been built. So the vanadium flow battery, those are the claims that's made in terms of what is the risks involved with that battery opposed to all the other battery systems that we have. And we can share the detail of that if someone is interested in that. I'm not going to go into that. But one thing that's really important, and I want to share with you, is that the vanadium flow battery was the first battery that the fire regulatory in the United States of America approved straight away, because it won't explode, it won't take fire. It is an electrochemical process that we're dealing with, and it's not a chemical process, and most of the other batteries has this problem that it builds up the history and that it has a problem with the voltage and it ends up in exploding. So this is a real one that's been built, operational, and maybe that can be seen as the one that is the one that gave birth to the technology. It runs, it is successfully deployed, and more of that is deployed in America. There are certain states in America that's focused to deploy these type of batteries. One problem with vanadium, it's a very expensive product. You pay about $18,000 per ton of vanadium. But the interesting thing about South Africans is that they have a plan. Now, I've heard that twice now, 'n boer maak 'n plan, maar die ouetjie wat dit vir my gesê het, hy was 'n Joodse ouetjie, hy sê vir my, 'n Jood maak 'n plan wat werk. Maar I don't want to go into that, but the boer maak 'n plan. And this is a South African, and in South African context, there's a plan. The mine has decided to mine primarily vanadium, whereas in the past, vanadium is only a sub-product in the mining environment, and then the steel industry would pick it up, all of it. They will just buy it up because they need it to strengthen steel. But the current mine, they mine primarily vanadium to put it into vanadium batteries, and they don't sell the battery. They rent the battery to you. And we still get our price in terms of the PV and the battery per kilowatt hour under R1.30. So it means it is under the price that Eskom is selling to most of the councils and everyone. So that is the major reason why as we chose that as an opportunity to pursue. But now, if you do a vanadium battery, it has to be big enough. And if you do an agrivoltaic farm, the power that you're going to generate is about 50 megawatt at least. And you're not going to, it's 0.86 megawatt per hectare that you will generate with these agrivoltaic PV. But now you need to store that, and you need to do something with the power. And one of the major things that was said to us by our partners who's prepared to bring the technology to help us fund it and everything was, guys, we don't want to sell to the grid. We're not going to get paid. And I think that is one of the things that the councils can definitely look at, and because it is a problem. You can't get funding for the grid because people have this absolute belief they are not going to be paid. And for that reason, they won't give you funding. So we needed to come up with something else as entrepreneurs on, okay, but sure, okay, we have an off-take agreement, and yes, we may not be paid by the councils. But then if they don't pay us, we don't give them power, and then we just sell the power in a different way. Okay, but then the law is against us. We can't sell it to anyone. So we can generate ammonia, and we can sell it and have an off-take agreement on ammonia. And in our own scenario in South Africa, we are a net importer of ammonia. And Chris shared with you the price of ammonia currently. So ammonia is a great product to generate from these type of developments, and it gives you the second option of an income stream to repay the capital that you have to spend on building these things. So where do we get the nitrogen? If you drive towards Witbank area in Mpumalanga, you'll see there's a facility like that, and the people are generating medical oxygen. But it's more or less the same technology. The technology exists. This is what it looks like, more or less, and they grab that from the air, and if I'm not mistaken, it's about 70% nitrogen anyway in the air that we breathe. I think it's more or less that. So nitrogen, there's a facility that you can do that. Then I shared that picture. That is not the full picture of what a electrolyzer look like that has been built in Centurion. It is there. It's patented, South African product. I mentioned that when we started, and that product is part of the solution of getting the hydrogen. Now, then you need a syngas compressor. Those exist, and I've just shown you that picture with the red underneath. You've got all these other ways of getting to nitrogen and hydrogen, but we get to it in a green way. We use solar. We power the system that grabs the nitrogen with solar. We power the system that gives the hydrogen with solar through the battery. We produce enough solar during daytime when we have power to store in the battery, and then also to produce enough nitrogen and hydrogen that during nighttime, the plant that produces the ammonia runs at 30%. So it has enough storage for that kind of product, and it runs through that. So then the next thing that happens, there's one. So Capson is the other technology partner that we have engaged. And I should mention at this stage that we also have a partner in Germany and also in Switzerland. And this partner of ours has now come up with an even better product that Capson can offer us. They have a running system that is successful in China and in India that you can actually go and have a look at. And again, we stick to this one because this is the one we can go show the bank. The one in Germany, once it's done, we will swap to that technology once it's proven that it's more cost efficient. So that is what happens. It's an absolutely 100% green product. I asked about the electric cars because I'm a believer in hydrogen fuel cell cars, much more than battery cars. This type of microgrid technologies that we have can create right across the country in the farming communities enough hydrogen to start putting up hydrogen fuel cell cars refueling. And especially in the trucking environment, we have a trucking business. I see my two sons are here. One of them is managing that. I've been asking him for a while, we must just get rid of all these diesel trucks, because I hear we're going to have a big problem with diesel in the very near future. But be that as it may, I think there's in this model an opportunity to charge battery cars and to charge hydrogen fuel cell cars. And if you position it right, you can do that. Why would I say also battery cars is that you have solar power going into a battery that's direct current into a battery that will deliver direct current, and that will give you quick charges to the car because the car needs direct current as a quick charging into its battery. So the versatility of this solution is that it gives you the farming opportunity, it gives you the food security produce that you can do. And in South Africa, water is some of our maybe biggest problems that we need to deal with. In Europe, it is the area of land that they need to deal with. And that's why they had this focused units where they have agri-farming underneath of the solar generation. The water factor is managed much better under the facilities and under these panels than if it's an open field that we are dealing with. So that is the reasons why we did that. So intensive farming is possible, and intensive farming, especially on the urban edges where we focus at the moment, and you see the markets are there. Solar power harvesting, we can do that. And then we have this localized tenure that we are now negotiating with the authorities to give us that opportunity to give localized tenure to the occupants that works for us. And then production of valuable products. So I just want to go a bit to ammonia again. So ammonia is NH3. It means that you have 3 hydrogen molecules that is now no longer so volatile than it would have been if it was on its own under pressure of 700 bar. It means you can now move it around. In the world, 200 million tons of ammonia is currently being moved around. So you have a network that's already distributing. There's imports and exports taking place, and that's pretty much under control. So it's a growing market. That market is a growing market by about 10% per year. Just before about 2 years, but it's about 20 million tons grown from 2 years. So it's about 5% per year. In 2 years back, it was 180,000 million tons. So that market is the big problem. 93 or 8, I think 98% is produced currently through dirty processes. And that is a problem. And the world wants to see that changed. So deploying this kind of technology, deploying this opportunity, means that you're going to have a market. Your market is to grow into the existing 200 million tons that grows by 5 to 10% anyway per year. There is a cracking device already available that they use to split the nitrogen and the hydrogen again. So that technology is available, accessible, and makes sense financially. They are now looking at ships to power them with ammonia, and then also the carrying capability of hydrogen, and the world is importing hydrogen from various places, but they transport it in the form of ammonia. There's a big importer, Japan. Germany is also soon to be a big importer of ammonia. And yes, the Russians are now causing a lot of problems with the price and with the production of ammonia, because if you take into account the Russians, the Indians, and the Chinese currently produce almost 50% of the ammonia of the world today, as it stands. And with this war, there's a big shortage, so the price has risen in a big way. Very interesting thing that I learned in my investigations of the product was that there's an internal combustion jet engine where they use ammonia, but they split it out. They split the hydrogen out, and then they dilute it a bit for its calorific value, and then they use that but you have a zero emission. And a very interesting thing that I read, that was not part of the presentation, it was after the presentation that I read it, was that the Euro 7 has gone ahead and they want 100% clean cars now going forward. So zero emission is going to be pushed through, and that's going to have a big impact on batteries on the way forward in terms of what the motor industry is going to do. So I can see that ammonia can be easily transported to what we typically now see as a petrol garage, that the cracking device is used to take the hydrogen out and then for fuel cells. So if you look at, and I liked that picture about the horses running around in the cities. We have another product that we've developed, a partner of me, and we wanted to roll that out, and it's a battle to get it in. The business is Futron. It's a transportation system that runs overhead rail with solar. We are in China. We've got a factory there, but we get blocked by all these illnesses that's running around. But then I also got hold of those pictures of the horses and the things with that. But I really think the industry is going to change in the vehicle environment as well. And ammonia, again, is going to play a pivotal role in that. So this is what this piece of land looked like that we acquired. It is about 280 hectares. You'll see that we have the top light blue area there. We've got a fountain there where currently Nestle is bottling water. So that piece of land there would all be agrivoltaic, of the last picture that I've shown you, that will be installed there. And then you have these green areas. We will have trees that we plant. We've identified a specific tree, and sheep farming there. The brown areas is housing, and the whole area will be powered by this agrivoltaic area, and we'll have a community development there where the community participate and where there's housing for the community as such. The housing will also allow for others to come and live in the area, but it will always be preferential to the people working in the area, and that's part of that. But I wanted to show you this picture because you'll see there's a very small purple area there. That's the only area that we need to produce 2,000 tons of ammonia per year from a 4.5 hectare power plant. So the rest goes into the facility as such. So that is how we see the future and where we want to do our property development, how we want to do it, how we want to contribute to the energy part of it. It would make a lot of sense if it's an affordable thing that to put nuclear power in and to support it with that as a base power, maybe produce more ammonia, better income stream for the community. We are not there. We don't know what that technology can do for us, and we would love to investigate that further as we go ahead. So I'd like to close with what Max Planck said. And that is, I think, the important thing. We need to consider every step carefully in advance. But then if you believe you can take responsibility for it, nothing must stop you. Now, responsibility, I use that word to define a man. I always say to my kids, what is one word that can define a man? And I think responsibility. You need to be able to take responsibility. We are happy to take responsibility for this project that we have in mind, and not in mind only. We've signed all the agreements to go ahead with it, and a few others, and we look forward to that, and hope next time if we have this type of discussion around it, we'll go show you the first one. But Chris, you really surprised us, and I'd really like to take hands with you and share some notes, but thank you very much for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Donnie Sears from the Northern Cape. He's in the legislature there, and he's going to talk to us about what should be changed to make it possible for you all and us all to work in terms of local authorities and regulations. Donnie.
Middag almal. Ek is Dani Kutse, ek is van die Noord-Kaapse wetgewer. Ek gaan Afrikaans praat, ek het nou in Afrikaans voorberei. En in die Noord-Kaap praat ons eintlik net Engels uit selfverdediging uit. So as iemand nie verstaan nie, ek dink iemand sal kan vertaal. Dit gaan oor wetgewing en die regulatoriese raamwerk. Wat kan verander? Ons gaan gou eers kyk na die vorms van energie en dan die koste vergelykings. En dan gaan ons kyk na opwekking van energie in Suid-Afrika. Gaan ons kyk na keuses vir nuwe kapasiteit. Dan gaan ons kyk na wette wat die energiebedryf reguleer. En dan kan ons kyk na wat kan verander sodat ons almal daarby kan baat. Ek dink alles wat ek nou gaan sê, het die sprekers voor my al gesê. So daar gaan niks nuus wees nie en ek kan vinnig deur alles gaan. Ons kyk gou na die koste van energie, want ons moet vergelyk. As kyk na steenkool, as hy R500 'n ton kos, is miskien ander pryse, dan weet ons hoeveel megajoule per ton is, dan sê ons is 2 sent per megajoule. Selfs met riolie, R1,600 per vat, daar 7,000 megajoule in 'n vat, so is 22 sent per megajoule. Diesel kan ons dieselfde sê, is 75 sent per megajoule. Elektrisiteit 27 sent, son PV kan ons sê is 19 sent. Nou dit is hoogst debatteerbare kostes, almal het syfers, almal het goed wat hulle vergelyk. Ons kyk gou na opwekking van elektrisiteit in Suid-Afrika. Nou dit het die vorige sprekers al gesê, daar's totaal 50,000 megawatt, 58,000 megawatt, waarvan 45 steenkool is, bietjie kernkrag, 1800 kernkrag, windkrag, sonkrag, son CSP, gekonsentreerde sonkrag. Maar dan weet ons, en dit het die vorige sprekers ook gesê, daar is 30,000 megawatt konstant uit aksie uit, of nie 20,000 megawatt, en daar is daar 30,000 megawatt beskikbaar, meeste van die tyd. Daar is die gebruiksprofiel, of die elektrisiteitsverbruiksprofiel, die daaglikse verbruiksprofiel. Nou dit sal julle sien is die groot probleem. Jy het die basislading nodig om die industrie te dryf, om alles aan die gang te hou. Dan soggens as die mense opstaan, dan het jy daai pieke, saans as hulle by die huis kom, het jy weer daai pieke, en dit is die tye wat die krag die duurste kos, die moeilikste om op te wek, en wat die tekorte ontstaan, en wat die beurtkrag toegepas word. Nou as ons kyk na hoe die vraag na elektrisiteit gaan groei, dis min of meer wat die vorige sprekers ook gesê het, daar moet nuwe kapasiteit geskep word. Ons weet net nie hoeveel nie en hoe vinnig nie. Nou, watter keuses het ons? Ons kan steenkoolkragstasies bou, uit min of meer 'n koste van 40 miljoen per elke megawatt wat jy gaan opwek. Sy kragkoste, as jy net die rente op jou belegging vat, is 50 sent vir die kapitaal en dan 50 sent vir die energie. Jy het min of meer 1 kilogram steenkool nodig vir elke kilowattuur wat jy opwek. Dis nie eksakte syfers nie, maar dis net by benadering. Kernkrag se kapitaalkoste is bietjie duurder. Ons praat van 70 miljoen per megawatt, of 60 miljoen per megawatt, dan kan jy sê sy kapitaalkoste kan 70 sent wees en sy energiekoste, jou brandstofelemente is bietjie goedkoper as steenkool. Dis min of meer dieselfde, rand per kilowattuur is dieselfde wat die steenkool kos. As jy die opsiklus gasturbine sou vat, hy gebruik diesel, dis min of meer R5 per kilowattuur as jy die dieselkoste sou in berekening bring. Dan jou hernubare bronne, as jy net kyk na son, ek gaan nie wind insit nie, is min of meer dieselfde. As jy 'n megawatt sou installeer, kos dit min of meer R15 miljoen, dan is jou kragkoste 75 sent per kilowattuur. Dis ook hoogs debatteerbaar, daar's hoër syfers en laer syfers. Ek het gehoor van R1, min of meer R1 per kilowattuur. Dan sien ons sê die pryse is sodanig dat jy kan krag nou al self stoor, opwek en stoor, goedkoper is wat jy hom kan koop. Nou, die druk wat dit op Eskom gaan, weet ons nog nie hoe dit in die toekoms gaan wees nie, so hoe meer mense hulle eie krag opwek, hoe minder krag verkoop hulle en hoe groter is die finansiële druk op hulle, sien hulle het aan mekaar tekorte. En sien die uitdagings om nuwe kapasiteit te skep. Ons sê die steenkool word in verband gebring met aardverwarming. Julle kan debatteer of dit waar is of nie waar is nie, maar dit word in verband gebring en die finansierders wil nie dit finansier nie. Die wegdoening van kernafval skep bepaalde uitdagings. Ek weet nie, ek het nie miskien 'n Dr. Kim oplossings vir waar gaan ons moet die afval heen. Daar is 'n plek met die naam Valpits, hy is gelisensieer vir laaggraadse afval. Ek is nie seker of dit al hoëgraadse afval is nie. Dan die konstruksietyd vir kern- en steenkoolkragstasies is min of meer 10 jaar. Dit kan langer wees, maar ons praat van as jy nou begin en ons weet die probleme gaan wees oor 2030, dis 8 jaar van nou af. So ons gaan nie nuwe kapasiteit geskep kry voordat ons sonder elektrisiteit gaan wees nie. En dan moet jy dit finansier in so 'n onseker mark. Nou, hoe finansier iemand dit as hy nie weet hy gaan 'n opbrengs op sy belegging kry nie? En dan is dit nog steeds, dis 'n belegging wat jy maak vir die volgende 50 jaar. En die hele mark vir energie en die dinamika verander. So dis nie te sê jy gaan oor 30 jaar nog 'n mark vir jou energie het as jy nou 'n kernkragstasie opsit nie. Nou, hernubare tegnologie is met die huidige tegnologie heeltemal geskik of nie heeltemal geskik vir basislading nie. Kyk, dit is wat ons net in daai piek gesê het, jy moet 'n basislading hê. En dit is die uitdaging wat jy het, dat hernubare energie is nie geskik vir die basislading nie. Nou kyk ons 'n bietjie na die wette wat die energiebedryf reguleer. Nou die eerste is die Electricity Regulating Act. En dan is die nasionale energiereguleerder. En dan is die kernenergiewet. Al die wette is wette wat die energiebedryf reguleer in Suid-Afrika. Nou die Electricity Regulating Act is die doel van die wet is om doeltreffende en volhoubare en ordelike elektrisiteitsinfrastruktuur in Suid-Afrika te vestig. En dan om belegging in infrastruktuur te fasiliteer. Om universele toegang tot elektrisiteit te fasiliteer en om die gebruik van diverse energiebronne aan te moedig en om die belange van verbruikers en lisensiehouers en beleggers te balanseer En die wet maak ook voorsiening vir die vestiging van 'n nasionale energiereguleerder. Nou kyk ons na die magte en pligte van die energiereguleerder. Nou die energiereguleerder oorweeg aansoeke vir lisensies, vir die opwekking en distribusie van die verspreiding. En hy reguleer pryse en tariewe en registreer persone wat nie lisensies benodig nie. As jy gou kyk na wat se oplossings is daar? Wat kan ons doen? Om nuwe kapasiteit. Dis kleiner modulêre kernkrageenhede vir basislading. Dit is dit. En dan 'n stelselmatige uitfasering van ou steenkoolkragstasies. Ons het nou gehoor, die helfte van hulle is op die eind van hulle leeftyd. Maar ons kan nie almal vinnig uitfaseer nie. Ons het die elektrisiteit nodig. Jy kan nie hernubare bronne so vinnig inbring nie. So alles moet nog in plek bly. En dan kan 'n mens kyk na om gas in plaas van diesel te gebruik vir spitstye. Kyk, jou gasturbines kan maklik opstaar, so jy kan hulle maklik in die netwerk invoer as daar tekorte is, maar hulle gebruik diesel en hulle is baie duur. Ons het gesê hulle kos R5 'n krageenheid. Goed na die lisensies kyk. Nou niemand mag sonder 'n lisensie krag opwek of versprei of daarmee handel dryf nie. So jy mag nie krag verkoop as jy nie, jy mag nie krag opwek as jy nie 'n lisensie het nie, jy mag nie krag versprei as jy nie 'n lisensie het nie. Maar die volgende is vrygestel. 'n Opwekkingsfasiliteit vir demonstrasiedoeleindes. So jy mag as jy demonstreer, dan mag jy krag opwek. Of jy kan vir eie gebruik, mag jy ook krag opwek sonder lisensie. En dan enige opwekkings wat nie aan die netwerk gekoppel is nie. So as jy nie aan die netwerk gekoppel is nie, dan mag jy ook jou krag opwek. Dit is net as jy krag opwek om te verkoop, te versprei, wat jy moet 'n lisensie hê. So daar is eintlik baie ruimte vir selfopwekking. Nou kan ons kyk na wat is die rol van plaaslike regerings. Nou plaaslike regerings het nie regtig magte in die energiebedryf nie. Energie is 'n nasionale portefeulje. Die nasionale regering hanteer die energiebedryf. Maar die plaaslike regerings help die provinsiale regerings help die plaaslike regerings. En die plaaslike regering se doel is om volgens die grondwet om binne in hulle omgewing ekonomie te vestig. En hulle moet dienste lewer. Dienste soos water, elektrisiteit en sulke goeders. Nou binne daai ruimte dink ek kan plaaslike regerings self hulle eie krag opwek, want dit is hulle missie en dit is hulle doel volgens die grondwet om hierdie dienste te lewer. As die nasionale energieverskaffer dit nou nie kan doen nie, dan het dit hulle volgens my die reg om energie op te wek. So en ek dink hulle begin doen dit al en die provinsiale regerings het ook weer fondse wat hulle die plaaslike regerings behelp, munisipale infrastruktuurfondse, voorwaardelike fondse en sulke goedes. En dit kan meehelp om die plaaslike owerhede te help om hulle eie kraginfrastruktuur te vestig. En dan die rol wat plaaslike regerings kan speel, plaaslike regerings kan volgens die grondwet by die provinsiale regering fondse kry en al daai goeders so klein deur dit gaan nie. Nou wat kan ons doen? As ons meer magte oordra aan provinsiale regerings. Nou dit is wat baie belangrik is, ons beplan op nasionale vlak vir energievoorsiening. En die is nie nou voldoende nie. As ons daai magte kan oordra na die plaaslike regering toe, dan kan die Wes-Kaap byvoorbeeld sy eie beplanning doen, die Noord-Kaap kan sy eie beplanning doen, maar Mpumalanga kan sy eie beplanning doen. En as ons die energiemark dereguleer, sodat die bedryf deur markkragte soos vraag en aanbod en tyd van gebruik, ons sien dat die tyd van gebruik is ook belangrik in die bepaling van prys. So as ons dit kan doen, dan kan ons die energiebedryf baie vinniger in balans bring, dat daar genoeg aanbod is, en nie nou dat ons van 'n verskaffer wat sy beplanning doen, en dan vat dit 10 jaar voordat hy eers die fasiliteite in plek het nie. Dan is dit net belangrik dat die munisipaliteite moet die wetgewing in ag neem. Hulle het bepaalde finansiële modelle, hulle kom baie van munisipaliteite af. Die munisipaliteite kry inkomste uit die kragverkope uit. As dit te min raak, dan is die munisipaliteit se lewensvatbaarheid, se finansiële lewensvatbaarheid in die gedrang. So die munisipaliteite sal hierdie dinge goed in ag moet neem om te lewensvatbaar te bly. Dan is daar iets soos bloktariewe. Nou dit is waar jy meer betaal hoe meer krag jy gebruik. Nou dit verwring ook die mark. En dit is vir my ook iets wat miskien nie moet wees nie, en 'n mens kan miskien die voordeel daarvan ondersoek. Dit is aanvanklik gedoen om mense te ontmoedig om krag te gebruik, maar dit stop juis ekonomiese ontwikkeling. As jy krag gebruik, jy voeg waarde toe, dan betaal jy meer daarvoor. Dan is daar ook 'n konsep vir gratis elektrisiteit aan arme huishoudings. Nou iemand moet daarvoor betaal. Nou as ons dit kan wegvat en ons kan dit vervang met 'n toelaag aan arme mense. Dan kan hy krag koop of hy kan kos koop. En dit is min of meer my voorstel wat ek sou maak, dat as 'n mens iets moet verander. Ek dink dis die einde van my storie. Dankie dat julle geluister het.
Baie dankie, Donnie. Ja, ek moet sê, ek dink in Noord-Kaap is Afrikaans maar 'n vreemde taal. But thank you very much. Our last speaker, you will be happy to know, is Daniel Ambrose. I've read his CV quickly, and I see one very important thing. When I was at Potchefstroom, I was born in Potchefstroom. There's a saying that once you've drunk the river, the water of the Mooi River, you can't leave. Now, Daniel came there to study on a 10-month exchange scheme, and I presume he drank some water from the Mooi River, and he decided to stay permanently in South Africa. So he's going to talk to us about some other examples in the rest of Africa. Daniel, thank you.
Cool, thank you very much. Yeah, so that was actually quite a while ago. I think almost over 10 years now that I mean, always people ask me, how do you end up in Potch, you know? So how did I ended up there? So I was in Germany studying renewable energies, electrical engineering, looked around for some subjects, met a professor in Germany from Potch, and then I said, hey, I want to build a solar power plant on the new university complex. So and then we said, okay, let's do it. And a few months later, I was in Potch, and that was, let's say, my African roadmap, which got me started. I was there 10 months. Unfortunately, didn't build a solar plant. They would be laughing at the electricity costs now if it would be there. But so I came back a few years later, and yeah, in the renewable sector. So just, I mean, there was a lot discussed about different technologies today, about different, yeah, what's better, you know, is it this or that or here. I also saw, you know, there was quite amazing projects where people look in, hey, what's actually needed. We always talk about energy on the one side, but no one talks about, hey, who speaks actually to the guy who needs the energy, or actually also who, you know, can they do things different to use the energy in a different way, to match maybe different generation profiles in a better way. So I didn't know really what to put on at my first slide, so I found a fancy picture, so I put it on there. So obviously I ended up in South Africa, but then out of a sudden from South Africa got deployed all over Africa, did a lot in Namibia, Mozambique, was doing some microgrid studies there, was involved in a lot of hybrid system studies for big mines, you know, all over the place. In Mali, I think it's now implemented. In Namibia, one is implemented. It was always, financial no-brainer, but no one really got going. So over the years, now it's like 10 years later, it's slowly breaking. Slowly the people see, okay, it's working and an end. But it already worked kind of 10 years ago and made financially sense. Now we really see it taking off. I just put a few projects on. 2010, I put a little off-grid system also in Brazzaville, and that was super expensive. Technology like small 7 kilowatt peak. The system costs a fortune, and the import into the country costs the same as the system. So, it didn't really make sense. Then I built systems in Fuerteventura, also like standard technology has been around, for 30 years and longer. It has been going, but all very small stuff. Then 2011, I went to Potchefstroom, did some studies on the new engineering campus, put a backup system in, put rooftop solar on. If you want to do a study in Africa, you don't want to do a study in Germany anymore because, it looks so bad. It's like 900 kilowatt hours per kilowatt peak. Here you get 2,000. So you get the double of energy. So you just need to kind of harvest it. Then the first super interesting project I then jumped onto was a hybrid system, one of the world first, I think, on a mine in Tabasimbi. And their heavy machinery, they had a problem. Hey, we only have 500 kVA from Eskom available. What do? We don't have more. So then they said, okay, diesel generators one side. So they decided also to put solar in. So I want to highlight it a little bit from a technology perspective. So when stuff has been put in there, no one really wanted to come forward to put it in from a technology point of view. So it was, I would say, early days, and that's what I want to highlight. That was 2013. What happened now in the last 7-8 years, it was an extreme advancement of hybrid technologies, how kind of you control the systems, how solar controlled with battery, how that, you have ready to deploy plug-and-play controllers almost to do all of that thing. So in 2013, that was, slowly starting. Everyone said, yeah, we can do, but then, if you go to the ABB and here and there, they all, were making something. Everyone was talking a little, but it was still tough. So nowadays, now you see them deployed all over. Big mines have all the systems integrated, and kind of is ready to go. And that's, I think, now it's also where communities, municipalities, whoever kind of wants to benefit from hybrid system can now quickly implement. There's good South African companies which can implement it and have implemented it on different lodges all over the place. And yeah, now it's basically ready to go. I also was on big plants, then in Egypt. They have over 1 gigawatt, basically on a field. You walk like a kilometer in the one direction, a kilometer in the other direction, solar all over. Works in combination with a big hydro dam as well. So, so solar is really kind of taking off, all the renewable energies in Africa as well. So, with the hybrid systems, what hybrid system is basically just you have different power sources, and usually, it was never discussion. It was okay, we have power, we don't need anything. But then, obviously there's load shedding, all sorts of things. Different power sources have different prices. So hybrid system became more necessity, and not only for the big utilities, which anyway had them all the time, also for the low, smaller generators that they say, okay, let's invest in 1, 2, 3, put it all together. And yeah, the control technology, all of that thing is here, which can be implemented. And yeah, also, Now, what do you do as a business owner? What do you do as a municipality, as a community, in order to fight against high electricity prices, to go against load shedding? I mean, we heard today you have to build 8,000 kilometers of power lines. You have to build, I don't know how many thousand, megawatt of power plants. You know, that all takes time. So I think it's important to look into that smaller scale communities. You know, what's possible, what do they need, and what can they get in terms of generating their own power. Technology is there. I don't see any issue out that it's not possible. I mean, also when I connected my first solar power plant in Africa, they wanted me to put a synchronization relay in to synchronize the grid power with the inverter. So that was quite an interesting discussion. So until they found out that's not necessary. So, but yeah, a little bit off the topic here. Let me go to my next slide. So here you see just some two projects. I always like in the different projects nowadays, you can just zoom in with Google. Wherever in the world you want to see a solar system, you quickly zoom in and see if it's still there. So basically, you see the one that's now in South Africa. In a mining operation, you have 500 kVA ESCOM, you have 2.5 MVA or kVA, sorry, 2.5 MVA diesel generators, and a megawatt peak solar plant. Works nicely all together. If basically the solar goes off, then the guys need to very quickly get more fuel trucks coming, because it runs out quickly then. Then also I've been involved in the lodge space, and I mean, you have seen in the news also all over South Africa, lodges have been now going off the diesel or going off grid, or they don't have anything. So because there's big utility scale containers available, I'm here, which I was involved, you know, I mean 300 kilowatt hours you get in a 10-foot container. Quickly, all with a controller system, you plug it there, you put the solar on, and it's operating. You integrate the diesel generators, and that's then a solution fit for purpose, which, you know, is a little more complicated than the diesel generator only, but also, you know, works on a long time, and you only have to transport it there once, and the diesel you have to transport there, you know, every week. Solar only goes there once, and the sun comes every day for free. So that's the nice thing as well, and it doesn't matter where basically in the world. And then, you know, you can cut that fully off your budget, the diesel costs, and put it somewhere else, you know, where it helps the business. So here I put some, just wanted to highlight, I don't know if you can see it properly there on the top right, just how in the last 10 years, you know, since I came here, the addition of solar worldwide, and also in Africa. I mean, worldwide it's almost now last year 200 gigawatt, basically 200 gigawatt, which was built also in Africa. Africa had a little dip the year before, but the technology is deployed everywhere. I mean, why is it so easy? Because the sun comes every day. You have very stable output, which you know that's it's predictable. What energy comes over the year, it's pretty much, you know, also predictable over the days. So in Germany, it also has a base load component. Why we already discussing base, and you know, so the energy kind of market then also changes once you have a lot of it installed. Then on the right bottom side, now just don't want to get it confused. I just wanted to show as well is the addition of battery systems. So it's like the dark blue is basically your behind the meter batteries, which have been installed, and then your utility scale batteries. You know, it goes already into the gigawatts of battery storage. So we see in the last 10 years that thing just going up. And I mean, with more deployment, there's more experience, technology readiness goes up, all of the things. As well, on the left side, you see how the prices go down on battery storage, because always, still now, if I speak with people, they say solar is expensive and battery is expensive. It's relative, I would say. I mean, the systems are fit for purpose nowadays, they're quickly installed, and the prices, they're also good. And if overall utility scale, if you compare the solar prices, they are market competitive with other power generation units. And then I've heard also the comment, okay, but there's base load needed, and in the end they only work with other technologies together. That's clear, but they're definitely contributing with a lower levelized cost of electricity to the complete system. And I think if you decentralize it, if you fit it for purpose into relevant communities, then you can even sharpen your pencils a bit more, because you produce the power for the communities who needs it, and you can also structure everything around that. And the bigger picture, the power lines, ESCOM and an end, is still there as a little backup, but you know, not really required. Yeah, so here I just, in terms of hybrid systems, I mean, every kind of household can become a hybrid system. If we now look at, you know, residential home, business, flat, that's what mostly happening now in South Africa. So, you know, if a business owner, you know, wants his people to work 8 hours a day, but they can't for 2 hours because the power is off, you know, it's obviously a problem. So then it maybe makes sense and pays quickly off to put backup and solar on. That can be diesel generator, backup battery, PV system, and that always depends then as well, okay, what do you need it for, fit for purpose. So you can invest, you know, a lot of money and, you know, it will last, you know, forever, or you say, hey, it needs to fit for purpose. But that's obviously only on one business. You know, the business owner next door maybe has the same problem. So it can become much more cost efficient as well if you look at it more kind of on a community basis. So you look into a business park, what can we do for the whole business park? What can we do for a whole residential estate? What can we do for a block of flats, for municipality, for retirement estate? All of that sort of thing. So see, okay, what's the energy demand? I mean, they have multiple grid supplies maybe, so cut it off when, you know, when there's load shedding, make it a sustainable kind of integrated system, operate it, and when the power is back on, utilize kind of what you have there to feed back to the grid and then participate to others. So there's a lot of possibilities. I mean, all over the world, you know, the more renewables you get in there, the smarter the systems get, because what do you do with the power? Hey, I don't need it now, but I shoot it over to you. So even in the residential sector, you can already trade between households. So there's very, very exciting solutions coming our way. Obviously, they're only coming, you know, the first is always the problem, then there's the solution. So we need to be thankful for the problems as well. So, I mean, there's another little solution I'm working on where, I mean, they first had a water shop and I put a little battery system in there. Now, obviously, water is also a big problem. I mean, that was now in Durban and up and down. So problem, people can't get, you know, proper water, so they're running to the water shop and, you know, buying their water. So then we said, okay, how can that be deployed, you know, somewhere else? So the guys made a little water dispensing container. So you plunk it, you put the water in, you put the solar on top, fully run sustainable. You go with your credit card or with your coins, can be set up how you want, and you draw your 20 liter, 10 liters. Of water, fully RO systems, and yeah, basically also you get rid of all the plastic bottles which mostly unnecessary thrown out. So you just have a 20 liter, and such a container, fully sustainable with the power as well. You can place at the right places where people can quickly, conveniently refill their 20 liters, you know. So that's also a case, you know, you can put it in a community, in a municipality where, you know, they're always trucking water end and end, and have a little more convenience on that side as well, as the quality is not getting better anytime soon at the moment. Yeah, I mean, overall, with, let's say, system implementations, the biggest problem always is that people maybe don't really take their time when you implement a system. If you ask someone for an energy bill, you know, it takes them forever to get the energy bill right. You know, people always want the cheapest solution, but because you're connecting to a power system, you're connecting, you need the power for your business, for example, it always makes sense to take a little effort, you know, have some metering or look more clearer at your bills, you know, put everything together, have a proper design structure, do a little feasibility, do a nice system design, you know, go to few reputable companies, get some quotes. There's different finance packages around. Have, you know, take your time, implement it in a right manner, because you always need to think, okay, that few extra money which you maybe put in, maybe takes you a month longer in payoff, but in the end, you know, the thing works for 30 years, not only for 5 years. Especially on the renewable side, that's super important. I mean, if you look at atomic power plants, I mean, that's amazing engineering. If you go into an atomic kind of field, you know, the spanners, everything is there, everything is clean, you know, because it needs to produce, you know, power, it needs to be safe. The same is with solar, you know, solar, everyone kind of sees it a little bit less, but, you know, if you look after your system, if you build it right, then it will also generate properly and not only give you 50% after a few months. Okay, yeah, so that's the overall thing. So here, I always say, you know, it's about luxury. So obviously, if you have your house and you want to have everything, you invest a lot of money, you can have everything. About functionality and return on invest, I think all of the things go together, but they always mean you need to know who needs the power, what do you need the power for, or what else can you make with the power. I mean, I've did here the study here, you see the Poch campus, for example. We did simulation with, you know, peak power, winter time, summertime, off-peak hours, peak hours. So the simulation tools are out there. So all the solar companies as well, they have them, they can use them. So, but you need to kind of get a little bit of the, you know, the information in order to make the design right, in order to make a good return on invest. If you don't, you know, hand out the right information, if you don't take some extra time and write down what you need, how your operation goes, the system becomes more expensive and, you know, doesn't fit for your purpose. So that's very important, and then in the end, with the hybrid systems, you know, order what you need, and then you, in the end, get what you ordered, and then you will be happy, and your power bill will also be in a good, manageable point for the next 10 years. So we have a natural hedge against whatever happens out there with Eskom or at NERSA. So yeah, that's from that side. A little summary. Yeah, I mean, overall the renewable technologies, state-of-the-art technology. So it's definitely now to implement them, to use them wherever you want to use them, they're ready. I mean, you see it with the figures getting more and more deployed everywhere. The prices, I mean, I still have people, first thing they say, so expensive, I don't want to hear it anymore. I mean, it's not true, you know, I mean, it's there. So the price is really drastically lowered. I mean, now with the whole crisis going on, they went a little bit up again, but with energy prices, you know, it's still fine. So there's the hybrid technology out there, you know, for load shedding, and not only for small houses, as you can see, it can be implemented at mines, it can be implemented at businesses who also need more power. So it's ready. It's built to last. Yeah, and I've seen even old Siemens panels up in Pretoria on an architect's house, which are still working. They're over 30 years old. Siemens S55 module. If you get hold of one of that things, don't give it away. So yeah, I think South Africa, with its current problems and the setup, is at a unique position, becoming kind of onto the forefront of distributed power. Because, I mean, you have these estates, you have these business parks, you have, you know, communities which are really kind of remote. So, I mean, in Germany, you know, it also goes into decentralized generation again, but here you can really, you know, put the proof in the pudding and see, hey, here there's one town, we completely, you know, manage it locally. Or here's one property development, we completely have it, you know, self-sustainable. So I think there's not many countries where you can implement it and have, let's say, local people who then also say, hey, I put some extra money into there because I want to get rid of load shedding. So, I mean, financing is another picture, you know, but there also, if you prepare the system nicely, if you make the numbers, if you do the right simulations, prepare the package, you know, it's also easier to get a nice finance and out there from the bank, and then you still end up at some proper returns. Cool. So, yeah, that's it from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm as surprised as you are that we're on time. But thank you for giving up your afternoon coffee. And sorry for the speakers who we had not had a chance to speak to, but I think most of them are still here. We are now, just after my few comments, we're moving out to the garden, out to the left there, for the very nice cheese, biscuits and wine. I often wonder why people only talk about cheese and wine, because there are always biscuits also, so there will be biscuits. This is being hosted and sponsored by the Spanish Embassy, Mr. Ribeiro there, as well as Liquid Intelligent Technologies. Now that has nothing to do with wine. They are very high tech, and we will hear more from both the councillor and one of the senior leaders of Liquid Intelligent Technologies. Colleagues, I'm not going to try to summarize, but I'd like to just end the day with a few comments, which I hope will bring us back to some perspective. We really wanted this to be an informative and networking opportunity, and I hope that worked. And obviously, there's still some time for that. And I got three main messages out of this. The themes, we looked at the big picture in terms of local community action is important at Eskom, the big picture of Eskom, as well as other possibilities around other countries. Secondly, we heard a lot about innovation and entrepreneurship. I was really pleasantly surprised. I think the Cape Town example is one. Agricultural solutions, the whole question of local authorities, so many of you are here, as well as the very interesting idea of agri-villages that we've heard about. And then obviously a large part of the day and the speakers spoke about the elements of future energy. And I don't think we'll vote on this, but I think there's an understanding and a consensus that it must be a hybrid solution. There's no way we can stay with coal, but there's no way we can immediately move away from coal, and there's no way we can only go for the renewable stuff. So renewable energy is part of the future. Nuclear energy, especially the smaller reactors, is part of the future. Coal is still, for the time being, part of our future, at least those of us who are under 80. And then gas, there are lots of possibilities about gas. You know, we hear a lot about the Brolpara find along the southern coast. I also hear lots of stories about Total not wanting to work with the government because there are too many underhand issues happening. I don't know whether that's true. So those are the elements. But then a very important element that quite a number of speakers mentioned is the fact that we must take a long-term view on this. We cannot look at the next 6 months only before Christmas. And I think that's important. And also have the vision to say we are working like Hendrik van der Bijl, Jacob, for 40 and 50 years. And we don't need to go to the bank with that, Chris. We must just plan for that. So my perspective for the takeaway is that when I listen to all of you today, I feel there's hope, not only for the energy sector, but for the country. And if that hope can be accompanied by a commitment, obviously a commitment from our people, and cooperation. I think Jan Oberholzer put it aptly, in South Africa. We can't on our own solve this. The government can't on its own, Eskom can't on its own. But if it's South Africa incorporated, we can have energy, not just as a process, but as a product. So, to use someone's words here, let us hope that boere from all colors will make plans that will work. We hope you enjoy the rest of the evening.